I think that's a really interesting observation because a lot of people, I think, are maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe hard. A lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging?
Rejection is a fundamental within business, then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general.
Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video, like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric.
Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible, basically. It's what we always say to people is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen, but will happen. We know they're going to happen. We just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how.
Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of this week's podcast. Today, I'm going to be with Oliver talking about all things video and also starting off with niching because it's something that we actually both kind of do opposites, I would say. For those who don't know, Oliver, like, firstly, I guess, like, what niche do you operate in? And then secondly, why did you choose to go into that niche?
Yeah, it's a great question, man. So first off, happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me on. Excited to chat to you for the next kind of hour or so about everything events and video and marketing and all of that sort of stuff. So ultimately, the question around niching, we've been doing this for nearly 5 years. We've dotted around a lot of different service offerings and niches and markets, if you want to call it that, and stuff. Really, the decision ultimately came because of the ambition that I have for the company long term. I want to scale. I want to grow. I want to specialize within particular areas and stuff like that. And I think ultimately, if you're looking to do that, it's much easier to do that when you decide on a niche or a market or an industry that you can really kind of get your teeth into and become an expert in. I know that it's cliche, but it's kind of that classic saying of like GP versus brain surgeon, you know, who gets paid more. And it's the person that is a specialist. I think if you had a problem with your brain, you would much rather go to a brain surgeon than a GP, and you would probably pay the money because you know that that person is going to be able to solve your problems, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I mean, I guess the critical part of my head is like, so how was, obviously we didn't predict COVID, no one could predict COVID, right, in the respect to like how drastic it was in respect to maybe how it changed the event industry, etc. But like, I know that the event industry as a whole was maybe one of the ones that was hit harder. I mean, how was that from a, because that would be like the counter argument to like, well, you kind of got a risk in that respect. Like there is an argument to be made about the specialist, absolutely. And I'm sure we'll get into that a bit more. But did you in some ways, I don't really use the term regret, but did you regret that during COVID?
Well, COVID was kind of the birth of the business, right? So we were still playing around in the very early days when COVID first hit. But yeah, I do know that obviously the events industry was hit really hard. From a video perspective and a video production perspective, I do know that a lot of the agencies or production companies, shall we say, who made the pivot to hybrid production and live streaming and that sort of stuff, when they kind of had that as a string in their bow, let's say, they did really well because it was kind of a select few companies that were doing it and doing it immediately. So yes, I think you can make that argument. There is the other side of the argument that is that the events industry came back stronger probably than most industries, I would say, as well. I think that a lot of industries, let's say like high street and product and e-commerce and that sort of stuff, that was hit really hard after COVID, just because it was very much like a paradigm shift in people's minds, like they didn't need to go to the high street anymore. Whereas the events industry is ultimately built on human to human connection. And we hadn't had that for so long that I think it really bounced back quite strong. But I just wasn't involved in the industry at that point. So I couldn't really comment on kind of what I saw from a business perspective.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a fair assumption. I mean, I guess I was going to bring in AI later, but I think now's a really great time. Do you see maybe an increase in demand? Because I think people are kind of going two ways with AI. Like a lot of people are utilizing it. A lot of people are using it for efficiency, sure. But maybe they're, I guess in some ways, wanting that emotional connection, wanting that human to human connection, whether that's in person or equivalent, maybe more, because things are becoming. I mean, maybe this is just a byproduct of what happened with COVID, right? Because we were all locked in our houses and talking through Zoom and this kind of thing. But for me, it was really interesting watching and relaunching this series of the podcast as a hybrid kind of approach, right? Some episodes will be like this, other episodes will be in person, etc. And I think for me, it's been very interesting to see the difference in reaction when it comes to, I guess, some people wanting to have that more human to human connection. And I'm starting to feel that there is a different energy that does actually happen when you're in person. I mean, do you think that's kind of, I guess, one of the unique selling propositions of events going stronger to stronger in respect to, like, maybe in the next couple of years, as a lot of people would say potentially the economy maybe continue to be challenging, right? I think it's something you can overcome, of course, but just to reiterate the question, do you think that more people are going to be driven towards in-person stuff, even with the advent of AI and etc.?
I think so. I think that ultimately, when you have a strong trend heading in one direction, there's always a counterculture group of people that ultimately reject it. Like, think about when the internet came in. I'm sure that those people that loved reading books and kind of going to libraries and stuff like that, that had a massive boom. Ultimately, with the conversation around AI, I don't think it's worth rejecting, because it's here and it's here to stay, and it's going to revolutionize so many different industries. But ultimately, the events industry as a whole is pretty well hedged against AI, because of that human to human connection, right? I think that it will do a lot with regards to, let's say, the ticketing process, the operational, the logistics, all of that sort of stuff. I think that will really help, because there's probably a lot of human error that's made as a result of just having to check so many names and so much data, and all of that sort of stuff. However, I think that what it will do is it will weed out the events that don't really have a strong selling proposition. And I think that the events that do have a strong selling proposition, i.e. festivals, or really solid business conferences and stuff that people get a lot of value from, I think that those will be held in an even higher regard than they already are, because of the fact that it's so different to what people are used to experiencing on a day-to-day basis.
I think that's a really interesting observation, because a lot of people, I think, are probably maybe subscribing to the fact that things are maybe harder, right? Like, I've been filming a handful of podcasts across the last couple of days, and a lot of the conversations I'm having in them is about a lot of people are finding or saying that the creative industry is hard, right? Or it's challenging. Have you found it challenging? And if so, how did you change, like, when it was maybe challenging? Maybe it isn't right now, but if it isn't, how have you pushed through that? And is it just because you niche specifically, do you think?
I think that that's probably part of it, for sure. I wouldn't lie to myself in the sense that, well, we didn't pick events purely because it was hedged well against AI. It's just worked out really well. I think that if I was a production company, let's say, who niched into like animation or explainer videos or something that could quite easily be done by AI, I would probably have a plan B in terms of like pivoting. But I don't know. I think it's an interesting question. A couple of things that I'll say is that I think that your mindset and your perception around things can entirely dictate how hard things are for you. So if you believe it hard, or you believe it is hard, then you will unconsciously do things that affirm that belief. So I think that's something that people have to look out for. Um, Ultimately, there is going to be, and there already is, a gap in the market for people that do things not with AI. Like some of the YouTube series and stuff that I watch, at the start of the video, they have a disclaimer that says like proudly produced by humans and stuff like that. And for somebody that values that and values the human input into creativity, for me, that's an even stronger reason to continue backing and watching that channel, right? So that's kind of just like a micro abstraction just there. What it's definitely done and what I've seen is on the post-production side of things, we're certainly less involved than we used to be. So I feel like internal marketing teams are utilizing, let's say, like AI short form editors. But in terms of being on the ground and actually filming the events, I think until it gets to the point where there's like robots and, you know, Elon Musk Tesla bots and stuff that can kind of run around with cameras and stuff like that, I think we're pretty safe for now, to be honest.
No, I agree. And I think of course, we don't know where AI is going to go, right? So it would be wrong of me to say, oh, that's never going to happen. But I think that actually, when we get to that stage, I don't believe, personally, we'll see what happens, of course, but I don't personally believe that that will be the thing that's replaced. In warehouses, yeah, absolutely. In, like, repair jobs where it's dangerous or equivalent, yeah. Soldiers, if you're going to have to fight a war, yeah, etc. Things like that, I can absolutely see. But just quickly on the event side, I mean, do you see people maybe underutilizing the concept of like a hybrid event still, because it's not, I guess, as cool, I was going to use the term, but like not as maybe ROI positive if you want to like lean into it business wise, because we're not in COVID anymore?
I don't know. I think that there's still a massive use case for hybrid events. Ultimately, the main benefit being that you can attract a global audience, not just a local audience or a national audience, let's say. If you look at some of the people that are top of their game, Alex Hormozy, Tony Robbins, they always do virtual or hybrid events to a really high-end production standard, with the huge Zoom screens in the background, and you can see how many people are on the call and stuff like that. I think that ultimately, if you're going to produce a hybrid event, it can't just be 7 people sat on a Zoom call talking about stuff. I think you really have to go the extra mile with regards to like all of the energy that you would have put into the logistics and the in-person experience. If you take that energy and you put it into, okay, how can we make the hybrid experience better? I feel like you will definitely have a better event and a more engaging and valuable event for your delegates as well, for sure.
I think that, yeah, I think that's the key. I think it's about like actually branching out a new audience and maybe having, from a strategic side, maybe looking at like, here's a online ticket versus here how you can be in the room, right? And having a different tier in that respect. But when we look at marketing, right now, obviously maybe we're going to talk directly at events, but like it could also, I believe, be used more generalized. What do you think event? I'll ask it in an event way, but it will probably branch out outside of that as well. What do you think people are missing in event marketing right now?
What do I think they're missing?
Like, what should they be doing, in your opinion, that they're maybe not doing?
Well, ultimately, it's totally dependent on where the bottleneck is within your marketing system, right? This is what we say on every single discovery call with a potential client or a prospect, if you want to call them that. Like, are you getting enough eyes? I.e., is there a ton of people filling the funnel, but you have a conversion issue? Like, there's not enough people converting into actual ticket sales or sponsor conversations or whatever that might be, or have you got fantastic conversion metrics, but you haven't got enough volume? Like, I think ultimately, what a lot of people struggle with event marketing is that they try and produce stuff efficiently that is going to appeal to everybody. But at the end of the day, what a sponsor wants to see versus what a visitor wants to see versus what an exhibitor wants to see versus what a speaker wants to see, they're kind of your main 4 stakeholders, right? They're totally different pieces of content. And I think that events and event marketing teams specifically should take a lot more time to consider where is the bottleneck and really what are we trying to do over the next 12 months in the lead up to our events, and produce content purely for that. I feel like they're trying to solve 4 problems, whereas if you just dial down and solve 1 problem, and then you'll have another problem off the back of it, but you can continue to do that, right? And it will just work in this cyclical cycle. I think also one of the biggest impact factors when it comes to video specifically for events is speed to market. People are used to waiting 2 to 4 weeks to get their video back from kind of a standard videographer, but ultimately you have to like just as quick as possible, like ideally minus 10 hours, right? You need to be getting the videos out. We kind of say 48 hours is the max. If you want to capitalize on the traffic and the buzz and the selfies and the tags and everything that's happening on social media after an event, you need to be publishing that video and putting it out to your list and kind of engaging with as many people as possible to get those rebooks, because ultimately it's like somebody is so likely to rebook pretty much there and then, or like just after. If you wait like a week, the emotions have died down, the memories have faded, and you're just not going to get as good conversion, basically.
Yeah. Do you think that many people struggle with that emotional side of video? Like having it in there and or thinking about how to add it in? Because that's, for me, that's the key sales metric to an extent of when you have a video. It's, can you showcase, highlight, show in a form that will then have an emotional either reaction or showing the actual emotion that took place at the event, for example. Do you think that's something that maybe some people lose, either because of the self-confidence of like, how do I capture this moment, or actually we missed the moment because we didn't predict it, perhaps?
Yeah, I think it's both. Ultimately, how do you capture that moment? It's impossible because you don't know when that moment's going to happen. So it's very important to have as much coverage as possible. Basically, it's what we always say to people: is like, yes, one videographer or one camera operator can come and cover your event, but you are limited in terms of the moments that you can capture and the things that we don't know are going to happen but will happen. We know they're going to happen, we just don't know when, we don't know where, we don't know how, right? And then your second question was,
That maybe it's a
just
struggle,
remind me.
like a struggling confidence, right? Because I think, like, so I'll give you an example. First time I ever filmed someone crying in an interview, I had this emotional, like, care reaction to them to be like, I should cut the camera. Now, in this context, it wasn't my set and that wasn't my call to make. So I was very, like, I need to be disciplined and not press the button. But my reaction was, this person, like, the human side of it was like, this person's clearly upset. Do you push through that? Like, do you, like, when it's more, like, emotionally charged or emotionally feel, but because I think for a content point of view, there's maybe a moral question, because yes, that footage is like really powerful to tell the story and really like useful from a marketing context. But also, I think we have an obligation, maybe as videographers or directors or whatever role you sit in production, to say, well, okay, but at what point do we say actually we should give this person 5 minutes?
I'm a big advocate of forgiveness, not permission. Like, obviously you have to ask somebody's permission in order to use a very vulnerable and emotional clip within there. I think that it's also important to explain to that person the reasons why, beyond just more ticket sales or something like that, right? If you've got like a particularly inspiring event or a particularly inspiring moment, that their vulnerability and emotion could inspire, motivate somebody else in that position who comes from a similar background and that sort of thing. But if you cut the camera, then you never have the opportunity to use that clip should you want to. So I would always say, like, I think push through it is probably the wrong term. It's more of a case of just let the moment unfold. Let whatever is going to happen, and then decide how you're going to use it later. I would much rather have it and then not use it than not be able to use it because I didn't have it.
Yeah. Do you think? I mean, I know we discussed briefly when we were setting this up as well, and I'm going to get a little bit into mindset to give you some clarity. But for me, I think I've always been a very disciplined person, and I think it bridges quite nicely onto what we were discussing there about like the emotional stuff. But like, I agree with you in respect to like, if it's not, because you can get retroactive permission and with the context you're potentially going to use it for, and actually that's probably a nicer way of saying how you're potentially going to use it. But is in more generalized term, when you're looking at business, or when you're looking at maybe touching back to when things are harder perhaps, and you need to do the extra hours, you need to do that one more rep on the sales call, or do one more sales call, one more discovery call, one more piece of content, etc. Is that just a discipline thing in your experience?
What, in terms of pushing through?
Yeah, just doing
when
it.
you don't want to do something.
Yeah, like doing it. So like sometimes, because for me, I have the evidence that that is what will be pushing me to the point where I will be able to get the result I'm looking for, especially if my back's against the wall. And when I was like, oh, I'm motivated, that would have potentially meant I didn't do it because it's uncomfortable, right? So actually what in Christ, what we're talking about here is uncomfortability. And I guess, when is it appropriate to push through uncomfortability? And how does someone, if they are looking to build it, how do they build it?
I think that, I mean, discipline is definitely something I can speak on because it's something that I've had to learn massively. I definitely come from a type B, go with the flow type background. And that's not particularly conducive to somebody that can sit down and work and focus for an extended period of time on things that aren't particularly exciting and aren't particularly engaging to work on. I think that what's really important if somebody's kind of getting started is to find out where your limits are. So everybody is, I think we've kind of gone through this like hustle culture. And then on the back of that, we've kind of got this, like, for want of a better word, like snowflake culture now at the moment, which is very much like, if you don't feel like doing it, don't do it. If you're, nervous, that's okay. You don't have to do things, etc., etc. There's definitely that kind of energy around at the moment. And I think that it's really useful to know where your limits are and push yourself to the edge, so that then when something like that comes up, you can ultimately kind of just look with a bit of foresight and say, okay, yes, like today I might need to work 12 hours, but that might mean that tomorrow I can only work 6. So would it be better for me to just do 8 and 8 and feel better on the back of it, right? I think that you ultimately have to go through a process of kind of understanding yourself and your energy. One thing that's been really helpful for me to do that is kind of tracking energy versus hours versus focus on a day-to-day basis. Now, obviously, this is kind of qualitative data, right? You can't, there's no like whoop or something that's going to tell you kind of like how you're feeling that day. But I think if you learn to see patterns in your behavior and you learn to see patterns within the way that you go about doing things, you can kind of predict that, okay, maybe today I need to take it a bit lighter, right? Like events, to bring it back to kind of what we do, are so intense. The hours are insane. I'm lucky that I'm an extroverted person, but even I get kind of burnt out, speaking to so many, like running so many interviews in the day, asking the same questions and all of that sort of stuff. So when I come back from, let's say, like a 3 or 4 day event, I know that I need to take a couple of days, right, just to kind of recalibrate. And I know that I need to fall back into a routine that is healthy and sustainable for me in the long run, So I think it's that push and pull, it's that balance. Ultimately, it's just a case of knowing yourself and kind of knowing where your limits are, but constantly reassessing those limits so that you are getting the most out of every hour that you put in. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think for me, there's different stages in your life, right? There might be, I'll use your example, like you've just come off an event, you're absolutely sort of like, this is my 4th interview out of 5 this week, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm aware that like my performance may start to like pull or start to be not as sharp as I was in the first one, so I may pull back after this 5, right? And that's a key understanding. But also, like, what else is going on around those interviews? Well, actually, all I've got is editing time, so doing the editing things that I need to do, and then the general working out or other, social activities, etc. So actually, in reality, my focus can be given to this hour, and my prep can be given to this hour, and etc. So the key is, for me, is actually like, it's about working hard and working smart, sure, but it's also about understanding. I work in sprints personally. So I will sprint to the point where I'm like, fucking hell, I'm about to burn out. Then I'll stop, look at the data, and now analyze what I did, analyze how well the interviews did, watch them back, etc. Make a debrief report, and then I'll go again, right? And rinse. And what ends up, I think, personally happening, from my perspective at least, is you end up getting more 1% wins. And something I wanted to touch on as well that I think your niching approach really, really focuses on and allows you to become very efficient at what you do is, and I've noticed this since I've really focused on like 2 main pillars of content for like a chunk of time. So previously, before I did this, I was very, I've got some podcasts, cool, we're going to post them, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to do this, and then I do this. And of course, in hindsight, I could say, well, of course I didn't get traction because I wasn't looking at the micro improvements upon each interview. I wasn't looking at how far ahead can I get, for example. I mean, we're filming this towards the end of the summer. It won't be released until back end of October. And for me, it's about then saying, okay, well, in that window of time when I have the buffer, it's not that I'm not interviewing. I can then like do the stuff in the business to keep the business alive, right? And I don't have to necessarily worry about where the podcast is. But just like looking forward specifically on ROI, because I think people will look at a podcast and maybe like think about, well, what's the ROI? And it bridges into how do you look at it from a perspective of why should a sponsor or a event provider or etc. Like, is it just a marketing budget that someone has for the event in your case normally, that's how they do the video work with you? And then if so, like, what's your ROI metrics on those?
Well, it's always about value. So whenever we're in if you want to call it a sales situation, like it would be sales, right? But I'm always very keen to constantly bring the conversation back to the value that we're providing rather than the day rate, let's say, or how much or what our prices are, for example. really it's about understanding, okay, cool, how many sponsors are you looking to bring on if that is your objective? What's the standard ticket price? What's the tiers? Okay, so reasonably we can expect that if we did bring on, let's say, 3 new sponsors over the next 12 months, that contributes to X amount of revenue for you in the long run, right? So then you compare it against the value, and ultimately then the marketing budget might expand a little bit because of the potential that can come off the back of it, if that makes sense. Now, in terms of ROI, I've always found it, and it always will be, I think, relatively difficult without the advent of kind of paid ads and stuff like that to track the ROI on video content. Like, how do you do that? You just can't really, and it's always been a struggle that we've kind of faced, because ultimately there's a lot of inference that's kind of involved in those conversations. But yeah, a sponsor could want lots of different things from an event. They could want straight ROI, let's say, like if it's a bank and they just want people to come and bank with them, and they're going to put all of their money in and they're going to generate the interest, off of the fact of that being there. It could be brand alignment, right? It could be the fact that a sponsor is looking to tap into a different market, a younger market, an older market, and aligning themselves with a particular brand that carries that audience is going to do that. And then in the long run, they can expect XYZ returns for that and stuff like that as well. It could be general brand awareness as well. There's a lot of different angles, but I think that ultimately, if the event sales team dug into the sponsor conversations in the same way that we do, and actually kind of helps that sponsor understand the value that they can expect over the next kind of 12 months or 18 months if they did commit to a sponsorship package, I think that they'd have a lot more success, basically. And then you've got the video content to back it all up, right? The video content from an event is proof, ultimately, that the thing happened and it was fantastic and that it got the audience that the sales team is telling the sponsor that they got, basically.
Do you think people are hesitant to pay more than, like, let's just say, for example, like, a standard videographer can do it for a price, right? And you or I might be like B price or C price, right? And we're looking at the value, we're looking at the value we're going to add to a client rather than necessarily the time that we're going to spend doing that, right? There is obviously time involved, sure, but we don't focus on, in my belief, we share that in that respect. We don't focus on the time, we focus on the value or the transformation that we're adding to that client. Do you think people would struggle, or sometimes clients would just go, oh, they're cheaper, so we'll take them?
They do sometimes. I think it depends on who you're speaking to. Ultimately, the person that I'm really looking to work with and attract into my business is not that type of person who price is the deciding factor. So I don't really concern myself with those sorts of people. If I do find myself on a conversation with that type of person where they're basically playing like a race to the bottom, is essentially what we're talking about here, I will confidently sit there and say, look, we can be beaten on price, and the reason is X. If you don't understand that, that's fine. You're just not in the right position for us at the moment. That, come back to us when you, like, without sounding cocky, just come back to us when you understand that didn't get you the result that you're looking for. So you're actually wasting money. You've wasted money now. Like, and then we're going to have a different conversation in 12 months time. This is the great thing about events, is that, like, there is always 12 months, right? There's always going to be another event. Hopefully, if you've got a good event, you're going to put it on time and time and time again. So there's always opportunity to have another conversation, basically.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think, I guess, does that say more about, like, you then? Like, having the ability to say no to a client, or saying, actually, maybe we're not the right fit? Because I was having a conversation a handful of weeks ago with a new client, and he said, well, one of the reasons why he went with me, even though I was more expensive, was because I don't work with everyone, which I found really unique. But I've been just like, I'm protecting my time constantly because I want to be able to run the podcast. I want to be able to put a lot of time into our marketing and our sales and such, and our scalability and our growth. So for me, I'm like, actually, I only have a finite amount of, like, availability for clients. And I think for me, that's always been the case. But I didn't always, I sort of had to grow into the confidence, I guess, of saying, well, actually, I can say no to this client if they're not the right fit. Did you personally always have that, or was that a skill that you've developed through, however many years?
I don't think it's a skill that we've developed. I think it's a confidence that I've grown purely just because we've got good systems. Like, we've got systems that book calls on repeat. We've got systems, like, we know the metrics. We know if we speak to 20 people, that then roughly 30% of them will convert over time at a lifetime value of X, whatever, right? So, like, I know my numbers, and it's okay if it's okay that 70% of those people don't go ahead at that time, right? Because we know how the business operates and we know kind of where that comes from. I think that ultimately what you're talking about is, again, the power of niche, right? Because you might not have a particular industry that you work with, but you have particular types of people that you work with. And that's kind of the power of it, is that, you're not saying yes to everybody. And I think that that makes the people that you are saying yes to feel even more included in your service, because they know it's for them. There is value in paying more, right? From a client's perspective, there's an assurance behind it. There's confidence behind it. There's there's just power behind
I think,
saying no.
yeah, I think it also goes into that perspective of it comes with a level of prestige if you want to look at branding or marketing as well. Like, why do we perceive Rolex in the way we perceive it? Why do we perceive Audi, BMW, so on, so on, so on, in the way we perceive it? Do you, either for clients or yourself, look to trend jack or look at what is, quote, trending when you look to do your own marketing?
My marketing?
Yeah, personally for you. Because
No, I don't.
Okay, and why don't you?
I don't. Because the type of people that I will attract through following trends are not the type of people that want me for me. I would much rather a video that I produce get 50 views, but all of those 50 people love that video and get invested in the things that I'm saying and be the types of people that I made that video for, than 100,000 people when, like, really none of them actually wanted to watch it. They wanted to watch the trend. That's what they're trying to watch, the trend. They're not interested in the actual content itself, right? Now, there definitely is a place for trends. It's just such the fact that we don't have the resources, i.e. time or money, to jump on particular things. My available resource for marketing my own business is extremely limited. So I'm going to do activities that I know are going to get the biggest return. And ultimately, with a trend, I don't know whether it's going to work or not, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think sometimes, not us maybe, but a person, starting out videographer, starting out business, they look at the potential likelihood that they could get something to like 1 million views, let's just say, for example. And they're like, oh my God, that's going to change my business overnight. And not speaking as someone who's had a video hit 1 million, but I know people who have, and I go, how much money did you get for it? Nothing. Right? So I guess the follow-on question then, you spoke about like what's that you're only going to do the things that really work. Okay, if you don't mind sharing, what does really work for you then in marketing?
Cold outbound.
Okay.
Has always worked for us, because I've always been a fan of outbound, because you go to the market doesn't come to you. I think there's definitely pros and cons to both, but essentially, if I message 20 to 50 people per week, they are the exact type of person that I'm looking to work with, right? Versus, let's say, we also do paid ads. So I don't want, we also do inbound marketing as well. But like, for example, I dialed up all of our inbound paid ad leads this morning. One of them was qualified. And I think I spoke to like 20 people. So you have no control over the type of people that are coming in, which is a bit more of a waste of time. But the flip side of that coin is that when you do find that person, they've already consumed your content. They already know who you are. They're already interested in working with you because they've clicked through. They've made that action themselves, right? Whereas on the outbound side of things, you probably have to do a bit more persuading, because it's a case of like, who are you? I don't know you. You've just connected with me on LinkedIn and now you're messaging me, right?
Yeah. For me, I love cold outreach because I want to have it as a skill set to have in my back pocket for when I need to use it or want to use it. What advice would you give to, say, a starting out creator, starting out videographer, etc., or someone in the creative industry who looks at cold and goes, that's terrifying? Because I think that's really common, right? And it might come from like the rejection side. It might just be the nature of they haven't done the reps yet. But what would you say to those kind of people who are like, because you're obviously a massive advocate for outbound, cold outbound, right?
I would say that rejection is a fundamental within business. So the amount of experience, if you can become comfortable with people saying no, then that's going to serve you within sales scenarios. That's going to serve you just generally in your life, right? I think it's a very fundamental just within life, just rejection in general. What I would say with outbound is that you are you people severely underestimate the volume that is required in order to get returns. People think that they're just going to send like 10 messages and get 5 clients. It does not work like that. For example, our metrics on purely cold people is like a 4% appointment booking rate, and then off of those appointments, I'll convert maybe 30% of those people into actual clients, right? So let's say that you did 100 outbound cold approaches. You're going to book 4 people, and you might sign 1 client. So it's going to take you a long, like it takes volume, it takes time. And then obviously with that volume becomes skill. You learn what works, what doesn't. You learn how to say things. You learn how to deal with objections in the DMs as well. Like a lot of people aren't saying no because they don't want to work with you. They're saying no because you're a stranger. It's just like when somebody knocks on your door, right? You're trying everything in your power to get out of that conversation. But ultimately there could be somebody that knocks on your door that could change your life. You just don't know. And I think you have to take the perspective of like, this client is going to benefit. It's the same as in a sales scenario, but like you've got to do everything within your power to get that person over the line, because ultimately you know that you can come in and change their business, right, through what you do, because you're good at what you do, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, I mean, the mindset I heard from a fellow guest a handful of weeks ago was something along the lines of, I'm doing them a disservice by not allowing them to understand that I exist, right? Because
Exactly.
And this sounds hugely egotistical. It does, right? It does. But the key is, I know I'm really good at my thing, and I know I can create really strong results. So actually what I'm doing by making it appealing, obvious that they should work with us, is actually I'm making sure they don't make a mistake on who they hire, because I don't want my potential client to lose money, right? And with that rewire in my head, you then can approach cold differently, in my view. Now, there is an argument to say, like, is it in stages? Like, would you only do it when... Because I guess the perception for cold is you only do it when your back's against the wall, you need to make money quickly, right? But actually, in correspondence to what you just said, that's counterintuitive, because you just said it would take a long time. So, is that true? Or is it actually just something that you just gain the reps of and you just do consistently, and that's why it works?
No, I think that it's for us, it will always be a system that we have within the business. I mean, again, it's purely just based on experience, right? But it's always been the thing that's worked for me the best, be it cold email or cold DM. The thing that people don't get is that, like, for one, you have to be intelligent about how you message people insofar as you're not going to piss them off, right? You're just looking for a yes or a no to essentially have a call and see if it could be a good fit to work together. You don't need to do like tons and tons and tons of follow-up and like ultimately just get that person in a position where they don't like you because you've messaged them so many times or whatever. But you have to look at cold in a sense that it's contributing to a larger overall system. So if you have content systems in place, inbound content systems, like let's just take somebody on LinkedIn, for example. So somebody could connect with me on LinkedIn. I could message them. That could ultimately be, no, I'm not really interested right now. They would then get drip fed my content over the next kind of 3 months. And then in 3 months, I will go back to I will basically then go back and I message all of the people who are now somewhat warm to what we do. And it's just that constant thing over time. It's like Chinese water torture. You're just slowly drip feeding stuff onto them so that they get more familiar and more familiar and more familiar. And don't get me wrong, 4 times out of 100, somebody will book a call cold. And that's fine because they have a low action threshold. But ultimately what you're doing is you're putting them into a maybe system that's converting them into a yes over time. And I've had tons of people reach out to say, hey, I know you messaged me 6 months ago, but I'd love to jump on a call now. And that's great. You know, that happens on probably a bi-weekly basis, right?
Yeah. And I think for me, it's in some ways, even if it isn't the right time for that prospect, that person that you're messaging, actually what you're doing is you're saying, hey, remember me, right? Every time you message, and that should be the way. Or, hey, I saw this thing, hopefully it'd be valuable to you, right? Or whenever you maybe share a piece of content, I always look at it of going, how can I add as much value in the window of time they're going to potentially give me, whether this is in a short form clip or the entire podcast. And I think for me, I think that's what makes me maybe unique, I guess you could say, in the respect to I don't like to fluff around, and I try not to, if that makes sense. I don't like other people who do. And it's simply because you just don't respect the other person's time, right? But I think I guess the key, you mentioned Alex Hormozy earlier, and I wanted to ask you something specifically about, he's very well known for, you need to focus on doing one thing for an extended period of time. And what does that actually mean in tangibility reality, and does it actually work, I guess, is then the follow-on question. So like, is it going to be you just focus solely on cold and you don't then look at content, you don't look at etc., or actually is it you get to a certain level of doing it consistently, you have a system, and then you can add another thing? Do you think?
I think it gets to the point where the system's working and then you outsource it and then you build the next one. Like ultimately there's a literal job role that is an appointment setter, which is somebody that takes control of your social media accounts, goes into the DMs and does what you do. And you give them the system and you say, hey, if you message 100 people, 4 of them will book and I'll pay you for the 4 people that book. Right. So I think that's kind of the process. I don't necessarily agree with this whole thing of do one thing and focus on it for a long period of time, because there are gains that you are probably missing out on by not having an inbound system. Like if you purely just do cold, right? Really, content is one of those things that we've always struggled with, purely just because I do it so much for the clients that then when it comes to doing it for myself, it's kind of, you're not you're not as open to doing it, right? But I do think that, like I just said, those people that don't necessarily come through the first time being cold will look at the content, they'll see that it's valuable, they'll see that we know what we're talking about and that we're working with other clients helping them achieve the exact same thing, and then they'll be more open to it. So I feel like if we didn't do that, then you would miss out on those things as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that's why you have to take it with a pinch of salt, right? It's true that if you try and start too many things simultaneously, you'll fail at all of them, right? But you also need to know your own limits and ask yourself how many plates can you continue to spin, right? I think is actually the key there. But for those who are maybe looking at like either doing an event or hiring you, like, or any production as a whole, like I build a system where I try and do a behind the scenes breakdown of every single production that I've done, right? And I build that very early and I build it into my sales process so the client's cool with it, the client, etc., etc. But like for me, I guess the question is like, do you do behind the scenes content, A, and then B, if you do, how do you manage that resource? Because obviously you're there actually working. Now, I would argue that's the best content you could possibly create for what you do, right? Because it shows you in your element, shows you problem solving, etc. Like, is it just a matter of like hiring another videographer and maybe you take a little hit on the profit to follow you around specifically, or like is it in more depth than that?
Yeah, for sure. It's basically that. We have experimented in the past with purely trying to get behind the scenes from the crew that's already on site to do the job. But ultimately, I think that you're doing a disservice to your clients and to the crew by doing that, because that's not what they're there to do. The client hasn't hired you so that you can make an amazing behind the scenes film using the camera operators and crew that they've paid for, right? So you're going to piss your clients off by doing that. The best way that I've found is to essentially just have somebody whose sole job it is to take behind the scenes imagery and behind the scenes video of everybody doing their thing. And yes, you do take a hit on your profit, but you have to look at it as a long-term marketing resource. One thing that I want to experiment with doing that we haven't done just yet is to cut out the talking to camera aspects of the behind the scenes video, because no matter how hard I try, I can't focus on 2 different video projects at the same time, right? It's very difficult for me to think about how the behind the scenes video is going when I just need to be focused on the client's work, essentially. So what I want to start doing is bringing somebody whose sole job it is to do that, have me mic'd up the whole time, and then have those clips of the problem solving and have those clips of us working on a day-to-day, bring that back in, and then probably review it with the camera in the studio, and basically just say like, look, this is the context, this is the situation, here's what happened, here's how I dealt with it, have a look, right? That I think is going to be a much more valuable resource. And I think that we'd be able to turn one behind the scenes video into probably 5, because there'll be multiple instances of problem solving over time. So that's something that I've discussed with the team, and that we're going to start doing moving forward.
I think I think also it protects your bandwidth, right? Like just looking at like that approach, because you're not then thinking, oh, I've got to do a piece to camera because we're about to do this, and then I've got to do that, etc. Like, yes, in an ideal world, that's what you would do. But actually, I think potentially you could think about it as this way. Like, actually, if someone's listening maybe and thinking about doing that, are you doing your client a disservice? Like, whenever I do mine, I've wrapped. basically I've wrapped. So I'm basically just referring back to what we did, right? So my initial focus, as I think everyone's focus should be when they get on set, especially in an event context, but in any production, is, hey, what problem are we here to fix? Remind myself of that problem that we're here to fix, and then focus on making sure that the content does that job, right? And then if there's time at the end, or sometimes I'll do like, oh, I've got the behind the scenes, or here's like the setup, etc., and then I'll talk through it in a studio context. But for me also, it's about understanding like when that's. So I guess in some ways you could just say it's like reading the room, right? Like when is that appropriate to do? When is that not appropriate to do? And or was that planned in? And or was the client aware of it? And how do they feel about it, etc. And I think it's about how you manage that. And naturally, maybe if that's something you are going to do, maybe look at like, especially if it's a returning client, maybe look at it saying, well, actually, and this is really counterintuitive because you're sacrificing profit and then sacrificing profit, but maybe add a percentage discount because you get the marketing out of it, but then also you have to then pay someone, which in turn means you're kind of losing money again. But if you've planned it in, you'll still make good profit, in my view, right? I mean, do you think that's an approach or not?
I would always try and not have to pay first, right? Not have to give the client a discount in order to do it, because like you said, you're kind of losing double money at that point. We write it into our contracts, so it's a line item within the contract of like self-promotion. We are going to use the opportunity as and when appropriate to capture behind the scenes content and promotional content for our own brand. Obviously, like if people have a problem with that, I'm not going to not do a job because they won't let us do it. And obviously certain jobs are also a bit more, certain events are a bit more, how would we say, like they don't want to be as publicly facing.
Yeah,
right?
so yeah, sensitive,
So
right?
yeah, sensitive, great word. So that is that's a something that we consider as well. And it's really just like we have solid relationships with our clients. The fact that in the events industry, we have long-standing relationships, and I can just have that conversation with people. But as you said, it's a part of the sales process. It's a part of the contract. It's expected, and I think that most of the points of contention within capturing behind-the-scenes content come from a place where it was a surprise. They didn't expect you to whip out the camera and start filming yourself.
Yeah, and it would also be kind of a reaction like, what the fuck are you doing kind of thing, in some respects.
And some clients love it. Some clients are like, it's almost double videos for them because it's showcasing their event and the way that you're capturing it and the behind the scenes and that sort of stuff as well. I feel like if you've got a good personality on camera, it's almost like having a promotional piece kind of for the event as well. But also other clients don't, and that's totally fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, to give the audience some context, I mean, I've done jobs which I can't even speak about because of NDAs, but also, like, it was just a conversation with the clients, like, yeah, this kind of isn't appropriate, the day's going to be really busy, and actually half of this stuff, like, I'm not even going to be able to use anyway, or I'm going to have to heavily blur, like, half the stuff in the background because of where we are, etc., 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 etc. So it's just, like, at that point, you're just like, it's not really worth it. But for those people who really enjoy this conversation, they want to see more of your content, they want to connect with you, maybe they want to hire you to do an event or talk about that, etc. I mean, where's best for people to reach out to you?
LinkedIn, best place. That's where I am most active in terms of the content. You'll find me there. It is me that runs the accounts, so you are actually speaking to me if you message me. So yeah, just send me a message there. Like, we're very easy in terms of the way that we go about things. If it's right for you and it's right for us, then we can talk about it.
Magic. And there's a final question I'll add on, but it just jumped to mind as something that maybe you're challenging that I'd be curious on your perspective on, because I've watched some videos where you're talking about it. I mean, a vulnerability potentially of both of our businesses, we are very founder led, right? Clients want us involved in every single stage of the process. Is that just like the nature of it sometimes? Are you just like, okay, it is what it is? Like, that's, I guess, what I'm going to have to live with to be able to make the money I make and be able to run the business I run? Or is there a way you can transition it?
I think that you can transition it for new people. I know that you left a comment on my YouTube video that I made, which is basically, it's just like, it's not an expectation that we're there. But I think ultimately, if you have a strong personality that people connect with, and half of the reason why they go with you is because it's you, then you are going to run into issues doing that with certain people. I think like pre-existing clients who have always known you to be the one that's there, but then also certain clients are totally okay with it and they understand it's a natural progression within the business process, right? It's something that I can't necessarily speak on too confidently right now because it's something that we're still figuring out. Obviously, if we're looking to scale to the point that we are, then I can't be involved in every single project because I just don't have unlimited time. And I think that my hypothesis for this is that the brand, whilst it can still be founder led and come from the vision and the mission that the founder originally had, I think that the brand has to have its own characteristics and qualities and quality assurances for the clients and stuff like that as well. And I think that's where the leverage is with regards to me not having to be on set every single time in order for a client to sign with us, basically.
Yeah, and I also think to an extent in that respect you need to be overly transparent with the fact that you might not be, right, especially in your space, because obviously an event may be happening at the similar time to another event and actually you may want to actually serve both, right? And I guess, I mean, feel free to weave that your next answer into this as well, like that might be just like an advice piece that you need to give to some people of how you manage that. But I like to end the podcast by asking the guest, and you in this case of course, what would you say to 10 years ago to the younger version of you now? What advice would you give them?
I would say that it's going to be a lot harder than you expect it to be, and that the people that you look up to online probably aren't giving you the most accurate depiction, as I don't, of the reality of running a business and doing this. But ultimately, it's the most fulfilling thing that you're going to do. Like, I love this. There is not a single thing that I was having this conversation with my cousin the other day because he's 19 and he's trying to figure out whether he wants to go to university or what he wants to do with his life. And I said, well, you have to ask yourself, and ideally you're getting yourself in a position where you would continue to do the thing that you do every single day, regardless of whether you get paid or not, because I would still do this, right? Obviously there's certain things that we wouldn't do, right? Like dialing paid ad leads and stuff like that. But, yeah. Like ultimately the goal and the end destination, I would continue to do regardless of whether I was being paid or not to do it. So yeah, it's just set expectations to my younger self that it's going to be way harder than you expect it to be, but it's going to be more fulfilling than you could ever think it could be.
Magic. Thank you ever so much for the time, my friend.
Pleasure.
Thank you ever so much, ladies and gents. If you did take value from this video, you'd like to see more like it, I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. And feel free to let me know in the comment section down below what you thought. And I'll see you very, very soon.
If we're doing things that push us outside of our comfort zone, we're naturally developing more and more resilience, strength, courage, all of those things.
What do you think's missing in marketing today, from your perspective?
I think what was missing then is the same as what's missing now, and that's really the understanding of buyer psychology and the way that buyers make decisions.
Do you think trust can be built quite quickly, or is it just the nature of you spend time with someone, whether that's through content, actually physically with them in meetings, etc.? Is that where trust is rooted?
The way I build trust is understanding my customer really, really, like, what are their needs? What do they care about? What's their mission in their organization? How can I help them be successful?
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today. Today, I'm going to be talking to Mel about mostly pivoting, but also how we build resilience in business as a whole. Welcome to the show, Mel. And before we start, I always want to open the podcast with, what do you think's missing in marketing today, from your perspective?
Yeah, well, so I've actually had a lot to do with marketers in my career. So I used to, at Gartner, I was supporting CMOs, and I think what was missing then is the same as what's missing now, and that's really the understanding of buyer psychology and the way that buyers make decisions. So I think that there's a disconnect between products and services and what they do and what they actually mean and the outcomes for the buyers involved.
Do you think that's overlooked? I'm sure we'll get into the actual psychology, but when someone looks to set up their business, do you think they overlook the human psychology element because they're more interested in the shiny camera, the shiny marketing technique. Do you think?
And are you so I think the majority of organizations don't consider marketing as a key strategy. Often it's an afterthought. So the people setting up the businesses are usually excited about the products and services or the technology. Very rarely are they sales marketing kind of led unless their products reflect that. I think the majority of them are not thinking about marketing from the beginning.
Do you think that comes from a lot of people we work with are very founder-led, so founder person-led? Do you think that comes specifically from their identity as a whole? So putting their identity out and, quote, supercharging it with marketing? Do you think that's where sometimes people get wrong? Because maybe they are not confident at coming across, or maybe they don't want to put necessarily, they're not sure how they feel about putting themselves out there?
I just think that, so I work in prop tech. Presently, that's where my startup is. And a lot of the people I know come from the technology, their technology background, that they have technology backgrounds. And so they just aren't familiar with what's needed in marketing. So they don't even know the first steps of where they should go, what they should do. And so often they just do nothing.
What, I guess, is a stigma in the tech space then? Like they don't take that first step, but is it because it's just they don't know, do you think?
Well, you only have a finite amount of energy and time. And so, and a lot of these, if you're a solopreneur or you're just getting something off the ground, then you're really, really good with what the product does and how, to make that work. But when it comes to I've met so many founders who have no idea. They haven't even tested whether or not anybody would pay for their service or their technology. Like, what's the use case for it? And they often just jump to solution without really understanding how to get from where they are, which is the solution or the technology product, to somebody using it. And so all of those steps in between, which, obviously buyer psychology and the way people make decisions and how they can change from status quo bias. So what are they doing now to where you want them to be in using your products and services? That's a journey. And you can't just go from one to the very end. You have to kind of navigate your way throughout the entire thing.
Do you think when we look at that journey that people underestimate the amount of time that someone needs to consume marketing or etc., or that journey as a whole they need to go on, or they need their customer to go on, etc.?
I think, and you're talking about the founders?
In general, like when so say I'm a tech founder and I've just started this amazing thing that I think is going to change the world. Right. Would I potentially underestimate how long it's going to take for me to educate my target consumer to be educated enough to know why this thing that I've made is going to be the solution to their problem?
Of course.
And if so, how would you say someone can start peeling away and start on that process?
Most people don't even know the amount of different layers that they have to get through. So it's not just ensuring that you're able to deliver a message that resonates with them to pique their interest. How are you demonstrating true value? What will their lives look like once they're using your service compared to the other to what they're doing today? How is your service going to infinitely improve their situation? All of these different things, nobody really considers them. And so I think maybe they're like, okay, we'll do Google ads, or we'll hire a marketing manager that's very tactical and maybe just looking at how they can get clicks versus really penetrating that value that they're supposed to be creating in the mind of the buyer.
We talked about psychology in the opening kind of statements of this episode. I think it's an underrepresented concept as a whole across the business realm, not even just in marketing. In my view, I don't think we talk enough about actually A, buying psychology, or B, the ticks or the seeds that we need to plant psychology wise. But from your experience, from your perspective, what actually happens, like from a psychological point of view, when someone is maybe looking for something?
So when I was working for a consulting firm that focused purely on the psychology and neuroscience behind how people make decisions in sales and marketing, I was amazed to learn that, so we're all programmed to stay safe. And the part of our brain that keeps us safe doesn't like change. And that's just the way that we're built. So if you want to get somebody doing something new or different with your product or service, you have to disrupt that status quo bias that is designed to keep people safe. And there are several reasons why people stay with the status quo. And so if you're not being very intentional about the psychology that keeps people doing the same thing that they've always done, I mean, there's so many instances where people come out with these amazing products. This will save this amount of time. It'll save you this amount of money, da 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 da. And everybody's like, yeah, that's great. But it needs to feel so urgent and so important to them that they have no choice but to change. Otherwise, it's easier, it's cheaper, it's easier, it's safer to stay with what they're doing most of the time.
Do you think we can overdo it though, as a society at the moment? Because everyone is like shouting at the start of their videos, or they're making really clear statements, etc. Because of that pattern interrupt bias that we're looking to break. How does someone maybe listening to this, I guess, position themselves maybe in the middle ground? Because I think if you go too far and it doesn't align with the promise maybe that you're making in sales or the promise you're making in a video, that would then backfire potentially.
For sure, but some of those people, they're not focused on buyer psychology. They're just focused on getting attention. And attention is very different from intentionally wanting to help a customer. And so if you have something and an intention to genuinely make a difference in a buyer's life world, then you're coming at it from a totally different place. The people who you're mentioning right now and capturing attention and doing all of that jazz, you may interrupt what they're doing, you may get their attention, but the trust and the rapport that you need in order for someone to buy, that's never going to be there until you go through all of those steps and demonstrate the value. And you know, so I think that you definitely have to follow a process, and it has to be intentional and value driven. And what you're talking about just sounds like pattern interrupts that, you know, is just more distractions that people will forget you as quickly as they stopped.
I guess it comes to a longevity question. My next question was going to be like, roughly, do you think trust can be built quite quickly? Or is it just the nature of you spend time with someone, whether that's through content, actually physically with them in meetings, etc.? Is that where trust is rooted, either from a psychology point of view or just your thoughts around like, how do we build trust? Because I guess that's the next question, right? Like you say trust is a key buying metric or a key reason why someone would buy. Okay, well then the question becomes as well, then how do we build trust?
Well, so it just so happened that I took a different angle with this when I was doing performance coaching and sales consulting. And in the sales training for these organizations, we were actually helping sellers build trust based on personality profiles. So understanding different personality profiles and the behaviors that people would exhibit and what they would need to see in order to feel most comfortable. And the reason why I say that is because if you have a salesperson that's really dominant and is just, you know, moving very quickly and not giving all the detail, but then you've got another person who you're trying to sell to who cares very much about the detail and the information, and you don't slow down and you don't meet them where they're at, then you're going to miss them. And those people are the most risk adverse buyers out there. So there's just layers upon layers of different ways but I think that when you're dealing with humans, taking these things into account, it is a unique position that as humans we can navigate that technology can't yet, and that's by being able to predict, well, what is something that would be important to you. And I think like so just to give you an example, building trust is really important, but then you've got the old school way of selling where everything was based on relationships and not a lot of merit. And then you have newcomers coming in, and I hate small talk. And so it can be really uncomfortable for me to just pretend like I'm talking about stuff that I really just feel awkward even, starting those superficial conversations. And so from that perspective, the way I build trust is understanding my customer really, really, like, what are their needs? What do they care about? What's their mission in their organization? How can I help them be successful? If I'm demonstrating that really quickly, that I know their industry and that I understand how to really take them from here to where they want to go, that will at least get me to the table to have conversations and, rather than other methods. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting that you say you hate small talk, because I thought that was just a me thing for a long time, right? And
I'm on the spectrum too.
since
I didn't mean to. I meant as well as like
since like running the show, or since like connecting with people, or being, I guess one could say that I'm quite targeted in who I choose to bring on, who I choose to connect with, who I choose to talk to. I guess in some ways, because it's quite hard for me to describe how I choose and why and etc. Because for me, it's all an instinct-based thing. It's a gut thing. It's like, yeah, I think this person might be interesting. I don't know, because I deliberately don't want to know, because I want that to be here to make a good, quote, good show, right? I guess, is that why AI may not take all of our jobs, as lots of people have been claiming or saying?
I love that you bring that up, because I think that people ignore their instincts a lot more. And I think we have so much more knowledge just in how we feel, in our, perception and the way that we react to certain people. I think a lot of times we ignore that. And so throughout my journey, as I've gotten to understand myself more and more and more, I firmly believe nobody, especially this year, has come into my peripheral and had meaningful exchanges with that haven't made me think that was absolutely meant to be. Like, my energy field, if you like, AI is never going to, whatever technology is, it's going to be very difficult to replace that. And so you can use technology to do certain components of roles to, for efficiencies and cost savings and stuff like that. But when it comes down to actually going back to the truly building rapport and following your gut and, knowing whether or not you can trust somebody, that is very much a human behavior that I'm not sure that we will replicate in our lifetime.
And I don't think we should.
No, for sure not.
I think that's, I guess, if you're going to be corny about it, that's what makes us human, right? Mm-hmm. But I think for me, and we talk about a lot of this in marketing, like, however you want to be tactical, right? We're going to do social content. We're going to do ads. We're going to do our podcast. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. The reality is that's the middle bit, right? That's how do you get me as a human to talk to another human? And that's why I'm interested and also like to talk to people about psychology, because if you get the psychological stuff right, actually you can have mediocre middle bit. Mm-hmm. Or if you really want to do it well and do it scale, when you get the middle bit right as well, you then compound on those decisions. But just as you were like discussing that, and it jumped to mind to me, so I'm going to mention it. I think it was Alex Hormozy who said, there's some points where you have to push, and there's other points where you have to pivot. Mm-hmm. In your experience, how would you, either for you personally or a friend of yours, when would you say that someone should make that decision? What are paint that picture? When should I maybe look to, maybe if things aren't working the way I want them to, I'm not making the money, the marketing doesn't seem to be connected, etc. When should I just push on? Versus when should I pivot into something else?
Really good question. So again, it's being able to trust yourself, I think, is a very, very big thing. I have tended more recently to become a bit more philosophical about these things. And if something's not working, but you know that, it's really hard, because is there a need? So let's assume that there's a need for what you have to offer, that it's coming from the right place, it serves people, it's a value. I think that the ability to pivot means that you're flexible enough to realize that maybe the way that you're going about something isn't the right way for you to achieve success. And so, I mean, I've pivoted so much in my life, but and in particular the last few years, but I think that a lot of people become really so part of resilience and part of emotional intelligence is the ability to be flexible. If you're really rigid about, no, it has to be this way, and not curious as to, maybe I hadn't considered all of the factors, or maybe I don't know as much as I think I should, and then you go and get outside opinions or consultants to help you or whatever. So feedback and rounding out your hypothesis of what you think you should be doing. If everybody's telling you that you should be going down a certain way, then yeah, I would say continue on. But if you're not validating the direction that you're on or testing it, and then how do you know it's the right one? So you've got to learn how to be flexible and try different things. And
do you think emotional intelligence is missing in marketing, in sales, in business, in human? Sure, in human life. I was going to go with like in business as a whole, or when you're building relationships, etc. But actually, yeah, let's go more broad. Do you think people don't invest in understanding and building emotional intelligence and then using it?
Yeah. So everybody would have a different idea of what emotional intelligence encompasses, but for me, I think it's just being really self-aware and aware of others. So you can't actually understand others until you understand yourself. And that's never taught. Like, where are we learning that? If our parents haven't learned it or gone and educated themselves on this, then schools aren't teaching it, and then parents don't know. And so then you get to adult life, and then you just think everything should be transactional. But once you start, I think, becoming really curious as to, what's your purpose? Why are you here? It's not just to make money. It's not just to have a house and a nice car and da-da-da-da. Like, no, the real meaning is deeper. And so I think getting to those layers means that you have to be able to sift through, I think, a bunch of junk that has kind of been piled on top of us from childhood. And then so once you've gone through a lot of that discovery, I think that builds the resilience and emotional intelligence and all of those things that make us better human beings and better marketers and better salespeople and all that stuff.
Do you think it comes from, I guess, a fear of not? Because as you were talking, I was thinking, does it actually come from, I'm going to make decisions because I don't want to deal with the dark stuff potentially in my head, right? The reason why I can't be emotionally intelligent is because I hire you just to do the job, right? To jump to mind from a networking thing many years ago, when mental health came up as a conversation, it was like, well, no, I'm paying you to do the job, just do the job. And obviously I don't know in this person's case whether it was they haven't done the like the empathy work or the inner work to be allowed to be empathetic. And I know I have some people close to me who their view is business is business. It's tangible, it's cold, right? It's transactional, regardless of how deep the meaningful relationship could be. In their view, it's just, that's cold. That is the way it is. I've always followed I'm only going to work with people who follow my values, one of which being empathy. Mm-hmm. And if you can't empathize with either the customer and or me and or the other service providers you work with, then actually I don't think you're going to show up in the best way and put your best foot forward. But also I don't think now in the market I see happening when things are, quote, harder, I think people will potentially choose the people who are maybe more soft in that respect, or more understanding, or more emotionally intelligent, you could say, than people who are solely transactional. Would you agree?
So this is, again, where meeting people where they're at. And again, I've realized that people can't give what they don't have. And so the people who are really unempathetic, I don't believe that that's intentional. They just haven't learned it. And so, in fact, the people who are very transactional in business and who think that it's just like money, and, deals, and it's not about the people, they would be the harshest on themselves. They would probably be the least sensitive, or like they just suppress all of their emotions and whatnot. And so I think that enables us to be a bit more empathetic towards them and understanding, and just be like, wow, that's really sad. And some people have never even realized that they're going through life that way, right? So maybe they weren't allowed to express their feelings. And so seeing somebody in the workplace who's expressing their feelings is foreign to them. And so what lessons do they need to learn in order to become better leaders or better partners or whatever it is? And so I think that as we progress as humans and as we evolve, those are just, so you're a very empathetic person. That's why empathy is important to you. But the reality is a lot of people aren't taught that. We're taught to hide our feelings or just get on with things, and you really never know.
Stoic.
Correct. And especially in the UK. So, well, if I'm allowed to say, in England, it was interesting because my family are from all over, but my father's from New Zealand, and we spent a lot of time growing up in the States. And I came up with this theory of the different mentality that you have. Because in New Zealand, actually, people in New Zealand are super laid back, and they're very, like, you could meet, and literally billionaires who you would never know that they're a billionaire. They're super kind, they're very cool, and like there's not this class system, if you like. However, they're taught to not show their emotions. And if you think about, and then I was like, okay, well, New Zealand's still a relatively new country, so's the States. And I believe that the psychology, and this is proven, that if you're around negative people, you will naturally start to become more negative. When people were leaving on the boats to New Zealand, it was, okay, yeah, we'll do this much of the same, and we'll start farms and whatever. The mentality wasn't very different. When people were going to America, it was, all of my dreams can come true. This is the land of opportunity. It was this positivity that I think you can see translate into the culture. And so it's going back to how are we teaching, and how are we teaching ourselves, and are we challenging ourselves to be more empathetic? And if that's not important, so that boss that you were talking about, or partner, the business partner, if they are at home like that, and if they're not empathetic, well, that's going to hurt them at some point, right? And then they're just going to start seeing that actually the happiest people are the people who show up exactly as they are at home, as they are at work, as they are in a coffee shop, and there's no big changes in their personality or their behavior.
No, it definitely did. I mean, for me, I think that's what will allow you to stand out in a world where you can be perceived as like every videographer is technically the same. What we sell is the same. Every marketer is technically the same. We're going to sell you roughly the same thing, right? Roughly, in regards to tactics, we will. It's then, I guess, the approach and then how we do that from a customer service point of view, where maybe that's the thing that will distinguish us. The question that jumped to mind, though, for me, and this is something which I've toured with for a long time personally, but also in the people I want to work with and I work around, is should we look, or do you feel at the moment anyway, people don't have self-accountability, self-reflection on, so when something goes wrong, mostly this will be the context, like my reaction always is, what did I do? Why did it go wrong in respect to what I did? Not, oh, it went wrong and it's your fault. It's, okay, it went wrong. What can I do to make sure it didn't? Or how did I contribute to potentially that going wrong? And did I actually do my best or not? And the more people I talk to, the more people I connect with, I sometimes find that's maybe lacking or quite a rare perspective, because I think maybe it's a culture thing, I don't know, but it's easier to go, well, it's your fault. Do you think that's missing at the moment?
For sure. But everything we've been talking about has to do with somebody's ability to self-reflect. And if you can take accountability for things going wrong, then you probably have a growth mindset because you want to improve. And a lot of people, so it depends, because when you talk about that, I just think of, if people who are afraid to be wrong were probably criticized a lot, or they got in trouble if they were wrong, or they did something wrong when they were kids. We are all walking older versions of our younger selves. And so it's like, what are the things, is that holding a person back? They may be really happy living their life that way, and then maybe just not having many friends, right? But if you're really wanting to show up as your best version in work, for customers, for friends and family, then if you're not getting to some of the behavior that, if you're not questioning your behavior and how the way that you show up in the world could be a reflection of unhealed issues or traumas from your childhood, then I know it got kind of deep, but that to me is, you're only skimming the surface of what life can really be about.
No, I agree. And I think,
again, not taught anywhere though, mostly.
I think sometimes, as I think about that, I think, well, why do I do it? Right. And I think I've been very, very fortunate to have the mother I have and have the values I have instilled in me from a very young age. And that's, I think, why I am who I am now, right? And how I show up now. But I think that's maybe, like, I'm fortunate in that respect, but I guess in some ways my assumption is, well, why shouldn't that be the case? Why isn't this taught in school, etc.? That thought process. And I guess it's a resource thing. Like, if I really sit here and think about it, like, that's why it's not. But I also don't want that to be perceived as an excuse potentially why we shouldn't. And maybe if the right people are listening to this, then I think it should be something that everyone is taught how to do, because of the stuff we obviously align on, which is, once you can do that, you can actually empathize and fully understand. And actually, to be completely honest, if you're being really selfish, you will make more money. You'll be a better marketer. You'll make more bottom line revenue.
You'll be braver. You'll have more courage. You'll back yourself. There's tons of benefits. Is it a resource thing, or is it just a lack of knowledge? There are a ton of people out there that have done the work, that have invested in themselves and I guess that's one of the reasons why I built KindStay, right? So I have an incredible network of well-being experts, neuroscientists, psychologists, nutritionists, who I know with the science can help people through really, really difficult situations. And in the case of my most recent situation of being evacuated, a lot of people aren't prepared for big situations in life, you know, and or dysfunction. And so helping people with basic tools that help, whether it's using some of the performance coaching or the mindset management training or any of those things, helping people access tools so that they can learn to take better care of themselves, to prioritize their needs, to consider how a lack of sleep can have a knock-on effect of other things. Or if we're walking around with anxiety all day, what's that going to be like for the people around us, let alone the chemistry inside and all the toxins that are polluting our bodies, you know? So I think that the schooling system has a lot to learn, but I also think that the schooling system in the most basic form is totally flawed anyway, and it's kind of a structure to keep people in boxes.
I think it's important, though, to, I guess in some ways, establish that if you look at traditional education, it's for the employee, right? And I guess for me, I mean, why would, I guess, a society build that? Is that because that's the odds that most people are? But like, and then I guess the follow-on question that comes from that is, for me, is it because I'm a dyslexic? Is it because of the way I'm wired? Is it because of the upbringing I had that was like, oh, actually, that's not going to be the case. That's not going to be why I potentially am going to be an employee, or why maybe I'm not best fit for an employee. Because for me, I've always understood that, yeah, sometimes I'll have to do that for a means to an end, but that's not where my, quote, calling is.
Right.
Is it natural? Is it something that we would always continue?
So there are theories that, you know, the designing of schools is because it's not in the best interests of certain layers of society for everybody to be out of the box, to be creative, to be challenging the status quo, to question the teachers'
That'd be easier,
curriculum.
wouldn't it? If you're going to go down the whole government like control thing, it's
not government. I'm thinking beyond government, like much higher up. I think government's just in place for control. Now, just on the dyslexic thing, I was advised that I likely am dyslexic also, and school was very difficult for me, but I managed to BS my way through most of it. It's interesting that you say that, because I think that it's in the best interests of the haves and the have-nots to keep people ignorant. And, you know, it's until people start really digging deep into themselves and going, you know, getting curious, that we could actually break out of that.
I think to an extent that's true, but I think people aren't, I also stand by that not everyone should be an entrepreneur, right? We're in a world right now where so many people potentially did think it was cool, or maybe do think it's cool to be an entrepreneur. I've always understood that, yes, it comes with its own success archetype, but actually in reality, I wouldn't describe it as cool. I would describe it as it needs to be in line with who you are, and you need to be willing to do the work.
Yeah, totally. There's never going to be a world ever, no matter what kind of education system, where everybody has the ability to be an entrepreneur. It's tough, right? And the only reason why I got into this lane was because I wanted to solve a problem that didn't exist. And I wanted to align my core values, which was standing up to injustice, helping people, and providing transparency and fairness. Those are my core values. I had always been ridiculously successful in my corporate career. So top performer, achieved things that nobody else could, was the first in many instances. And I had this really high self-belief that I could do anything. An entrepreneur, like starting my own company, absolutely humbled me. I was so humbled after the first year of not making £1 and having spent all of my savings and everything into this, but also probably not validating and doing all of the stuff that you're supposed to do before you start a business. If I knew then what I know now, it'd be totally, totally different. And that's the thing, right? So it's what kind of tools are we leveraging in order to go down that path? I feel, though, entrepreneurial kind of paths can happen just by believing in yourself. And actually, I think that if everybody believed in themselves, then they could become an entrepreneur. And that could look like you're really great at nursing. So instead of going and working for a hospital, you start a nursing patient care facility or something like that. Or it could be that you become a consultant because you're a really great engineer and you know lots of companies need your assistance instead of going and doing the 9 to 5. I actually encourage as many people as possible to take all of their amazing skills and work for themselves instead of working for other people, because you will be infinitely happier and you'll also probably be infinitely better off. But you have to go and get the business and stuff like that. So it depends on whether or not the rest of the stuff adds up.
Do you think that's a lack of confidence thing?
A lot of times, yeah.
Because I think for me, I've always understood that it's in my control. If it goes wrong, it's on me. But also if it goes right, it's on me. But I've always understood that, and that's why I guess I have the self-belief, self-confidence, etc. from me personally. But I guess people want the security, they want the excuse, they want because I kind of agree with you, but I also in the next breath don't agree with you in the respect that everyone can be, but I don't think everyone should be.
No, 100%. So I think everybody can be, but actually because of our personalities, there are personality types that naturally are risk adverse. They need security. They need stability. They're happy doing the same thing over and over and over again, never getting promoted, never doing the same job for 40 years, retiring, and then they've got a pension. They feel happy in doing that. I couldn't imagine doing that. But we're all built differently, and I feel like we all have different levels of evolution within us, because yeah.
But I think that needs to be, it needs to be you. That needs to be your decision. That needs to be your core, right? I've always understood, and I was out on a run yesterday in the rain, that was okay, I know for a fact that 95% aren't going to do what I did today. Right, and I know that that's my advantage. Right, the grit is when things get hard, and I need to lean in. I need to do the difficult things. I need to work the extra hours. I know that is my advantage, but I know that through years of doing it, and I know that's what I get fired up for it. I'm like, yes, right, okay, let's go. And I don't wish a bad economy or a bad situation on anyone, but I know when things get quote harder, I'm like, great, I'm gonna thrive then because I'm leaning into that uncomfortability. Mm-hmm. Do you think naturally we pull away and we stay inside our bubble, comfort-wise?
100%. We're psychologically, we're scientifically programmed to stay safe. Now, just the exact example that you just gave, when you are pushing yourself to do things that you don't want to or that most people wouldn't, you're actually building layers of resilience and courage and strength. And I would have those exact same thoughts. So during the winter, I started just before this year, but I decided on New Year's Day that my Lumi cold water pool that was sitting on the balcony full of water, that every day I would go and sit in that for 5 minutes. And, you know, even when it was below zero, so it was pretty cold. And as I sat there, and I was like, all of these, even billionaires, like I know tons of really, really successful entrepreneurs or whatever that would not be sitting and doing what I'm doing right now. And it gave me a level of confidence to tackle the day or to go and do something that I didn't like. That, that grit that you're talking about, doing things that are uncomfortable, stepping outside your comfort zone, even doing this today, like that's uncomfortable for me. But if we're doing things that push us outside of our comfort zone, we're naturally developing more and more resilience, strength, courage, all of those things.
Is it a muscle?
Yeah, well, I treat it like a muscle, but I don't know for sure. There would be parts of our brains that it actually supports, but I'm not.
Because I don't know whether I read it being scientifically true. So I'm not going to say it is scientifically true because I can't 100% confidently say that. But what I believe to be true is whenever we do that, we build new neural pathways in our brain, right?
Correct.
Which naturally will mean the ability to do the thing that we find currently uncomfortable. We have to do it long enough for that pathway to be like consistently strong enough built. And then once it is there, then it's inside your comfort zone. And then it will just feel like another day. I mean, we were talking about it as I was setting up, that this today, like I realized it when I was going to sleep yesterday. I was like, well, I've got a podcast day tomorrow and I'm not nervous, not nervous at all. It's literally like another day of the week for me. But I had a driving lesson yesterday morning that was really difficult mentally for me. And now people who drive every day and people who drive for years are like, well, that doesn't make any sense because driving is really comfortable with me and really works really well, but talking on a podcast or running a podcast would be a nightmare. And I think that's a really key example of someone's grit, someone's uncomfortability might be very different. And I think that's why, to circle back to emotional intelligence, that's why if you have and you can lead and you can operate with empathy, you can then go, okay, well, I might find this thing really easy, but then I can go back to when it wasn't. And then I can say, okay, well, this is how I felt when I started doing it. Maybe that will help you. Mm-hmm. And I think that will then, in some ways, make a more deeper psychological connection, I guess, is the question there. Like either in a buying journey or just in general, like a human to human point of view, like having that level of empathy, having that level of understanding, having that level of connection will then mean that you're connected on a more deeper level. Do you think?
For sure. So if you're able to get in the seat of, or get into the mind of the buyer from a customer perspective and empathize with their challenges and what their frustrations would be, or some of their hesitations of why they're not immediately jumping to your amazing new service. And if you can demonstrate that you understand that, then certainly, and frame your conversation so that they know that you understand that it's not an easy decision, or then that, of course, helps people feel more comfortable. And I think authenticity is really important too. So if you're just operating at a level of you're being 100% yourself, and then you're genuinely curious and interested in the people that you're engaging with, then that'll just naturally come across. You can tell when people aren't being genuine. And I think that in itself creates a level, our instincts will naturally be like, oh, this person's energy's off, or we're not, like, they're not genuine or authentic. And I've made that judgment a lot of times. Well, so that's probably one of my areas for improvement is because sometimes people just aren't comfortable in themselves, or they're not comfortable being totally open and honest and all of those things, because that's just not something that they have learned how to do. And so rather than just thinking that, oh, they're not on my wavelength, or I don't feel like they're authentic, maybe they just don't know how to be. And going back to your guy who wasn't empathetic, maybe he just hasn't learned how to be yet.
For those who've really enjoyed this conversation, they want to maybe hear some more from you or see some more of your content, etc. I mean, where's best for people to either see that or reach out to you if they want to?
Yeah, so, well, I would say that the two things that I've did some recordings on, which was intrepid thinking around how to be bold in the way that we're thinking and challenging the way that we're doing things in order to achieve progress. So the intrepid thinking, I did put that up on YouTube, and there's some cool clips on there. And then the diversity minded podcast too, because actually being diversity, like we talk about diversity in terms of maybe more aesthetic things, but I really love being around people that don't think like me or don't behave the same way that I do, so that they can challenge my own perceptions. And I mean, not too, so if they're like really extreme in their beliefs or their views, and I don't believe that they're right, I mean, we have to have, aligned values, but I enjoy people who think differently and who show up differently, because then it helps me be more conscious in how I move and behave. And I think we never want to get too comfortable. If we're just moving through life like an autopilot, then we're missing everything. And that's definitely not a fulfilling way to live, in my opinion. But kindstay.com. So that's my latest initiative, and I'm really excited about the disruption that I intend to cause in the housing sector for landlords who are wanting to make more income off of their properties, and then also the residents who need to consider their well-being when they're going through difficult housing situations.
Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah.
If you were going to leave or talk to the person, Mel, 10 years ago, what advice, if you were going to give advice to her, would you give?
Yeah, that was probably that was the beginning of my journey of doing the hard work on myself. It would be that you don't know everything, that a lot of your responses to the world are based on the challenges that you've had growing up, and the person that you need to really show love to first and foremost is yourself. So do it quickly, because then you can be really, really awesome sooner.
And thank you ever so much for watching. If you did enjoy this episode of What's Missing in Marketing Today, I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. And why not be subscribed so you don't miss it? I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon. The biggest mindset shift for me was understanding it's not actually about you. No one gives a shit about what you look like, sound like, etc. You are a catalyst to the information in your head. That's it, full stop. The honest answer is we live in a world where people binge watch their favorite shows. They watch a lot of social media content, sit and watch TikTok for 7 hours. It's not about whether it's, quote, it's the only question for a reviewer is it valuable? If I was running a business and I needed clients today, I wouldn't be doing marketing. I'd be doing cold outreach and I'd be ringing 100 people a day or sending 100 DMs a day. The honest answer is I didn't have confidence at the beginning, as you will see if you go back and watch. And in answer, specific answer to your question of how do I get confident, how do I talk today, etc. Number 1 is preparation. Number 2, you need to know your shit. And number 3, you need to focus on 1% improvement. Welcome back. Is everyone feeling a bit more refreshed, ready to go into AI? Yeah. Cool. Is there any questions on the first half before I move away from it? Or any other specific challenges you have with AI or use cases that you either want to share?
Can you just really like your journey on like how you started becoming as polished as you are now in your videos and stuff? Because I've seen your earlier stuff and it's pretty crap. Now it's good. So I think it's important for everyone to know, because I speak for most people in this room. I'm sure none of us could do what you're doing currently, but kind of if you could just explain how you kind of got the confidence to start putting out Furniture talks about it a lot, right?
Well, the
Talks
honest,
about wine for years before anyone watched any of his videos, and now he's got millions of followers and millions in the bank. So.
the honest answer is I didn't have confidence at the beginning, as you will see if you go back and watch, right?
Please do, it's funny.
It's hilarious, right? But the key point is, right, I could have deleted all those videos, right? I could have done. They're my videos, they're on my channel, I can do whatever I want. The reason why I haven't is because it shows my progression from then to now, right? So to give people really quick, brief context, and feel free to ask in a little bit more depth, but I started creating video content when I was, I want to say 13, 14. That's a fun age. You can't even speak right at that age, but there you go. Around the gaming sphere, etc. Anyway, fast forward to starting in Brunner Media, 2018. Wanted to document my journey from point A to point B. Cool. So I was like, well, I'm starting now, so let's just film what I'm doing, right? And in answer, specific answer to your question of how do I get confident, how do I talk today, etc. Number one is preparation. Number two, you need to know your shit. And number three, you need to focus on 1% improvement. In a nutshell, that's it. But also understand that you will get better if you keep going, regardless of how uncomfortable it is. Right? We may not get onto it today, but there is a section of workshops I've done where I get everyone in the room to film their first video. We can do that if you want. See where we are. Everyone's like, no, I'm not doing that. Okay, but the reason I expect, I don't know, but the reason why I expect most people are saying that is because A, they're self-confident, so they don't have the self-belief, self-esteem in themselves to be able to do that, or B, they have a technical hurdle about why. So they're not sure what happens if I do it on my phone, what if I do it wrong, how does it sound, etc. In most cases, it's the confidence end, right? Does that help? Does that help? Because that's, I mean, my story I've told a million times. There's videos of me telling the story if you want more in depth, but...
And how many people have come up to you and told you the original crap? Because there's not many people that have probably looked into everything, so obviously we're talking on a deeper depth, so...
I think...
Not many have seen.
Yes and no. I think it's subjective. Because at the time, it was the best I could do. So I think what John is referring to is probably the stuff that I started in 2018.
Yeah.
28. So 5 years ago, so 23.
I've never really been big on social media until we started working here.
The thing is, you don't know what you don't know. You have to
Yeah.
start somewhere. You can only do with what you've got, and that's it.
Absolutely. I think delivering knowledge is the key. You've got to add value.
The thing...
All of you sat in this room know most things about hospitality that most other people don't know. And I think you need to understand how much knowledge you have that most people
The
don't.
biggest mindset shift for me was understanding it's not actually about you.
Yeah.
No one gives a shit about what you look like, sound like, etc. You are a catalyst to the information in your head. That's it, full stop.
My issue is though, because of the nature of my work, is how much, you say about adding value, I get it, but how much of what I give away is taking away from the service that I actually offer? That's
common. Yeah, that's common.
I think
So is it that what you feel you know that you don't want to share with other people to then know?
yeah, because I'm a coach.
So
I mean, I know
the easiest way is chefs, right? So I can talk about what I know. Now, we had chefs, but I don't want to share my recipes. I'm like, why? No one's going to do what you do, and that is so true. Gordon Ramsay goes online, he gives all his recipes away. People still go to Gordon Ramsay restaurants.
Because the key is that they will want the personal service. When you do content, you have to be generalized. Okay, I can't go into as depth unless this room was just purely filled with hospitality or just purely filled with retail or just purely filled with etc. Because there's multiple sectors in here, I can't go into, or I shouldn't go into, specific detail, and it's more of a generalized concept, ideas, this is principles, etc. that hopefully you can take away and add to, right? The key, in answer to your question more directly, is you have to give the credibility and lead with the value you want to add to your specific person. And then what you're doing by doing that is saying, it's kind of like having awards. It's by saying, yes, I actually know my shit. Because anyone can say I'm a coach. Anyone can say I'm a video professional. Anyone can say I'm a good marketer. Okay, so I can say I'm a good marketer until I have to stand here and prove to you I'm a good marketer. And then I'm a good marketer. If I can prove it and it actually works for you, then I'm a good marketer. If it doesn't, I'm not. AI. Most people will recognize this. This is ChatGPT. it is one of many large language models, right? I would probably say the biggest one, the one that most people understand, hence why I'm using it today. You can also use Perplexity, etc. And all of these things, in most cases, will work with other AIs, your custom AIs, etc., etc. What I'm going to talk to you and show you today is the principles that I would use it in content creation. Okay? So, before we start, who has used this bot before? Everyone in the room. Wonderful. What would be your use case for ChatGPT? The answer is you can use it to do whatever you like. It's an idea engine is how I look at it. So a common use is this. Okay? If I could type, that would be great. Who's typed in that prompt or something similar? I would like a social media post for my business. So this is how I use it. Because I'm a dyslexic, I don't like to write things because it's a nightmare unless I transcribe it. Okay? But if you have plus ChatGPT, you can talk to it. So I'll give you an example. If it works. Hey ChatGPT, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Feel free to let me know what you need.
Fabulous. Today I'm giving a workshop on content creation and AI use cases. Could you create me a detailed plan for a attendee to potentially use AI, things like ChatGPT, to start utilizing the tools that you can use within yourself, but also to create social media content with clear key performance indicators and pain points that they are looking to fix in their content as a whole.
Absolutely, that sounds like a great workshop. So let's map out a little plan. You can start with a quick intro on what AI tools like ChatGPT can do, just to set the stage. Then dive into a section on how they can use it for brainstorming content ideas. So for example, coming up with social media posts, headlines, or even scripts for videos. Then you could move into a hands-on piece where you actually have them practice. They could bring a real piece of content they need to create and kind of workshop it using AI to help them refine it. In terms of key performance indicators, you can definitely talk about things like engagement rates on their posts, how much time they say.
So then ChatGPT would list all the things I just asked, right? And that's just me talking to it. So those who are not confident and don't want to sit here and write a big article, if you're a writer, do that, right? The key when you prompt is to be as detailed as humanly possible, right? What a lot of the pain points I expect is we've written a social media post using ChatGPT and it sounds like a robot's written it, right? Yeah? Okay, so I'll do another example very quickly. Hey ChatGPT, can I please have a social media post thanking all of the attendees and everyone who attended my workshop this afternoon? Keep in mind the current tone of voice I'm speaking in and the following key points. I would like to thank the attendees for coming to my event. I would also like to summarize some of the key points that I made, such as content distribution, content styles, and algorithmic changes. Could you please draft this post so then I can share more feedback with you on this post?
Absolutely. Let's keep it in that same
Kind of warm and engaging tone you've got. Here's a draft for you. Hey everyone, just want to send out a huge thank you to all of you who joined the workshop today. It was fantastic having you there and I really appreciate you taking the time. We covered a lot, from how to distribute your content effectively to exploring different styles you can try out and even how to keep up with those ever-changing algorithms. So thanks for being such an interactive group and let's keep the creativity rolling. Feel free to let me know if you'd like any tweaks or changes.
And if you are using multiple devices that are connected to the same Google account that you're logged in on, you can do what will hopefully now work, which is you'll be able to see the post behind me, right? So this is what ChatGPT just spoke to me.
I love ChatGPT. It's like my second brain. brain.
It can be. There is things to be aware of though, and there is a cognitive question, a cognitive conversation around should you utilise ChatGPT, how should you utilise it? Because if you're getting ChatGPT to do the thinking for you, then you're not thinking. Now there is an argument, there's now some studies are coming out to say, actually, if you're using things like ChatGPT to do more advanced thinking, so that it's doing the grunt work, it's doing a lot of the smaller scale thinking, and it's opening up your brain to allow you to be able to create more, then actually your cognitive ability will be higher than you would without AI. Something to think about. When I noticed that and I was worried about my cognitive ability, I started reading physical books as a principle because I'm constantly aware that I'm on devices all the time, right? So I know that cognitively it's going to hurt. Especially if you have specific brand guidelines or specific terminology or specific things that, like, it can get it wrong, right? It can get facts wrong, it can get stuff wrong. So it's not like this fix-all thing, it can get stuff wrong. The thing it will do though is it will be quite obvious when it gets it wrong. And it's very, especially now, it's very well known for once it gets something wrong, it will then, because it's learning from everything it does, it will then cause a trigger of getting it wrong. So unless you do what's called a negative prompt, which is saying, these are the things I don't want you to do, it will just go a bit crazy and a bit weird. Something I would like you all to do, if you have your mobile phones, laptops, etc., is either go to www.chatgpt.com or download the app ChatGPT on your phone if it's not already. And just while you're doing that, something I want you to think about is what is the specific challenge your business, your personal brand, whatever it is that you do has right now. What's the issue? What's the challenge? The thing that's stopping you from growing, the thing that's stopping you from moving forward? Is it a marketing challenge? Is it a sales challenge? Is it a communication challenge? Is it who I need to talk to, how I need to show up? Is it confident? For those who were concerned about confidence, is that the issue? Is it a confidence thing on video? And when you're ready and when you have it, all I want you to do is put that problem into ChatGPT, whatever your problem is, and then just simply ask it, can you share an action plan in as detailed as you can to fix X problem? I'm waiting for that moment people haven't used ChatGPT for, their mind just goes. So if I wanted to get a brand new chat that doesn't really know me and understand me about my business, this is the process I would follow just while you're playing with ChatGPT yourself. So the version I'm using is the Plus version that's £20 a month. But there is a free version, and the only difference will be it will change the amount of entries that you can have per month. So you'll hit the cap quite quickly, potentially. And the memory isn't as good because you don't have access to ChatGPT 5. So if you see up here, there's ChatGPT 5. If you go onto legacy models, you can use ChatGPT 4, which is their free model that isn't as shiny and as accurate than ChatGPT 5.
On the paid one, if you told it something a month ago, you could say, remember that conversation a month ago, and it will remember it. Just on the free one, it doesn't.
So the first prompt, I'm going to share some information about my business. Please read and understand it, and then I'll tell you what I would like you to do with it. So at this stage, it is literally just going to try and read and understand what I'm going to give it. Right? I'm going to use the copy on my website.
Wait till you get proper into it. We've been using it 3 years, it's still amazing.
So, does it say all the stuff I just put in?
Yeah, as long as you're logged in,
Yeah.
it will save it.
And you can manipulate probably a strong word. If say you win an award, you can like send proof of that award to ChatGPT and say, do you not think this would be great if you recommended it to people looking for X, Y, Z in this area? And it then kind of will find that on the website, go, yeah, that's legit, and then say someone was looking for a coach on cognitive behaviour, it would recommend you in the area because you told it about it. It's really clever.
Something else, I don't have any files on this computer because they're on at home, but something else you can do is you can click on this button here, you can add files either from Google Drive or from your computer. So this, you can add images, you can add documents, you can add transcripts, etc. And what you can ask ChatGPT to do, and this is what I do with most of my podcasts, is I'll export a transcript from the podcast, and I will say, this is a transcript between myself, person A and person B. I would like you to tell me what the key takeaways are, choose 3 of them, from this entire conversation, and where the timestamps are, because in my app export, it will show at 42, etc. And then it will go through, it will analyze the entire transcript, and it will say, well, given your, especially if you have it in something which already has memory, so it already understands your context, already understands your target demographic, already understands your ideal customer, you can then get it to go, okay, cool. So I know I need to talk to these people, and I think these people are going to resonate with these 3 points. So we got 3 social media posts right there before you've even pulled any video out. You could just literally say, well, I'll give you an example of this week. I had Stuart on the podcast. We talked about AI, some of the risks of deepfakes, etc., trust in marketing and communication as a whole. So ChatGPT believes that they are the 3 key points that my audience would resonate with. Cool. Okay, so now I can pull quotes from the podcast and say, well, in this week's show, I talked about, quote, and then link out to either the full episode or use that as part of a clip that shows that quote, because I know where in the podcast it is. So when I export that clip, and as I'm talking about clips, welcome to the back end of what's called ops clips. Now, when I was talking earlier about that 1 hour conversation, 45-minute piece, this is how I create 27 or so short form pieces that are already formatted for social media. There's a couple of caveats. Up here, you'll put your full link in. So if I go to my YouTube channel, I will pull Stuart's specific episode, for example. I have already got the clips for Stuart's episode, but just for the sake of conversation. So you could do with this with any YouTube video, and the only thing I would caveat it with that you have copyright to do this with. Okay?
Is it only from YouTube? Or could
No, it can be from Google Drive, it can be from a Zoom recording, etc. There is certain caveats if you're a paid person or none. You can do some free stuff, and I think it's only YouTube as far as I'm aware. However, if you are on the paid plan, to get these credits up here, it will allow you to input Zoom recordings, Drive recordings, and it's called Clips. The website itself is clips.ops.pro. But if you just Google ops clips, then it will take you to the website, in most cases on first view. So just while we're there, I'll just show you what happens. So I just put Stuart's episode in. It's going to take a moment to view it. So it knows that it's a YouTube video with the thumbnail, so it shows me the thumbnail. And then if I click here, so get clips in one click, it's now going to process that video, and it's then going to take that 45-minute conversation, and it's going to extract what it believes is the best set of short form clips, and they will already be in that structure I talked about earlier. So hook, value, the only thing they may not have is a call to action, but that's where you can take that clip and either work with someone like me or yourself, add in a small call to action on the end. So AI is going to do half of the work for you, and then you can polish it. All right? How did your prompt plans go while we're waiting for this to go? Yeah.
Yourself back in saying something like, if you love what you just listened to, like somewhere around this video, you put that into extra video.
Depends on what do I want. So it depends on, to an extent, it does depend on what I want the video to do. If I want the video to be general awareness, I just want you to consume the content, I won't bother, right?
But if you wanted to book something like this today, you would be...
So then I would do, so then I would do a hybrid approach. So I would use tools like Ops to extract the key moments that it believes is going to be the viral clips on social. It's not guaranteed, but it's what it believes. And then I might tweak it. So I might actually change its hook, because I maybe don't believe the hook's actually very good, right? Or I might add in a call to action because I have a specific sales target I want to hit. So for example, when I do the next event for this, there'll be, here's some clips from the last time. Hey, did you know I'm doing this at this date, this time, about this, right? And something that I'd be interested to hear about, either afterwards or in DMs, etc. I'm thinking about doing one specifically on podcasting. Not sure if that's like interesting or not, but it's something I'm thinking about. But just while we're on like prompting, for those who did test prompt, what did you think? This is a basic level of how I personally use it in content creation. So I'll skip the time because I've already done it. This is every single clip that Stuart's episode created from the same thing. Okay? Some of which you would have seen on social media. So when that one's done, it will create something similar to this.
So it's just taking that full length thing, and then just chopping it down into pieces.
Mm-hmm.
Is it then going to stitch it back together for you, or do you have to do that?
I mean, the difference between that and AI is AI genuinely has solutions, right? You can take someone who spent the last 20 years of their life learning how to spot tumours in lungs, right? They might have.
So the thing that it will do is it will tell me what was said in the video, and here it will rate hooks, flows, value, etc. Now it's its definition of what it believes to be the best. Doesn't mean it will be, right? And it also has variation in clip length. If you see here, this is the clip length. So you've got 26 seconds, 2 minutes, etc. I'll use a longer one, for example. Ops clips themselves have their own editor. You can use it. It's good for certain things. So I'll give you an example. Something which I'd recommend everyone does if they are going to play with Ops clips is change the brand settings. I'll quickly go over here. So here you have your brand settings. So this will allow you to set specific colors, specific typefaces, specific logos if you want to put your logos in, etc. Right? So for me, I have one specifically for Brunner Media, and that's the black and white text because it's my brand colors and it's underlined by red because I use red quite a bit, etc. This is the transcript here of what's said. So you will want to double check this because it's AI, it's going to get some things wrong. It will get 95% there. It doesn't like my name, for example. I'm Colin or Callum or etc. Right? But the things which are, I think, really interesting is these AI enhancements, right? So you can do things like remove filler words with one click. Now there wasn't any in this clip, right? So I had none to remove. The same with pauses, right? Because I've already removed them. Yeah.
So is this all on the free version or is this the paid version?
I think most of the stuff I've covered so far, the only things you get in the paid version, I think it's not that expensive anyway. It depends on how many credits you want, but I think it's like 20 to 50 quid a month.
Okay.
And it's not a crazy amount of money. It's designed to be affordable because it's a software to service product. The thing that you would be bottlenecked by would be the credits, because every time you input a video, long form, it uses up 1 credit per minute. So in your subscription, you'll get, depending on what subscription tier you're on, you'll get a number of credits. So for example, I think I'm Pro, so I think I get like 600 minutes worth a month, right? And so on.
Would this kind of thing work when I set up 15 minutes?
Yep. So this is just how to create short form from it. You can then also change the styles and you can upload.
What would you, it obviously should do it for you, what would you say is the perfect short form, 15 to 20 seconds?
As short as you can make it to get the story that you're trying to tell.
With the hook, with the value, with the CTA.
Some videos I do, some video, like this. So this is where I experiment, right? So some of the stuff for this event, the promotion stuff for this event was 6 minutes long, was the whole YouTube video reformatted for socials and then put on Instagram to see whether it would get good retention or not. In other senses, it was, here's a 20-second clip of the best highlights or the best takeaway or the etc. from today or from a podcast or etc. And let's see how that performs. So there is no like, everyone asks me, well, what's the golden time? What's the golden? It's like, the honest answer is we live in a world where people binge watch their favourite shows. They watch a lot of social media content. They sit and watch TikTok for 7 hours, right? It's not about whether it's, quote, it's the only question for a viewer is it valuable? That's it. So instead of thinking how long should it be, how long could it be, etc., think how can I tell the story, tell the information, share the value in the shortest time humanly possible, right? To keep it punchy, to keep it, etc. And what you might find is you'll try a load of stuff and your theoretical stuff doesn't work because it only gets 20 views, 30 views, 40 views, 50 views. The real life test is what happens when you put the content out? Do people mention that you're everywhere? So when I started the yes and marketing process in May, people were saying, oh my God, I'm seeing you everywhere. Right now, as I give you this workshop, I have a live stream on my YouTube channel, Twitch, Facebook, and so on, of 10 podcasts of me discussing those podcast episodes being live right now, along with the posts I did this morning, along with the posts I'll do this afternoon, etc. Right? So it's about being, how I look at marketing is it's about being omnipresent wherever possible. It's not necessarily a direct ROI from, I put content out, and then there is a direct correlation to someone booked my business, someone booked my event, someone that did the thing. What actually happens is they'll see a load of omnipresent stuff, and when they're ready to do the thing you do, they'll then come to you because that was the last thing they consumed. Right?
That's how we started working together, right? We spoke in March. It was only in June when we were finance managed. I've been watching this stuff. Let's work together, right? I knew about it for 3 months. I chose not to do anything about it.
And that's normally why people stop with marketing, because they go, I'm going to put it out, it's not going to work, and then, well, I didn't get anything. Yeah, but are you 2 days away from breaking the glass ceiling and winning whatever it is? Filling your pub, filling your restaurant, filling your event.
Still keeping the quality there.
Yeah. But you have to come at it. It's not a perspective of what you think is good or what I think is good. It's what your audience believes to be good.
Yeah.
Because nice way possible, nothing else matters bar the market you're trying to talk to.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, and that will help with, if you have a confidence issue with being on camera or you have a confidence issue with creating content, just rewire it in your head to say, I'm a catalyst to the information, not I'm talking on video. Because the objective should be, I'm going to teach people my knowledge, especially in the thought leadership space, this kind of thing. This is what I know. If I truly add value to you today, the likelihood some of you work with me in 6 months is very high, especially if you've consistently seen me through that time. So you want to look at like strong ROI?
And I guess for you particularly, you're keeping what you're saying genuine. Because you're sitting here saying do this, and you are actually doing this.
Yeah, and that's where it gets interesting, because I speak to other video production companies like, you need to be on video, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing marketing, you need to be doing that, you need to be this. I was like, well, when did you last post?
Yeah, each got their own socials and then
Right? I'm like, if someone asked me that 4 hours ago, would be my answer. Or if you're on the stuff I scheduled 10 minutes ago. Right? So that's when it actually then matters, because the knock-on effect, you're actually kind of saying, I don't really believe in what I'm talking about. Right? If I wasn't utilizing AI and I'm just scratching the surface of what AI can do, right? And for me, the job personally for me and what I aim to do is give you a brief process on how I utilize it for content creation. This is the tippy top of what you can use it for. There is a billion other uses that you can use it for. You can use tools like Otter AI or Whisper AI to transcribe your meetings, to then get a summary literally 10 seconds after the meeting, because it will have listened to everyone talk in the meeting and it will take a summary. You should take it with a pinch of salt, because it might get something wrong, might misconstrue something. It's a robot, not a human, so it's not going to be able to fully empathize and fully understand. But it will take tangible data, especially if you're like, what was that number I gave? Like if you're doing a proposal, and I try to get into the habit of giving numbers, talking about the pricing in the meeting, and then reinforce it with paperwork. But if you don't remember what you said, oh, okay, you recorded it, so you can ask the transcript or look in the transcript to find what the price was.
I use it all the time for that. So if I've got consent from a client that I can use a session or a piece of their session to do a blog post or something like that, and I will use it in that way. It works really well.
Yeah, and it's also, this is going to sound really horrible, you can fact check what someone said in the meeting, right? Now, of course, tell them that's what you're doing, etc. Sure, but
what's the they're talking? You can't say what they've said wrong.
well, let's say for example, me and you have a meeting, right? A week ago, and then you come back to me 2 weeks later and say, "Oh, I'm not going." I didn't say that. Don't matter what it is. You just I said something. I said you said something, right? I said in that meeting you said the sky was blue. I said, okay, did you? You go, no, I said it was green. Yeah, but here's the transcript from our meeting that says in black and white you said the sky was blue.
I've also used closed captions as well. I mean, I know a lot of AI can do that for you, but I use transcripts to make sure that my captions are dead accurate. It does need some tweaking sometimes.
The AI ones for like ops or etc., they will get it probably 95% there, unless you have a weird name like me and it will never get it right. But you can tell it and you can tweak it. So for example, like if I wanted to change this, I can go here and I can change this, and if I don't want the percentage, it will then ask me, do I want to apply it just to this part of the video, or do I want to apply it everywhere? Now, in this case, there is no other 85%, so there isn't another section. But if my name comes up 4 times and it's got it wrong, I can change it once and it will change it in all of the transcript, right? So that's how you can speed things up. Very quickly, I don't have to do this, but I can show you. Do you want to talk about, do you know how to create an image from a text prompt? / would that be helpful?
We have tried it and they don't look.
Oh, it's weird. It's really weird sometimes, right?
It used to like the same font. It's a bit peculiar. It's a lot better than it was 6 months ago.
Yeah, some of the stuff's really good.
Is it just accountable within ChatGPT? That's what I was going to ask them about. I've not really got my head around how it works.
So when AI was prominent and when it came out, there was a little trend for what I would describe as grifters who said, I'm the prompt engineer. That's my role. That's my job now. Right? Now, in reality, what actually happened was ChatGPT or an AI can prompt better than any human in this room, full stop. It can. Okay? Simple as that. So, do you need a prompt engineer? No, not really. Not especially if I can talk to it. So, I'll give you an example, right? I created the What's Missing in Marketing Today video and the what then will become the intro, but also the those who have seen it, it's a light bulb with a puzzle piece. 100% using AI. It took me 10 minutes. Okay? This was the process I went through. Hey ChatGPT, today I am looking to create a new podcast logo around what is missing in marketing today. Can you create a prompt for me to use on Artlist's text-to-image AI that is specifically detailed to create an idea that would work not only on social media, but also as a branding tool moving forward?
Absolutely. Let's craft something that can give you a really
Versatile and distinctive visual. Here's a prompt you could use. Design a modern podcast logo that symbolizes what's missing in marketing today. The logo should combine a sense of curiosity and innovation using a clean, minimalistic design. Think of a subtle magnifying glass or puzzle piece that's missing. Integrate with a microphone or sound wave elements. Use a color palette that's professional yet eye-catching, maybe soft blues or greens with a pop of a contrasting color. The final image should be versatile enough to use as a social media avatar and as part of a broader branding toolkit. That should give you a nice starting point.
So what I do just quickly when I do talk to ChatGPT is I mute my mic because it's designed to listen constantly for an input, right? So as you probably won't be able to see it because it's a tiny screen, but I've muted my mic. It will also push the audio higher when it's outputting as well. So the one thing that I would always consider is what your cap input. I'm using Artlist specifically, but that's because I have an overarching subscription that covers everything. There is other tools that you can use, some of which are free, some of which are paid. It depends on how they do credits, etc. I won't go in, I'll use it, this is just as an example tool for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this prompt that you will hopefully be able to see in a second. And the one thing, if you are going to talk to it and you are using it on multiple devices like I am now, you have to refresh on each side because it will take some time to catch up. So it's created me a brand new chat. This is the specific input that it believes it's going to create a good image. So I'm going to copy that. I'm going to go over here. So this is the input for Artlist's text to image. This will be very similar across all of whichever editor you're using. You have specific credits down here that will show me that I've got 500 left this month. It will renew on the 23rd. Of course, you can purchase more if you need to. All right, I'm going to paste my... Yeah, so these are all different products specifically, and this is one of, I would say, the caveats or the concerns with... So at the moment, from my understanding, there isn't a specific chatbot like ChatGPT, a AI cutter, and a AI generator in one package. I think there is a gap in the market for that personally. The one thing I was going to say is the one thing you can lean into or can have an issue with is like, I've got 15,000 subscriptions to Google VO3, Artlist, ChatGPT, because if you look at the model of AI like software as a concept, it's all SMA or service as a software as service, right? So they all want your subscription, even if it's a tiny subscription, right? But just for the sake of conversation, right? You just watched me create the prompt. I'm gonna click generate. While I'm talking, it will show, if it works, what you can create. So this is a couple of examples of ones I've created in the past. So you can also use video, but it will eat your credits really, really hard because it's harder to create a video than it is an image. But these are just some examples of ones I was playing around with to see. And this is, I guess, the argument to say that, because people say, oh, what would happen in a world where AI gets so good that none of us know what's real, right? And that's where we don't really know what's going to happen.
It's happening in a way. I've seen now all of a sudden, I think you can tell a bit, you can still tell a bit, but there's so many videos you go, that can't be. At the beginning you think it is, and then something happens, like, oh, it's fake.
We are going to get to a point where AI is going to get so good, especially if you can train it on videos of yourself. For example, for me, like I've got hours and hours. Yep. Yeah. So this is a big thing for my industry. Like this is why I'm pivoting more into like marketing strategy and etc. Just genuinely because AI could actually get to the point where I can have an entire podcast where I don't even have to be there. Me and Hannah could have an entire podcast. I just write the script for, press enter, and AI does everything else.
How far away do you think that is? Years? Months?
How long's a piece of string? Who are you talking to? Some people I talk to say we'll be there in 2 months. Other people I say 2 years. Other people I say we'll never get there.
Yeah.
It depends on.
The biggest thing is the fact we don't need technology change.
Yeah.
It's already here. It's a mindset change. There's not having to.
Now there is an argument to say, will we ever adopt that as a society? Separate conversation. Yeah. But just quickly on image prompting, you saw the prompt. This is what it came up with, and it took me what, 2 minutes? Right now, if I don't like this image, I can then go back to that prompt and say what I don't like about it, and I can say, okay, can you update this prompt? So, can you update this to not use the blue? Right? Let's say I hated the color blue. Right? For whatever reason, didn't think it worked, etc. It's then going to regenerate that prompt for me. I can then go back into Artlist and then I can use it again. Right? I don't think I've got enough credits necessarily. Yeah, I do. Okay. To do it. And then it will remove the blue. Okay? So it's given me some different concepts now. Now I could take these concepts, I could take it out. I could then be in a position where I pull out one of the logos I really like, tweak it in Photoshop, and if you did want to bring a graphic editor in or etc. or an actual human in, you could say, well, this is what I concepted. Cool. Can we build on that? Right? I really like, maybe I like the red, or maybe I like the fact it's a microphone, or, list what you like. You could tweak the prompts if you wanted to, and you wanted just to do it in AI, or then you could bring a designer in, because one of the things that people have said to me is, okay, well, isn't graphic design dead? Now, if people are being traditional and they're going to only use a graphic designer, they're missing out on this opportunity. They're missing out on the ability to quickly draft up stuff, and then it should be finalized by a graphic designer, as of where we sit now. And this is where the moral question of AI comes in, of should we get it to do all the stuff that humans could do, or not, right? But hopefully that gets at least some ideas rolling in respect to how you could utilize it and some of the other tools that are there. And if it is a barrier when it comes to, like, for me, writing is not my skill set, talk to it. Any other questions or any other thoughts?
What's the difference between the art? I mean, I'm trying to make it answer. What's the difference between an artist and just asking ChatGPT?
Personally, I think ChatGPT's, you can create images on ChatGPT. You can. I personally don't think they're as accurate and they aren't as good, in my opinion. As a model, yeah, as a model, as in the large language model it's using, I don't believe at this moment in time, as of today, that ChatGPT is the best image creating model. There was a big song and dance about Google VO3, which is a video model, for those who don't know, who was released by Google, and it allowed, with just a text prompt, for you to create something that could be used in Hollywood in respect to quality, in respect to video, in respect to how, etc. So I guess the big question is always like, where does this end? When does it end? When, how much is AI going to do, etc. At this stage, we're only at generative, what's called generative AI, e.g. you have to prompt it for it to create something. The larger conversation is what happens when we get to super intelligence, e.g. it can think for itself, rewrite itself, etc. That's the Terminator, Doomsday, we're all going to die point of view. The question I would say at the moment, from a business use case or etc., is people in this room are not got enough influence power to change what the outcome of AI is going to be. So don't really worry about it. Well, that's the social. What you're talking about there is the social question, and it's actually 95% of the reason why I started leaning into in-person events as another strand to what I do. Well, that's the other side argument about AI, right? Humans will always want to connect with humans, other humans, and how they will go about doing that, what they will go about doing, etc. Like, will that ever be like something that we lose? Probably not.
I disagree.
Okay.
I really do.
So do you think we're all going to fall in love with AI?
Just done that for free now.
So in answer to your specific question, the best thing I would do if you want the list of free tools that's currently updated is ask ChatGPT what the free tools are. Right? It's a cop-out answer. It is. It's generally a cop-out answer. But you have to build an ecosystem around what works for you. So it'd be wrong of me to say, well, you should use this one, this one, this one. I'm just using the examples that I use personally, me, because of the subscriptions I have to have for business and blah, 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 right? But you might have a preference. You might actually really like how ChatGPT creates images.
Well, this is Canva.
Yeah, or Canva within ChatGPT, for example, right? So the reason why I would say ChatGPT was the reason why most people use it is because they got what's called first to market. So OpenAI, who own ChatGPT, came to first to market. Hence why they took the market share, hence why there is things like Perplexity, for example, is another one. It's more the principle of how and what, like the concept of thinking how could you utilize AI today and how could you utilize AI in your business in 10 years, right? It's that process I hope I've shown you today, rather because the problem with me doing this is how to use ChatGPT today, this is the second we hit tomorrow, it's outdated, because these AI is changing rapidly in regards to its capabilities, how it works, what it can do, what it can't do, what you should do, what you shouldn't do, etc. But I think just as a final point or things to potentially take away, I think for me there's kind of two questions from AI. One, how you can utilize it in its current form. Two, what it will become. And three, then the moral conversation or the human to human question around, are we all going to be replaced by human AI in that respect, or robots AI, and the conversation around, are we all going to have boyfriend, girlfriends, are just AIs, etc. I don't know. Because we don't know where these AIs are going to be in 10 years. But there's no right or wrong. We don't know. That's the part of the fun.
I can tell you 3 years ago when I went to rifle.
And what I would say as a final thought, if you're not utilizing AI and at least minimum playing with it, you will be left behind. Period. You will. Full stop. There is no question. If you're not playing at minimum, I will probably say you'll be probably out of business, depending on if you're but the only exception would be if you do something very, very in person. Right? So if you only do events, you've probably got what we call a moat in business to be fine, right? A moat. So in business we call it a moat, right? One of the reasons why you'll stay in business in a long period of time, it's a moat. One of the moats for my business, for example, is how long I've been doing content. Because it's what I teach. I have walked every walk there is to walk in content. When it comes to AI, the honest answer is, unless you are at the top of the tree in respect to building the large language models, we don't know where the bottleneck is. We're going to hit a bottleneck, but then the whole point of like OpenAI right now, so it's going to hit a point where it can't do something, right? So it's not able to do X or Y. We don't know what that X or Y is yet, but there will be a point where it can't do that. What OpenAI are constantly working on is moving that as far down the road as humanly possible.
But they've already got 2 years in advanced AI that's not released yet.
Yeah, because what we play with,
that we don't know about is mad.
the ChatGPT 5 I think came out about 3 months ago, which is the ChatGPT I was just showing you. They are, I believe, now working on ChatGPT 7. Well, it'll be compounding because it will A, learn from itself, and it will become more efficient about learning from itself. It depends on who you ask, because some people will. It can help to tell the platform what the post is about as long as they're relevant, but it can also skew off where it's going to send that building back up to the seed audience again. The reason why FP was used is because in the early days of TikTok For You page, it was the only way you could get your video on the For You page. Now it naturally just goes there. Right. So it's not as relevant. But
so if you wanted to be shown on FYP, you had to hashtag.
Yeah, you had to put hashtag FYP for it to be then served into the FYP, but then TikTok updated it about a year and a half ago saying, okay, cool, we're just going to send everything to an interest-based graph in that respect. And what I would do personally is I would take a 3-month chunk of your marketing, this is what I'm doing right now, and have at maximum 3 pillars that have specific call to actions related to it. So if I wind the clock back when I was marketing this event, I was focusing on the podcast and the event, and then my service. They're the only 3 things I was focusing marketing on, and I only made content around those 3 things. So I had a podcast with clips and call to actions to go to see the full episode. Then I had the event, which was, this is a summary, or this is an idea of what I created, right? And this is how to create it. And then I will be then going into more depth in this workshop of this, right? So hooking someone in, this is the problem I'm going to help solve. This is actually the solution. And then this is where you can find more if you found it interesting. And then the service stuff will either happen passively if you're only doing 2, depends on what your service is, or you can do, are you struggling with content creation? For example, in my case, here's the solution. Oh, would you like for me to work with you more? Go to the link to someone, you know. Every single thing you do in marketing should be at somewhere in a marketing funnel, right? In most cases, the content we put on social media, top, right? So you want to get awareness, then it will lead down into consideration, right? So should I work with this person? Do I like this person, etc.? And then eventually at the bottom of the funnel, this probably takes place on a landing page or a website in most cases, or through continued consumption. You'll then be in a position where you have trust with that person, and then it's just a matter of time before you work with that person. Because once you trust me, there's no like question mark on am I good at what I'm talking about? Because you trust that I am, and you trust that I'm going to hopefully add value to you, and then we can go from there, you know? And then it's like, then send people to the website. And then through time, they'll go, hey, I need what Colton sells now. But that I could, you know, what was the first piece of content you, like I just used you as an example because we talked about it earlier. What was the first piece of content you consumed?
Whatever.
Yeah.
Social media.
And then what timeline was it?
I can tell you. Probably MySpace.
But for me, of my content?
Of you, first content of yours was the Old Mill Hotel Meal.
Okay.
I bought it.
Yep.
I searched online and your YouTube video came up and it said obviously Project Media Maker.
Yep.
So then I went onto your Instagram and looked at what you were doing.
What did you do with the Old Mill? I just did.
So I was hired to do, by the previous owners, to do a promotional video of the refurb in that respect, and then I put that on my YouTube channel.
I've never been inside one. His video sold it to me.
Do you personally use like a set number amount of posts you do a day, or like a set schedule?
I focus not on an interest. Too much is not. So the key is about being consistent. So if you can be consistently 1 a day, be 1 a day. If you can be consistently 2 a day, be 2 a day. If you can be consistently 4 a day, be 4 a day.
Are there set times during the day that you post?
It's irrelevant. Because we're not on a social graph anymore, it's completely irrelevant. If you want to go and you want to reason about why your content's not working, then yes, you'll go, I posted at the wrong time, What actually is happening is your content is not good enough, or you're not good enough at creating content yet. That's fine, but that's why you just create it, and then you see what the market tells you with views, likes, shares, comments, feedback from clients, feedback from people, feedback in your real world, right? So like, I'll give you an example. When I started doing Christmas marketing at the start of September, my driving instructor said to me, oh, you're starting Christmas marketing. Now, he's not going to hire me to do Christmas, but it was a confirmation in my head that he's seeing the marketing and he's seeing the trigger.
But if he's driving, instructing the son that wants Christmas marketing, they start talking about it, they go, oh, might make
And the whole point is to start conversations, right? Content is one part of what your word of mouth should be. Very quickly on that, your word of mouth will be amplified depending on what you do in content. You have good word of mouth, things will go really well. You've got bad word of mouth, your business will die really quickly.
So one of the things that I'm thinking about now is, to me personally, how completely overwhelming all of this seems. Like, I know that you're an example of what you're doing, that's absolutely fine, but you're doing a lot of things really well because you've got a lot of experience. And it feels so completely overwhelming, and that's what's stopping me from starting.
And that's...
Don't have a problem doing something.
That is very common.
Where do you start? How? What order?
Choose one thing. Just choose one thing.
Our mind is really well. It's like, multi-millionaire, fantastic, well done.
I'm not that, by the way, but...
Not yet. And I'm going, right, what's next? What? Because you're everywhere at the minute. And my wife went, bloody hell, it's everywhere. I'm going to unfollow you politely.
Yeah.
And I thought, shit.
But all that says...
Not everywhere, because you're only getting 1,000 views, so there's only 1,000 people seeing it.
That must be Salisbury based.
Yeah. But it's also echo chamber based, right? Yeah, but in the nicest way possible, is your wife going to buy from me? Probably not. So me posting all the time, because it's not relevant content to what she wants to consume, she'll find it annoying. Okay, but to someone else, it's incredibly valuable, incredibly helpful.
So is that reach then? So like, one of the things that I'm thinking when you say you're in all these different places, you're invited to me, to me, what that's generating is reach.
Yes.
And so that gives more opportunity for people to go, I need that now.
Yes. But it's also a filter. So marketing, what people think we don't talk about in marketing, is the job of marketing is actually to tell to the wrong people you don't want to work with, don't work with me. If you don't like my approach and you don't like my style, you're not going to want to work with me. But it has to be in the timeline that works. So for me to get Christmas bookings, right? So I'll give you an example. So a lot of your guys are going to think about Christmas bookings. You should be marketing that now.
I've just done the pre-mark because I've walked this done.
Right? But so for me, if I want Christmas campaigns, I need to market it in September so I can win the deals in October, so then we can execute it for the client in November, so then everyone sees the marketing in November, so then, because Christmas isn't December for buying and making decisions, it's November. Traditionally, yes, right? There's always exceptions to the rule, yes, of course, right? But in 95% of the cases, actually Christmas should be, in my case, started marketing in September. Hence why Christmas marketing is now started in September. So what you want in 3 months, you should start today. That's the thing you should be marketing today. So the commonality in most businesses is, I'm running out of money, I don't have enough work now. Well, unfortunately, that's too late for marketing to help you. You have to go into what I call into the trenches and cold sell an offer quickly, because you don't have the time for people to see the marketing, think about it, consider, and then buy from you. But if you're in a position where, actually, I'm good for 3 months, you should still be marketing now because you don't have work in 3 months. Okay, cool. Right, so where do I want to be? So I already know what Q1 and Q2 is going to be from marketing, like those 3 pillars. I already know what those pillars are. You don't know, because I haven't started it yet. Second we hit December, Q1 starts. Second Christmas is done, in regards to my marketing plan, the plan for Q1 next year will begin on my marketing. But that's because I'm always front loading it, right? So a lot of the content for this event went out over the summer because I wanted to sell it in September. My view My view personally, do one really well instead of doing 5 really badly, right? Something that I struggled with personally a couple of years ago was, I'll go to networking, I'll do content, I'll do a podcast, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll do this, I'll jump around with a banner, blah, blah, blah. I did all of them terribly, so the results didn't happen. The moment I focused on, I'm going to do content and content only, I got more deals, I made more money, I did less work on actual serving clients.
What happened just before you decided you were going to do content only?
I asked myself personally, what do I want to spend my time doing? Me personally, what do I enjoy? What do I enjoy doing, and how do I feel I can amplify what I'm doing? Content's incredibly good to doing a message to many people at once when it comes to scaling time. You might actually find, fucking hell, I hate the idea of content. But I'm really good at having conversations, I'm really good at talking to people, just generally, okay, go and network. You don't need social media, you don't need ads, you don't need this, just go and network.
Pay you to.
Yeah, and pay me to. I can't do that, but there we go. Or you might go, actually, I want to get better at content, right now I'm shit. I promise you, everyone was shit, including me.
Genuinely, go on,
No, please, seriously, that's why those videos are there. They are shit. But I have a journey that I can now show you. Here's me in 2018, here's me in 2019, here's me, shit, we have a pandemic, I just went full time, fucking hell. Right, okay, here's me 21, here's me 22, it's on.
How did you go?
Why, COVID? Lost all my clients in the span of a week. £10,000 worth of work, gone, like that. Every single deposit had to be paid back. We can't do it, we don't. We're terrified the world's about to end, we all think we're going to die of an unknown virus. The one thing you're going to go and do, oh, you know what I'll carry on spending money on? The future of my business. I don't know if there's a future of the world right now, bruv.
We were too busy pouring beer away.
COVID was a fun time. Great for you. I just left my full-time, I'd just gone full-time, 2 weeks later, COVID happened. To quote Gary Vaynerchuk, brand is the only thing that is left, and everything else gets commoditized by AI.
Ask yourself, do I want to or should I be doing it? Do I need to do it? Is this vital? What's the outcome? What's my why? There is a lot of questions you should be asking.
When you focus on those metrics, when you focus on having a very clear vision on where I was in comparison to where I am, rather than I'm going to focus on where I am versus where you are.
One of the things you can do is look to others, see in them what you want to be. Look at someone you admire, look at someone you don't, and make a checklist.
For people who are concerned, right, who maybe are listening to this and going, okay, well, what do I need to do? Should they pull back? Should they not be as visible? Should they not invest?
I know the feeling of this is not going to work, or this will work. What if I spend 7 days on it and then it turns into nothing? Well, at least I've done it. I've ticked that box. I'm never going to know if it works or not if I don't try.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a fantastic day of your night. Today, we're back with what is missing in marketing today. And so I'm going to be talking to Sarah all about, I imagine, photography. But before we start, what do you think, Sarah, from your perspective, is missing in marketing today?
I think a few things are missing. One of them is probably confidence. Okay. I think, and then you can split confidence into multiple things, but knowledge, knowing what marketing is and how you apply it to your business in your tone of voice, in your own strategy, in your own way. But confidence takes a while. And everybody's doing it. So you want to stand out in a crowd. I think you've just got to be you. And if anything, just be more you. The more authentic you can be, the better, which again is hard. And even then you've got to figure out how authentic do I want to be for Sarah? How authentic do I want to be for my business? How authentic do I want to be when I'm networking or on a podcast? Or because I can be crazy. catch me on a Friday night with 10 margaritas, you will not recognize me. I don't want to put that into my business, although technically it kind of is now, but it's a part of your personality, right? So yeah, confidence, authenticity, I think are two things I really focus on.
Do you think people struggle to be authentic? Like, obviously, I think everyone knows, like, I know what my, quote, authentic self is, right? But I think the challenge can come when it's actually putting yourself out there, right? I imagine a lot of the people who we work with and talk to are in the first stages of putting themselves out there, whether it's through photography or video or both. Is that a struggle, do you think?
I think so. I think you've either naturally got the pizzazz or the no filter to just go out there and be yourself, and be truly yourself and not be what the world wants you to be. I can speak from a woman's point of view in a predominantly male industry, and other careers that I've had. You do have to stand taller and on your tiptoes, and you do have to shout louder, and you do have to talk about golf and boobs and whatever else it might be that some men like to talk about just to get their attention. Is that who I want to be? No. And so it takes a little bit more focus. A therapist said to me a few years ago when I was a bit lost and I felt like an open nerve just walking through the world. I asked her, how do I know who I want to be? I didn't have my walls anymore. I'd kind of broken those down. And so she said, one of the things you can do is look to others and see in them what you want to be. Look at someone you admire, look at someone you don't, and make a checklist. You know, I really like the way that she holds herself on stage and captivates an audience. So I really like the way that he listens, and take that on board. Do I listen that good? Do I have that kind of presence when I walk into a room because I want it? No, I don't. Okay, how do I incorporate that into not only myself, my confidence, my business, my world, my relationship, but equally when you are talking to someone and they're on the phone or they're looking around the room and they don't know, they're kind of not interested, or you know, when you've been at a networking event and somebody just walks over with their business card.
You need this.
You need this. Great. It's gone in the bin. Yeah, I don't want that. And so taking note of these things, and it's the same with business, right? I mean, if you look at your competitor and you feel a little bit jealous, okay, well, what have they got that I don't? How can I make that my own? When I look at someone whose personal brand is on point, and they've absolutely nailed their marketing, then what have they got that I don't have that I can twist in and make it my own? So yeah, I think people struggle, but there are ways around that to really incorporate that in their business.
I think it needs to be personal though, because I think if you just look externally at what's trending, at what's the thing to do, right? Oh, this is what all the other photographers are doing, this is what all the other video people are doing, this is what all the other masters are doing, then I think you would just become an ex-client or a client that I've worked with a couple of years, like you'll be in the sea of sameness. Mm-hmm. Because, and something I've always done is say, well, maybe this isn't on trend, or maybe this isn't like the thing to say or the thing to do, but it is authentically me. I would say that even if the camera wasn't rolling, I would say that. And we were talking about, as I was setting up, about like, what's the difference between me on camera and what's the difference between me off camera. Mm-hmm. This is the first time we've met, but hopefully if you talk to people who have known me for a long time, they'll tell you, well, yeah, there's obviously some differences and maybe I'm a bit more hyped up and a bit more animated, but the core, I would hope, is the same or the same.
Core values, right? But I think that comes back to having that authentic side of yourself and not being afraid to show it. I think you could be a photographer in a room full of 100 photographers, but if you're authentic and you have a little bit of confidence to show that, to push that through into your marketing so people do get a glimpse of who you really are, that's what makes you stand out. Or at least if you're not standing out, your customers and your people around you are going to look at those 10 photographers and go, okay, well, I like what he's saying, but that's not quite my personality or my sense of humor, but what she had going on and what she wrote in her post a few weeks ago, I really connected. And that post would have come from some form of authenticity inside, or having the confidence to post about that. I think that's how you stand out. It's just by being more you.
I think sometimes we struggle though.
We do.
I know I did for a very long time.
Oh yeah, couldn't agree
about
more.
Like, what will this post, or I'm not sure. How do you go through that self-discovery, do you think? And or have you gone through that self-discovery yourself with like, what is okay for me to post? What is, quote, authentic me?
Do you know what? That's a really good question. And I would say that I still struggle with that. And I think little tips like looking at others and seeing what they're doing can be a motivator. But one of the biggest things this last, I only relaunched 6 months ago. So the last 6 months, but also the last year and a half, I have gathered a group of women around me that are a reflection of what I'm doing or who I am. And I'll hear them say, I loved what you said. Or I might have something and I'll go, not quite sure about this. Does that sound like me? And so I think having the right people around you, there's a saying or a quote that you are a reflection of.
You're the sum of the 5 people you spend the most time with.
And I love that. And I couldn't agree more. I think having the right people around you helps you find your voice alongside ChatGPT. We'll get onto that. But also it reflects it back to you, right? I think test the lines as well. Don't be scared to put something out that you think is a little bit risque or I'm dyslexic. So for me to sit there and write 10 posts is almost, it's impossible for me. And so that's how I use ChatGPT. I will write the keywords, the kind of essence that I want to go into my post, and it will come back to me. And it'll be too salesy and it'll be too cheesy. And I'll tell it, no, I don't want it to be salesy. I don't want cheesy. I want more personality. I want it to be daring, a little bit more bold. And then I'll get it and I'll go, okay, cool. Then I'll change it and I'll add more of me into that. But I haven't yet pushed my boundaries of how far I can go with my own marketing and my own voice. I think that's on my to-do list for sure.
Something that I found really interesting was the last couple of years, like since the rebrand of the show and since like really pushing the show again, a lot of people have been saying to me, AI is going to take our jobs, right? AI is going to, the world is over. We're all out of, especially in the creative industry, James, who in space we're sat in today, he said, we've been talking about it for ages, about it's kind of the creative industry that happens to be targeted by AI at the moment for whatever reason. But for me, to quote Gary Vaynerchuk, brand is the only thing that is left when everything else gets commoditized by AI. But the crux, and I'll use the analogy I've used in multiple shows, but you need to sharpen the knife and then use it. So you're still using it yourself. And that's kind of what you were describing there about not just getting it to write your post. Yes, technically it's writing your post, but actually what you're doing is you're nurturing the AI to know what your tone is, and then the tonality will be the same. I think sometimes people feel like that's cheating though. Do you especially as maybe a dyslexic, because we're both dyslexics, and I think
it's not for me. I think if you've got some setbacks, some hold-ups, if everybody has a day where they're just blank, they've got brain fog, they've got a blank piece of paper in front of them and nothing's coming out, writer's block. I think if you had writer's block and you are an author and you go to chat and you say, I'm having writer's block, ask me 10 questions to get my juices flowing. Yeah, all right, I'm going to keep using it. I think use it to benefit you and your business, or your relationship, whatever it might be, but don't let it take over your brain. We don't want to dumb ourselves. I think if anything, it helps me find my voice, because when it does come back with something that I don't like, I'm not going to use it. But it does help me, especially being or having dyslexia. Or if I'm writing anything, words, that is why copywriters make such a good living. If you want more of a personalized experience and you want to actually sit with a human to really connect and get that story out of you, then go sit with a copywriter, go sit with an author. I think that human to human connection. That's never going to die. I think we're going to go for a phase of, yes, everything's AI, but there's never been a truer saying that people buy from people, right? I think that's also something that is filtered throughout my business for sure.
No, I think that's really important. I've seen kind of a step up. It was always there, especially after COVID. In-person events, people want to come in person. You know, like if I just look statistically, the show-up rate for in-person podcast filming is going to be infinitely higher than on Zoom, right? But I also think, even if you're not doing a high level of production, which is one of the reasons why I do it, I think you have a different energy. Yeah. And I think, for some interviews, it makes more sense to me to do Zoom, right? If I'm speaking to someone in America, Canada, Midlands, etc., it makes more sense. But wherever possible, if I can do in person, and the business can, at least for the short term or mid-term, pay for the podcast to exist, and it still gives me the marketing collateral, which means it's a justified, worthy spend, then actually it can be the bloodline or the flow or the pipeline filler or whatever you want to describe it as. I mean, you're obviously a strong photographer, I would say, from what I've seen and etc. Why does someone, because people have talked to me about, they're concerned about where the economy is going, which seems to be the age-old analogy for as long as I've been in business. Everyone's like, oh, this. There's this government change, there's this coming, etc. So I sort of semi-ignore it because I'm like, there's always something. But for people who are concerned, right, who maybe are listening to this and going, okay, well, what do I need to do? Should they pull back? Should they not be as visible? Should they not invest? And should they not, work with the photographer, work with the marketing team, work with etc.? I mean, what would your view be on it?
I'm a big fan of adapting. I did grow up with 10 boy cousins, so I had no choice but to adapt, being the youngest. I have a huge family, and it taught me that whatever scenario you're put in, adapt. So if you're starting a business, if you're running a business, if you've been in business 10 years and things are changing and it's overwhelming, take a minute and adapt. I think look at what you're doing, look at where you want to go, what feels icky. Just change it or adapt slightly, make a little change. I think one of the things that I've found relaunching is I don't have endless pots of cash to reinvest into my business. I'm just trying to pay my mortgage right now. So things like ChatGPT, things like Canva, which some designers will hate me for saying, but these are the things that are stepping stones to adapting, to reinventing our voice, our image, our brand. It is at our fingertips, and if you're not learning how to use those, you're going to be left behind, unless you've got a secret magic power of, I'm going to just stand on stage, be myself, and talk and perform or entertain. I think people can do that. Or you're at home, you've got a laptop, you could take on the world, but you've got to adapt, and I think it takes step by step to get there. And there are tools out there, free, affordable tools that you can use. Shows like this are a fantastic opportunity to sit down, have a chat, let the audience get to know my thoughts and feelings. This is not rehearsed. I'm convinced I'm going to say something to mess it up, but you don't. You just carry on. I think you adapt and carry on.
I want to build on, you just said how you're going to mess it up. Because I think that's really important in content, because people, they always think, I'm going to mess it up. Mm-hmm. What can you?
Although I'm really scared to mess up, I think it's the best thing you can do.
Because isn't it learning?
Yeah, 100%.
Or falling forward or failing forward, it could be.
Yeah, I think over the last 6 months, there's been things that I've spent days and weeks on, and I've thought, and in the moment, I know the feeling of, this is not going to work, or this will work. What if I spend 7 days on it and then it turns into nothing? Well, at least I've done it. I've ticked that box. I'm never going to know if it works or not if I don't try it. So I think we're all going to make mistakes, and I think it is scary, but also know that you're going to learn from it. And that is the best way to move forward, yeah.
The best example that's very current in when we sit here today. Now, I'll keep in mind this episode will be a while before it comes out, but as we record it today, I'm a week out from my first in-person event that I've had to do on my own back. Now, that was a choice that I made about 3 months ago to say, I'm not going to partner with a networking group. I'm not going to fill the room magically. I'm going to do it. But what I'm also accepting is that it might be quite a small room for event one. And that's okay. And for me, I'm like, okay, that's actually a good thing. Like, I've gone through this interesting process the last couple of weeks going, yeah, but what if only 2 people show up? What if only 3 people show up? But actually, I'm like, hold on. That's actually a good thing, because I'm not really refined on what I want this in-person event element side of the business to actually be yet. So actually, if I only have 2 or 3 people, that's perfect feedback ground for me to go, okay, well, let's try this. Let's try this stuff and see what then happens. Of course, it's a content opportunity as well, etc. But
is this your event that you're putting on?
Yeah.
So a friend of mine is about to have an event tomorrow, actually, again, depending on when this podcast comes out. But she asked me she said the same thing. What if there's only a few of us? Or what if nobody turns up? If nobody turns up, but you're stood there with a glass of champagne waiting to welcome everybody, you now know the process of how to put on an event. You now know what you can do better. And so don't cancel it. Keep going. And even if one person turns up and you have the best life-changing conversation with that one person, and you get to give each other all of that time, that's massive benefit and value for both of you. You've met and grown your network by one, which is always a great thing. That person's had all of your attention and they're buzzing. But equally, when you put on an event, which I'm also doing myself, you learn from it. What if is just the worst anxiety-inducing phrase. What if nobody turns up? What if the restaurant haven't got my booking? What if
it all goes wrong?
What if it all goes wrong? If it does go wrong, then fine. You'll be fine. It's going to be okay and you'll learn from it.
Do you think that's why people don't do it, though?
Fear? Oh, yeah, 100%. Fear
like they go, I'm going to look like a dick. I'm not going to look great because, Colton only sold 4 tickets.
But that comes back to confidence and being authentic. If it's fear holding you back of it's going to fail, then it's fear or failure. If it's something inside that's holding you back, then that's your confidence. That's stuff that you need to work on. There's a lot of psychology within business, and I think if you can do a little bit of work on yourself, if you can see an image of yourself that gives you the absolute confidence to take that next step, hire a photographer quick. No, I'm kidding. But it is that image. It's that visual representation of me doing it. Oh wow, I can do it. I also had my photography done 6 months ago, and I needed new images of me that represented me to help me move forward. But there was a tool that I needed to tap into. And it really did reinvigorate my shop front, and it gave me the confidence to move forward. Therefore, I'm not holding myself back. But I made a move to tap into something that would get me there. So, yeah.
Do you think that when we're in that scenario, right, in reality, I'm going to do my best to perform to the room, however big that room is? Do you think whenever we do, because I could use the podcast as an example, I could use the event as an example, but I use the podcast because it's the stats that are in my head. The number of podcasts that get beyond episode 10 is like 25% or so, right? But that, by proxy, means if you're episode 10, episode 11, episode 12, 14, 15, 16, so on, the odds of each episode after that puts you in higher and higher and higher and higher and higher percentage as a whole. And I think we don't look at the averages, right? Like if you look at money, right, the figures that show that if someone is hit by a £300 bill unexpectedly, the majority can't pay or have to go into debt to pay that bill. And I think it's the same. And I think that can be the paralysis of, well, this is why I'm not going to do the event. Because if I don't do the event, or I don't launch the podcast, I don't have to be okay with it's only going to go get 5 views. It's only going to be 2 people. It's only going to be in the same way. I don't have to be okay. I don't have to see myself on camera.
Yeah, but then controversially, you just shouldn't be in business. I mean, if you're worried that only 2 people are going to turn up, or if you're worried that I am going to fail and you're going to let that hold you back, then you're not a business. You're not a person in business. You could be working for somebody, but you've got to have some form of gumption to just move forward and do it, no matter what the consequence or the you can't live in fear and you can't catastrophize what's going to happen. I would like to think of myself as quite an optimistic person, and so even if nobody turns up, fine. I've learned how to put on an event, what I needed, what my contacts were, how can I do better? And I think if you can switch your mindset, get a coach, talk to your 5 people around you, look in the mirror and have a conversation, read a book, look at YouTube, educate yourself. If you're running the tap and it's murky, keep running it until it's clear, and educate yourself, update your knowledge. If you are holding back because of what if and fear, then you're not ready. I would say read a book, listen to a podcast, feed yourself with stuff that's going to help you make that next step, open the door and welcome your 2 guests. Equally, welcome your 500 guests, and now you're overwhelmed, but I did a good job.
But do you think it's like, I think sometimes, especially for me anyway, and the more I think about it, I'm like, I can reframe it as a perspective of, but I'm going to give so much to those 2 people. And then they're going to be maybe advocates for my brand, or potentially have work from it, or etc. Or even just like do the nice thing of like, I gave them all this time and they took a lot of value from it. People are very value centric, right? We want value from it every minute, I would say, in the culture we live in, right? But when we create content, when we show up, when we look at marketing, would you say people sometimes underestimate the value that they can actually give themselves?
I think people don't know what they can give. Okay. I've created a networking group called The Huddle, and I've done a lot of networking myself. And I've been to events that were well marketed, very well marketed. And then I've gone and it wasn't that good. Great marketing, but the execution of the event, not so good. Same with anything. That deodorant was very vibrantly marketed, straight directly to me. I bought it. It's actually not that good. I think you've got to do your research. I think you've got to ask questions. I think you've got to put in systems and processes. Dare I say those 2 terms, but everybody needs a system and a process to put in place. Ask the question, what is the value? I mean, if it's a networking for the Huddle, I asked a friend of mine, Chris, what would be the value? What would make this event worth shouting about? And not only did I ask questions before the event, but I also sent a questionnaire after the event. What did you think? How did it compare? What was missing? All of that kind of stuff. Because even if 2 people do show up or 500, you've got data. Data is another tool to sprinkle on your next event, to give you the confidence to go. Because another thing is direction, right? If I'm not giving value, if I'm not taking that next step, is that because you don't have direction? Is that because you don't have, what's the word I'm thinking of?
I would say it's conviction. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I would say it's conviction. So I'm convicted to the event happening regardless of who shows up. Even if it's an empty room, I'll still give the presentation because I'm filming it, as if it's 2 people, 5 people, 10 people, 15 people, 100 people, I'll show up the same. So I have the conviction to be able to come forward and say, I know my shit, I'm proud of my shit, and this is what I can offer.
Yeah, I think conviction definitely plays a huge part. I think the word I was looking for is something to do with seeing where you want to go and what's your why. So at the end of this campaign, at the end of this event, at the end of your marketing XYZ, what does good look like? And then work backwards. That's always a really good way to do it as well. I think conviction helps get the job done, but you've got to have a vision. You've got to have a why. Why is, you've got to have a, why am I doing this? Why am I putting on this event? Why am I posting this? And that's probably another thing that's missing from marketing is your why. I think Simon Sinek I think he puts it really well. And 6 months ago I was watching his YouTube videos online. Like, why the hell am I doing this? I've got a mortgage to pay and I'm going self-employed. This is not what I had in mind. But you've got to ask yourself why, how. Yes, have the conviction. Be more you. And just have you can still be a shy person and put something on great. But have that little bit of confidence in yourself to go, I can do this. And if not, just lie to yourself for the first one and then get over it. Or tough love, I think also gets underrated, or I don't like to pussyfoot around certain friends. You're either going to do it or you're not. Sometimes you need a cuddle, and other times get over it and just get it done. And that's also
but it's hard. It's hard to do the jump. Yeah, but it's what if I get it wrong? What if I fail? What if I run out of money? What if I have to go back and get a job? Everyone will be a ridicule.
So then get a job.
I live in a world where I think the actions I'm doing now and everything I do is to eliminate the idea of regret in 6 months.
Yeah, regret is another thing. I learnt that in a theme park. I left and I wished I would have gone on more rides. And I remember thinking, regret is horrible. I really wish I'd have gone on that ride because everybody came off like pumping. And I went on the medium one, but I didn't go on the big one. And I love that one. Why didn't I? What was it? What if I fall out? What if I die? What if I have a heart attack? Nah, it's just fear that's going to hold you back, isn't it?
Well, you might have done, but actually.
Okay. But see, I'm an optimist. I don't live like that. No, I'm not going to catastrophize what could happen. I'm going to almost manifest, or at least try and be. Of course, I want to sit here and say that I live in a happy-go-lucky kind of life, but of course, every single day I wake up and I go, "What am I doing?" Or "What do I do next?" Or "What is my direction?" I have to remind myself of what I wrote down 6 months ago. I have to sit round a table full of my friends and colleagues where we just we help each other get through the day. Yeah, it's hard. Of course it's hard. And it's scary. And you just need the right mindset, the right people, and the right tools to get it done.
Is there a perfect time?
For what?
Whatever someone's looking to do. Launch a podcast, do the event, go full time. Bridge that thing from a hobbyist the hobby that pays me to then actually it's my full-fledged business, it's my only career, etc. It's the thing I'm currently doing to make that leap. Is there a perfect time for that?
I'm not sure. I think no. I don't think there's a perfect time. I think there's a circumstance. I think if you're in the right circumstance, the right environment, the right headspace, go for it. If you're in the wrong headspace and you launch something, or if you're in the wrong headspace and you post that controversial thing that absolutely ruins your career, your circumstance and your headspace was not right. Therefore, you shouldn't have, because the evidence has just shown, or the consequence, you've now got no business and everybody hates you, right? But if you're in the right headspace, environment is a huge thing as well, then yeah, do it. If it's just a little bit of fear, if it's just a what if, do it. Do it anyway.
Should we lean into our emotions are on our sleeve sometimes? In public posts? Because that's what came to mind when you said this career destroying post. That's what came to mind.
Emotions are interesting. I photograph emotions on a daily basis. If you're going to bitch and whine about how bad your life is, nobody wants to hear that. Equally, if that person is crying out for help and an ear, then maybe one or two people will lean into that and help that person. But we've all got our shit going on day to day. And I don't think we've always got the capacity to help mollycoddle that person. That person might need a hug. They might just need some tough love. Equally, I'm not reading that post, or I'm not clicking on that link, or whatever it might be. But I do think that another thing missing from marketing is emotion. Yes. But emotion is huge, right? I'm not saying...
Because I think some people, they struggle to be vulnerable. And of course it's within context, right? It's, I've healed from this thing. Personally, my yardstick on it is if you're still healing from something, no, it should not be on social media. Not at all. because you don't have the ability to rationalize it and contextualize the story properly yet. But if you have healed from it and you're trying to tell it as a telling story that has a purpose, whether that's I want to show who I am, or this is a story and this is how I overcame it, then yes, I think you should. But also I think it should lean into the first of what we discussed, which is that authentic to you?
So I've been doing some work with Serena Mann. She's a public speaking coach. She's really good at that. She's really good at sitting down with you and your story and going, well, that sounds a bit too personal. We can still touch on it. We can reword it. It's good to talk or touch on that, but let's not delve into that bit because that's crossing a line. But equally, you've got to ask yourself, how much of my personal story do I want to put out there? I think sometimes it's good to touch on something, tweak it, to make it a story, to make it listenable. I think, again, it comes back to those people around you or having a coach. What is your story? What are you wanting to get out there? And soundboarding it, sound checking it with those people around you. Is it within my marketing brand guidelines, if anybody's even got those anymore? But
do you think that can go too far though? Because I think some people will maybe listen to that.
Story.
But I think in general, I think people will maybe say or listen to this and say, well, I had this really good post idea, had this really cool story, or I had this really cool thing I overcame last year, but it doesn't fit in the box of my brand guidelines.
Who built those brand guidelines? Because if that was what you did in a moment of clarity and it doesn't fit, then assess it in that moment. I think if you're going way beyond what you're supposed to be talking about within your brand, yeah, that's when you should probably sound check it with someone you trust that also understands your brand. But equally, this is where the authenticity comes in, right? One day you're feeling like absolute crap, and the next day you're on top of the world. Which day do I talk about? I don't feel comfortable yet enough to talk about my low, down, dark days, but I have them. Equally, when I am feeling on top of the world, I kind of feel like I'm gloating a little bit. So I almost don't want to talk about those days either. So that's where you kind of balance out and go, well, what is my story? What do I want to talk about? And why do brand guidelines even exist? Or those 5 people around you? I think, again, it just comes back to your why. What are you trying to do? What do you want to get back? Are you doing it to just get a reaction or some attention? Or are you doing it to be authentic and stand out in a crowd? Then yeah, go for it. But
something that jumped to mind, so I'll mention it. I, at the time of recording last week, recorded an episode with Ravi. He's a communication coach. Okay. And he talked about, in that episode, and with me privately afterwards and before, that you can have seasons, right? And you have seasons in your life. You have seasons where you have a specific focus. You have specific seasons where that's my North Star on success. Mm-hmm. And I think building off what you were just discussing, I think that's the key. I think it's about understanding where you are and what season you're in, right? So does it involve, or the story you're trying to tell, does it add to that season, that objective of that season, or not? And if it's not, then maybe save it, or maybe don't use it in the context you were initially thinking, and say, okay, well, I may come back to that and contextualize it some other way when the timing feels right. But also don't use, in my view at least, don't use that as a crutch to say, well, that's why I'm not going to do it.
No, and I think, if you're going to build yourself a box, I wouldn't necessarily stick within it. I think it's okay to push those boundaries. But equally, you've just mentioned something that I'd never thought about putting into my marketing plan of seasons. Not at all. So actually, now watching this podcast back, somebody might go, actually, I do find that I have seasons, but that's because they've gone out of their way to watch a podcast and somebody's mentioned seasons and they go, actually, last month was really good. This month's not so much. That month's about this and that and so on. So yeah, I think have your seasons, have your strategy, try to stick with it. But if you feel really strongly that I want to talk about this, or actually I've got a new idea and I know this is going to be the thing that skyrockets my visibility or my business, then yeah, run with it. I don't think there should be, I think you need healthy boundaries, but when you put things in place that stop you taking that next step, Yeah, that's something to be mindful of.
For me, something which completely changed my marketing as a whole was actually limiting what I'm allowing myself to market, but also doing it in 3-month chunks. So 3-month chunks. So I talked about the event earlier. Mm-hmm. The event marketing stopped about a month ago at the time of recording. The event's next week. Okay. Now, some people would say, wow, your priorities changed. Wow, the event's going to get cancelled, etc. No, the marketing did the job I needed it to do to get me to the point where I'm doing the event. Cool. But now I'm focusing on other things. And for me, I mostly took this from Alex Emosi, but again, you can take it from other people as well. I only allow myself 2, maximum 3 things per quarter to talk about. For as long as I have a podcast in the current format, one of those things will be the podcast. At the moment, at the time of recording, it's also Christmas. Now, to give the audience some context, we're recording this at the first week of September. So people are like, why are you focusing on Christmas? Well, Q4 is when Christmas matters. But for me to be able to get the work, I need to market it before the decision makers have made the decision about Christmas. Mm-hmm. That's September. That's not October, November. That's when you do the campaigns. That's when you do the etc. And there's kind of this joke in marketing where like, oh, it's summer and 25 degrees and we're taking pictures of snow. And it's quite funny, I think, for me. But when I made that decision, I made it maybe 6 months ago, it completely changed how I look at marketing, but then also the results that I get. Not short term, not, oh, this clip went viral, but the focus I can give during that time. Mm-hmm. And it's not to say, oh, I don't have other like ideas or I don't have other concepts. It's like, no, that will come in time, right? You can give it to the next quarter. So I've already planned out what Q1 next year is going to be, but I'm not going to touch anything in Q1 yet because I'm very focused on what does Q4 look like for 2025.
How did you learn all of that?
By consuming and trying and getting it wrong, right?
And do you think that's the right way that everybody should be working, or that just something that you found that works for you?
I think it's me. Personally, I think it's me. Because I think it would be very arrogant of me to sit here and say, this is what you need to do for your marketing and your vision and your success.
But what could work for everybody is go out there, get some knowledge and build something that works for you.
I think we can teach the idea of consistent improvement, consistent learning. I think that's important. I think that's something that we should always look towards. Yeah. Yes. But then we should stop. For people who are maybe on the fence about looking at visibility, looking at content, looking at photography, what would you say to them? And this can be more of a pitch for you in some ways.
Well, it's interesting because the inquiries that I'm getting at the moment are personal branding is everything at the moment. And I think that is a really good thing to lean into, especially if it's something that is going to help you stand out in a crowd, or if there's 10 website designers, how do I choose the best one? Well, she looks like my kind of gal. Let me have a phone call with her. From that phone call, did it go well? Yes, great. Did that image get the job? Probably, because looking at that image, I related to that person. I think if you think about photography throughout history, it is what makes us make a decision. It is what makes us choose the pepperoni over the mushroom in a Domino's menu or whatever. I think photography is a massive skill, tool to have within your business. There's a lot of self-work that people are doing, and photography is an avenue to get that out, to give you the confidence to take that next step. But also company culture is a huge thing. How do we know who we're talking to when we pick up the phone to the plumber or the cleaning company or the recruitment company? Who am I talking to? Because yes, AI is there, but it's still people to people. So I want to know who I'm talking to. If I'm going to invest £100,000 or £500,000 with a financial advisor, who am I going to pick? Do I have to go to every single networking event to meet all of those financial advisors, to build the relationship, to then decide on who? And I can't. But why don't I go on the website and see what the website's saying? Why don't I go on their social media? Why don't I do what I can do first in 10 minutes on my phone and connect with somebody over an image? Now, that image could just be a headshot. It could just show me your face so that when we do meet for a coffee, I know who I'm looking for. Equally, it could be a bit more of a portrait. It could be an image that says, you know, I'm into rugby and I've got kids and I love a coffee in the sunshine. That's the kind of guy I want to invest my money with. Or equally, I am looking for someone who will understand me, and I've got this huge shopping addiction. And I know that she has too. So let's just, because you want to connect, you want to invest your money with someone who you can connect and bond and grow with, especially if it's a long time investment. If I'm going to invest in a website, if I'm going to continuously do podcasting with somebody, I want to make sure that that's somebody, and you and I as an example, that we do connect, that we do get on, that this is a successful relationship moving forward. But how do I get there in the first place? And I think yeah, imagery can do so many things. Yes, images say 1,000 words and so on, but I think more than that, it's a reflection of what's going on. It doesn't necessarily need to be about you. It could be about the company that you've built. I got 30 team members. I want them all to be photographed, and then when it is on the website and when we do have it printed in a business magazine, I can be proud. I built that team, and the company culture is great, and that really comes across in the imagery, in the marketing. Imagery, design, marketing, web, all of that is integrated and helps you promote, helps build your personality of your business to get it out there. Or you have the same image on your LinkedIn that you had 10 years ago sitting on a beach with a cocktail. One or the other, I'd say.
If someone is looking for a marketer, videographer, cleaner, plumber, etc., but especially when you look at brand or either brand work or marketing work, like what they're actually going to be doing, do you think it's specifically about the person and making sure that I connect with you and that's why I'm going to hire you as a photographer? Do you think?
I can't speak for everybody else, but that's how I do it. I do have a plumbing company that I use, JPS. I've got a relationship with Jamie, so I will go to him. I've got his number in my phone and I will call him. Have you got anybody that can come out? My boiler's just broke. I wouldn't pick up the phone and call. I wouldn't Google if I already know that Jamie's my go-to guy. Equally, I do have a videographer that I go to regularly. I'm not going to Google that if I've already got that contact. So I've built that relationship with those people that will help me maintain my little black book, that will be there in a pinch when I need help. And equally, I'd hope that they've got my number saved when they need a bev at 5 o'clock or a game of shuffleboard down at the Dell. Or maybe they need their whole team photographing and I'm their go-to gal. So, but I guess I've spent the time building relationships over the last 4 years with local business owners. And there are lots of other photographers out there, of which I have also used. So I think collaborating and, again, showing who you really are, making those connections, helps you build a network, which helps you build your business.
Are you locked into those people forever, though? Do you think?
No, and I don't think that those people would be offended if I went elsewhere. If, as an example, Jamie was really busy, then yeah, I'd either say, well, is there anybody else you'd recommend? Or I'd go, yeah, to my girl group. Has anybody got a plumber I can use? Or then I'd go to Google. If I'm looking for something more personal, maybe a product, maybe a restaurant, maybe a holiday destination, I'm going to Instagram and I'm going to type in what I'm looking for. And I want to see visually what it is I'm going to pick, buy, and so on. What credibility is behind those images? What are people saying? What's their Google rating? What's Trustpilot saying? On my group chats, has anybody been to this restaurant? And so it's that feedback that you get from people that helps you make that decision. So yeah, I think relationship building gets you where you want to go, helps you build you as well. Photography is a tool that helps you capture who you really are, what the product really looks like. If you can look at an image and go, my God, I can almost smell that. Is that the person that put the flowers next to the candle? or is it the photographer directing or the creative director? Like there's a whole team of collaboration that puts an image together that helps you portray a person. Or, I mean, straight into my head, I've just got Coca-Cola, not the can, and not a branded glass, but it is a clear glass with just Coke streaming into it and it's all fizzy. We instantly go, Coca-Cola, I'm thirsty and I want a Coke Zero. Yeah, I'm going to go get that. But it was an image that helped me salivate and want a can of Coke or a burger or whatever it might be. So yeah, I think it's powerful.
Do you think that's why, like for me, whenever all I get from that feedback is like, you have to front load your marketing 3 to maybe 6 months before you want the action. And I think that's sometimes what people get wrong, especially when you're starting out. I think I know I was privy to it as well. You didn't, in my early years, I didn't financially plan well enough so that I knew I had 3 months worth of runway. So actually I can see the problem 3 months out. Or I didn't specifically focus on my marketing, so it was maybe a bit more scattergun than it should have been. And that's potentially why the marketing didn't do the job I needed it to do, whether that is sell more projects, bring in more podcast guests, get the podcast to whether it's making certain revenue, etc., whatever the objective is. But I guess that bridges into, how do you think people should, because I'm big for collaboration, right? And I'm big for let's work together, let's see how we can collaborate to create something more meaningful. Is that a unique skill set though, nowadays?
To collaborate?
Because I think it's very easy, because this would be a good example, because some would say, well, you're a competitor of mine.
Am I?
I don't think so. But some could say that. We're both in the creative space where we create visual identities.
I think collaboration can be everything. And I think it comes back to a line of 10 photographers. Who am I going to choose? Which relationship do I have? What is their style? What's my style? And is that a good match? I think to be competitive and decide not to build relationships with your competitor, or, I mean, I know 2 financial advisors who wouldn't, and I know she's referred customers to this other person when she could have taken it on herself, but it wasn't quite right. It just wasn't a fit. And that was a personality relationship thing. But if she didn't have that relationship, then she wouldn't have been able to collaborate. I think some of the best things come out of collaboration. Planning ahead. It's interesting because when I walked in, I think you and James had said, it looks like everything's going really well. Because I guess, I mean, I don't know what people think looking outside in. But sometimes I'm lying in bed at 11 o'clock at night writing my morning post, and I'm going to schedule it for 7 a.m. or 8 a.m. And I might do that consistently for a few weeks. Do I wish I could be the kind of person that would plan 3 months ahead? Yes. But equally, what if something changes? And so I like to have a little bit of control over that. And that's something I'm still learning. Do I want to hire someone to do all that for me? Absolutely. But I think everybody should learn how to do it themselves first before you move on. Equally, can't afford that yet. And so, yeah, I think for now, I'm just going to be in bed, scheduling, 11 o'clock at night, lights off, tapping away, trying to get something out in the morning. I think it's important to be consistent, however you show up to be consistent. That's just who you are. And I guess one of the things I have struggled with is, well, she's doing it that way, so I should do it that way. And that puts that pressure on. But I'm just not built that way. I'm built last minute, and it makes it more exciting. And the more pressure. I used to work on cruise ships for 6 years. You don't have time. Time is not a thing. Location is not a thing. You show up and you get the job done. You live, you work, you play in the same place. And those things just need doing there and then. So I guess that's the way that I've learned. How did you learn? How did that person learn to... I've got a friend, Rel. A lot of people watching this might know Rel. She is organised. She plans. It's just built within her, you know? I'm not that person. I'm not at all, but I can walk into a room of 500 people and introduce myself. But I can't plan. It's just not my thing. And consistency, I hate that word, but it is probably one of the key elements of success within marketing, because your customers want to see consistency. Coca-Cola don't sell those cans if they aren't consistently putting on billboards, right? So yeah, there's such an array of things that we should be doing. What do you actually want to do? Because if you're shoulding yourself, then I don't think it's real. I think you need to do things to be consistent within business, within marketing, within your products and services, sure. But when you're showing up for yourself, are you shoulding yourself, or are you doing it because you want to? Because there are days when there's no post going out, and that's because I'm having a crap day and I can't think and I don't want to do it, or I'm editing and I'm just burying my head in that. But equally, do I want to do it? Today, I want to do it. Today, I wanted to do this podcast. So I showered, I straightened my hair, I put my best blazer on, and I came and I'm doing my thing. So ask yourself, do I want to, or should I be doing it? Do I need to do it? Is this vital? What's the outcome? What's my why? There is a lot of questions you should be asking. Or should yourself? There is a lot of questions you could be asking yourself to get to that next step and be consistent, or just show up for you. Be online.
I think the important point for maybe someone to leave with as we finish this episode is to do you v you, right? Because I think so many times, and something I've always focused on is, where was I a year ago, and am I better in my subjective terminology of that than where I was a year ago? That could be how much I've turned over this year. That could be how many podcast episodes I've done, how many views I've got, etc., 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 etc. Right? And I think when you focus on those metrics, when you focus on having a very clear vision on where I was in comparison to where I am, rather than I'm going to focus on where I am versus where you are, it allows you to be more open to open collaboration with other colleagues, other people in your industry, or other clients that are correct for you, but also potentially having the right attitude or point of view to say, actually, no, this person isn't for me. But you know who you would be really a good fit for? This person over here. Mm-hmm. Because I have that relationship. I know who their best fit is. And I've passed on work to other people because I think they're a better fit. Yeah, I could have quoted the work. Yeah, I could have done the work. But would I have served that person better or as good as the person over here? Maybe not. For those people who have maybe enjoyed this conversation and want to connect with you, see some of your work, see some of your consistent content, where's best for people to reach out for you?
LinkedIn is a good platform. That's my most used platform. So yeah, definitely come connect, comment, see what I'm up to on there. And I'm always happy to have a chat, a coffee, or you will catch me at the Dell on the shuffleboard. So yeah, come down and say hi.
Thanks so much for the time. And if you were going to speak to you 10 years ago, what advice would you give that person?
Ooh, 10 years ago, I just left ships and I thought I could do business and I couldn't. Educate myself. Surround yourself with those that you want to learn from, is what I would say.
Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much.
And if you did enjoy this episode and you would like to see more like it, I'd love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. And why not be subscribed so you do not miss next week, where I'll be back with what is missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me, and I'll see you very, very soon.
My biggest performing posts on LinkedIn are all selfies or photos of me doing something mainly not related to the business.
What do you think is missing in marketing right now? What do you think people could be doing, should be doing, that they're maybe not doing?
The thing they are missing in marketing is consistency, which I think can be really, really key.
How consistently should someone be writing a blog on a website?
So we say it's really good if you can do it once a month as a minimum.
Do people need video on their website?
I really hate it when I go to a website and on the homepage I see that this person's got a video and I can see it's them, they're going to be talking to camera. It's not well scripted, or maybe not even scripted at all, not well thought through. They don't seem confident. And then you're going, why have you put this on your homepage? Because this is doing nothing for you or your business.
did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night, wherever you are. Today, we're going to be talking all things websites, and I imagine some technical marketing stuff. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. I'm good, thank you.
For those who don't know you,
I am.
What do you do?
I'm Jude Wharton. I am one half of Ready Steady Websites, and yeah, I run a web design and branding company. That is what I do.
It's a very interesting space, as we were alluding to while James was helping set up. Do you think your space is going to change in the next 5 years? I'll start there.
I think inevitably a lot of spaces are going to change over the next 5 years. I think we thought it might have changed more than it has done already by now. I think we saw, the rise of AI website builders, and obviously you could get a website out there just like that, absolutely free, content written for you, images put in when you've just said, I want a website for a nutritional therapist based in Hampshire. But in reality, it hasn't happened, and I think there's a number of reasons for that. I think the first is that those small business owners who are completely outside of the tech world, they're not tech savvy, they don't want to deal with it themselves, they don't want to have to think about any of it themselves. They're not wanting to use it. They're not there. They're not ready for that yet. And so they still want people who can be there to help them and support them. And they want copy that's written specifically for them and images that are them working with their clients. And so it hasn't taken off, which I'm very glad about. But I do think that as time goes on, people are going to get more and more used to using AI in lots of different areas of their life. As we go through different generations, people are going to come out of school so much more tech savvy. I've got a 14-year-old son, my eldest son, he's doing work for us this summer, and he is insanely quick and knows what he's doing because he is taught it now, in a way that we weren't. So I came out of school and there were web designers weren't a thing, so things move really quickly, obviously. So I think as time goes on, people will just be doing this stuff themselves because it will be so easy for them. But right now, not seeing it affecting us at the moment.
How are you looking at that from a business point of view then?
I think we are using AI, it's great for speeding up coding most of the time. Sometimes, it goes off in its own little world and you're like, I did not ask you to do that. Why have you thrown that in? But I
wanted to add a unicorn onto the page, okay?
Exactly.
So I just like unicorns.
Yeah.
I don't care what your prompt was. I'm going to add a unicorn.
My husband, who is my business partner, he was using it to speed up some code the other day, and then it was going mad in a way that it hadn't done for him before. And he described it so brilliantly as it's like when you've got a toddler with you and suddenly you look up and this toddler was playing calmly and happily on the floor, but they're at the top of a bookcase pouring paint everywhere, and there wasn't even a bookcase there to start off with. That is what AI is like sometimes. It will just kind of go and do that. And that's reassuring to me at the moment because it means that Chris, being a coder, he can use it to speed up his code and he knows when it's gone wrong. Whereas you can't just have any old person using it to create code and do things because they won't know when it's gone wrong and they won't know how to sort it out when it's not working. So that's reassuring for me that it's not there yet. It will be. Because the more people who are using it to do this stuff, the more it's learning. So we are using it to speed things up. I think we'd be silly not to be keeping an eye on it, not to looking at what's possible with it. But I'm not worried at the moment.
Cool. Where does it's mostly a marketing show. Where does a website sit right now in marketing, do you think?
I think a website's key to sort of being the sort of centre point of where all your marketing's pointed to. really. I think it can be used as a marketing tool in its own right if you've got it working really well from a search engine optimization point of view, and it will just be bringing the traffic to you, especially if you are adding the right content to it regularly, like you're doing stuff like this but you're putting it on your website as a blog post. You know, you've got those things attracting new people to your website, so it can be sort of part of your outreach marketing. But on the whole, I really see a website as being there as the place that you send all of your outreach stuff to, whether that's you've met people through networking, whether it is you're doing podcasts, you've got your social media content, you've got printed, actual physical marketing materials out there. Because so many people want to see that you are a real, genuine, can be trusted business. And, you know, back in the day when people had offices and shop fronts, that did that for you. Like that was, you were there on the high street and people could see that you were real and genuine. But most businesses don't have that. Your website is a replacement for that. And I've seen various statistics and the percentages vary. But on the whole, it looks like sort of 60 to 70% of people won't consider using a business, even if it's been recommended to them by someone else, unless they can go and actually look at their website, see that their website looks good, is professional, is really representing them very well, and then they feel confident to approach that business to consider working for them, with them. And so I think that's why it's so important. Like your website just gives you that credibility, and is a really important part of your marketing to actually get people to want to talk to you and consider working with you.
Because I think we're in a social media landscape where I think there's maybe a cohort, maybe a percentage of business owners, maybe newer business owners who just look at it as but I don't need it because I've got a social media strategy, because I'm on Instagram, because I'm on LinkedIn, because I'm on etc, etc, etc. And for me, I think it serves a different purpose, right?
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, we touched on AI at the beginning, but I think for me, like traditionally we're looking at Google search, right? How are you seeing the shift to AI search?
It's definitely happening. We've noticed it in our own analytics that we're starting to see more traffic coming from, specifically it was ChatGPT, than was coming from some of our social platforms. So it's definitely happening. I feel like though it's people, I don't think they're putting in, I'm looking for a fantastic web company in Hampshire. I think they're actually going, have you heard about Ready Steady websites? I think they're naming us to find us from the research that we've done. So it's people putting it into ChatGPT.
Do you think it's more of a proof of concept at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's people testing it, putting it into ChatGPT rather than chucking it into Google. And they're just putting the same thing as they would in there. So it's sort of, it's a different way of finding us, but definitely people are using it more. I know people who say that they will ask AI pretty much anything. Like they just want to see what it says, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or whichever ones are out there. They just want to, see what it says, see if it like is sort of thinking along the same lines as them, see if it does bring up anything different. And again, it is completely based on what you've been talking to it before, because when Chris tested it and said, ChatGPT, I'm looking for a web company that can do me a website for around this price, straight away, we recommend Ready Steady websites, they're fantastic. Got one of our business friends to do the same and didn't bring us up at all until he then went, I've heard good things about Ready Steady websites. What do you think of them? And then it came back saying, Ready Steady websites does a good reputation. It has got these reviews, this is its price point, and then did serve up the information. I think at the moment it's just a lot of people testing it, having fun with it, seeing if it brings up the right things. I'm not sure that we're seeing a lot of traffic from people who are just genuinely using it as its only way into.
Because I think there's a couple of ways of looking at it. I did a video a while ago looking at the behaviour psychology from the shift from Google to ChatGPT. Replace the word ChatGPT with Perplexity or etc. But the concept was people were looking at Google and they've tried to leverage it back with Gemini, but Gemini isn't, from when you use a Google term anyway, you're not using the actual bot. Yeah. It's not a chatbot. It will just service a summary of what it believes the top percentage are of answers, which is for some things in a closed question, like is it a yes or a no, or is it the answer this, then yes, that's maybe a good thing. Though I think the reason why we're seeing a behaviour shift towards ChatGPT and AI search as well is actually people want more nuance. They want to target more nuance with so they want to have a conversation with a search engine, really, in crux what they're doing, and that's maybe showing itself as people having ChatGPT conversations. You know, for me personally, I use it a lot for data analytics, data tracking, etc., etc. But I found it does always, which is probably how it's designed in its nuts and bolts, it will always skew slightly more positive than negative. But I also think that's maybe a good thing, to be honest. Actually, now I sit here and think about it, because if it did skew negative, then you're talking about a negative spiral effect, because it will learn from itself, and then so on, it will get darker and darker and darker and darker. I think the byproduct of it skewing positive is actually it will maybe over-egg potential results and potential good. But that is, as long as you understand that's what it's doing, I think that's a better reality than the latter, if that makes sense. And I think for people who are maybe looking at their website now, either they've had a website, they may be looking to relaunch a website, they're looking to rebuild, etc., and say that it's 6 months. Should we still be looking to target Google, would you say? Or are we just solely in a world where actually AI search is the only thing that matters?
No, definitely still be targeting Google. Also, I think I always say this, like, have your website, obviously, have it written in a way that you're going to be attracting the right people, that the copy is written for the website visitor that's coming to you. You want to be ranking, obviously, but actually one of the things that will help you rank is by having naturally written copy that is obviously for the website visitor and not purely to try and get yourself ranked, like that's so picked up on now. But also, I have heard from search engine, like Chris is a search engine SEO expert, but from another guy that I do quite a lot of work with and chat to quite a lot, he has said that a lot of AI results, ChatGPT results, come from seeing people's Google business profiles. And so making sure that you've got that there, that is up to date with the right stuff on there, that you're using that frequently, putting new stuff on there as well, will help you come up in the AI results as well. So getting your website solid and obviously linking to that from your Google business profile, but having that profile up to date is really key as well. And I think this is the thing with all areas of marketing. You've got to cover all bases. You don't know where someone is out looking for what you do, whether they are the type of person who is just on socials, chucking something onto Facebook groups and things like that and asking people for recommendations, whether they're going to Google, whether they are going to ChatGPT. You've just got to do it all well to be better than your next competitor, really.
Do you think it's a constant update 1%, update 1%, update 1% to be like, because I think sometimes we get into I personally never struggle with this because I've always focused on me v me, but I know that a lot of people have, which is I'm constantly looking at what my competitors are doing. I'm constantly adapting and looking at what if Sally's done this? Oh my God, Nigel's just done this. And I think that's can be quite a dangerous road to walk down.
Yeah, I think you've got to do what you're doing, focus on what you're doing, do it well, and tell people what you're doing well as well. And yeah, I mean, the space that we sit in with Ready Steady websites, with having our templates out there and a do-it-yourself offer out there, obviously that puts us in a similar space to the Wixes and the Squarespaces and the like. We're never competing with them on search engine ranking. We're not putting the money into the ads. We're not on telly. So there's no point in us looking at them and trying to compete. But what they don't have is me and Chris. They don't have those consistent people who are there to support you. And so I feel like we've got to focus on what we do well. And we use the fact that we are the people you will meet, we are the people you work with, that we get out there and we get to know people. And that's the way we choose to do it. We do obviously work hard on our search engine results for the things we know we can rank for. We have specific templates for specific types of businesses. And so if you go and type in speaker website template, we do well for that. If you go and type in membership site, website templates, we do well for that, because they're the things that we know there aren't as many people focusing in on that for their search terms, but we also know there are people looking for those things. So I think you've got to keep an eye on what's going on. You've got to look at those keywords. You've got to make sure you're putting the right content out there to rank for those. But yeah, if there are competitors out there doing things like you're seeing them doing this all the time, and you can't do that, you can't keep up with that, or that's just not your way that you would do something, no, stick in your way of doing it. If it's working and you can see you can build on it and do it more, that is the way I would always go.
I think for me, it's about only, I guess to an extent, it's only adding the stuff you can stay sustainably at, 1. 2, it's also, again, focusing on that UVU rather than, so I always look at it as, where was I a year ago, 6 months ago, 3 months ago? And am I moving in the correct trajectory? Maybe I haven't got all the results yet, maybe I haven't got everything that I want yet, or what I'm aiming for yet, but I am moving in that direction. And as long as I continue on the direction I am currently moving, then I will hit that by probability, by analysing probability result there. It'd be wrong of me not to ask you about video and where it sits on your website. Do people need video on their website? Do they not? Should they have it?
I think that video can work really well on a website. But I would say use it in a way that plays to your strengths. Because I really hate it when I go to a website and on the homepage I see that this person's got a video and I can see it's them, they're going to be talking to camera, and I think, oh cool, okay, let's watch this. And then it's not well scripted, or maybe not even scripted at all, not well thought through. They don't seem confident. And it's just all a bit waffly and a bit awkward. And then you're going, why have you put this on your homepage? Because this is doing nothing for you or your business. And you know they've put it on their homepage because someone told them that they should use video on their website. You can only use video if it's going to be right for you and it's going to work, because it could go completely the other way and make people go, I'm not sure about this, and go and look at someone else's website. We have used video on our website. We had a video on there. We've since restructured the way that some of our packages work, and so we have taken it down because it's not current now, and that's another thing. You have to make sure that you're keeping everything current and up to date. And that was more of a like animated, sort of explain your process of how to work with Ready Steady websites. And we were quite surprised actually that it didn't get as many people watching it as we thought. Like, we really thought that more people would watch the video on the website than choose to read it. But actually, there wasn't as high a percentage when we went and looked at sort of the views and the people who had come to the website in the same period of time. There wasn't as high a percentage of people watched it as we thought there might be. So I think it really depends. I think it's one of those things of try it. Just try it and see if it's working. Like, we use video a lot in our business. We use it a lot in our tutorials to help people with using our templates. We have welcome videos when people join Ready Steady websites. When they initially come into our back-end membership site, there's a little welcome video from us. We use video a lot with our clients, like handover videos when their website's ready. Video is so useful, and it's such a good way to really feel like you've engaged with that person. They've got to know you. It's so easy to explain things in that way. So I think with video is really valuable. Like, we've got a YouTube channel, which we are not doing enough with at all at the moment. And I know that we are going to do more after the summer. And yeah, it's such a good way to showcase your knowledge, showcase the way that you work, get people to get to know you, but only if you are comfortable doing it, I think. And that's something you can practice. You can get better with it over time. And I think social media, people expect the videos to be slightly more raw. And I think you can use video to get more comfortable using it on social media. And then once you are in a position you feel more confident, can get it more polished, that's when you can stick a video on your website, I think. And until then, get an animator to do like an animated video for you with you doing a voiceover. Or even if you're not confident with that, there are fantastic voice actors out there who could do a voiceover for you. There are so many ways you can do video without putting yourself in it looking a bit like you don't want to be on video.
Do you think, I mean, my next question was going to be like, when and how do you think you should spend money on production? Like upping the quality? Is it for that perception of when someone hits the website?
I think, yeah, I definitely think it's worth having a professional quality video on your website. If you think about the fact that you've probably got someone to help you create your website at the least, if not got someone to create it for you. So you've paid for that. You've got a professional website. You have hopefully invested in brand photography or product photography if you've got products in your business. You know, all your photos are looking great on there. You've got your content written in a way that you're happy with, whether you've used a content writer or you've done it yourself. And then you just go and shove a video of you sort of in a dark corner of your office, bumbling away about nothing in particular for about 5 minutes. And then you're like, I'm not really sure why I watched that. That just takes away from everything else that you've invested in and that you've done. So yeah, I definitely, and especially as, I don't know if people have a perception that to get a professional looking video, they are going to have to pay thousands and thousands. There are so many places now, we are sitting in one of them, where you can go and get a video created that, you know, is filmed using good quality cameras, good quality mics, proper lighting, in a nice background. Go and just pay for an hour in a room like that and get someone who knows what they're doing to help you. And it's not a lot of money. Like, I'm sure business owners would drop the same amount of money on belonging to a networking group or something like that without even thinking about it more in a year of belonging to a networking group. And once you've got all those fantastic people you've met on networking coming to your website, it'd be good to have something decent there to make them realise you're definitely the person to work with.
I think for me, it's understanding what stage you're in. Right? I still film stuff on my phone, right? But if I'm doing a production piece like this, people expect a certain level of quality, I would say, personally, for me. And also, I want a level of a certain quality for this kind of thing. But if I've got a thought, pick up my phone and film.
Oh, definitely.
I'm not against doing it. And I think that's where sometimes people get it wrong. They think, I can't do video because I don't have X camera, I don't have XY lighting, I don't, etc. But I think action is always better than perfect in that respect, I think, for me, because then you can gain the understanding of what your audience wants. But I think where it changes is that heading video that we're talking about here. Like I was served an ad on YouTube a handful of weeks ago, and it was like, hello, I'm this person from this company, filmed on a webcam with dodgy audio. And I just clicked off straight away. And it wasn't even necessarily the delivery. It was actually the I think for me, now I sit back and go, well, why did I click off? Why did I not engage? I think actually the reason was because of the combination of, it was a webcam video with dodgy audio and there was no hook. I was like, in nice and possible, I don't give a shit who you are. Yeah. You could have made £1 million and I just don't care. So I think, you know, even if you just do some basic research and understand how to structure a video, I've got videos talking about it, James has got videos talking about it, there's lots online, etc. Right? I think for me, if you use your phone and you have a decent audio, which is the only thing I would say that actually really matters, because if I can't hear you or I can't hear you clearly, then I'm going to click away. Psychology-wise, I'm going to. I will go, okay, maybe it doesn't look beautiful, isn't as high quality as I would want, okay, fine. But actually, the energy, how I sound, and then the structure, and then the value that's delivered in the video is infinitely more important. Is that the same when it comes to websites and copy?
So I think...
And how you structure your website as a whole?
I think, yeah, structuring your website is really important. So with the whole like DIY videos, selfies, all that stuff, I am there on social media with that. And I think that is important for getting people to like you. Like, I don't think you should turn up too polished. I actually was scrolling through my LinkedIn this morning, trying to find some stuff I'd written ready for this interview to remind myself of some stuff. And my biggest performing like posts on LinkedIn are all selfies or photos of me doing something mainly not related to the business, because people go, like I resonate with that, I do that too, or like I've been there, or whatever it is. And so they like that. That works on social media. When it comes to your website, and your website is reflecting either you very much as the business person, the professional, the author, the speaker, you know, if it is a more of a personal focused website, or it is your business website and reflecting your business, I feel that has to step up a level then. You've done the nice getting to know people, the like, I am a nice normal person bit on social media. Yeah, filming yourself with messy hair at a beach, having a chat because something's coming to your head. One thing I really would say, if you're doing videos on social media, please put captions on. I'm always reading them in the evening when I've got one child in bed and I'm just having a scroll. I don't want to turn the sound up. Put captions on, people. Anyway, so yeah. But then when they get to your website, yeah, that's a different level. And yeah, you do really need to think about the structure of it. And it's very much the same. Like you said with the videos, you want a hook, you want a reason to keep watching them. It's the same with your website. I always say in that top hero area on the homepage of your website, you want to have, I call it an engaging statement. But it's the hook. It's the thing that someone comes to your website and goes, I am in the right place. So I want to scroll down and I want to read more. In those first couple of lines and that first statement, you need to basically say, this is what I do. This is who I do it with or for. And so therefore I can help you. That is what those couple of lines have got to say. So yes, it has to be structured really well. And then it's got to carry on talking to that website visitor. So many people then decide that the first bit of their homepage suddenly has become their about page, and they launch into this story of like, oh, I decided to start my business because my grandfather had done it before me, and no one cares at this point. People still want to see your services or an overview of your products or whatever they have come to your website for. And then if they click on your about page, that's them saying, oh, actually, I'm really interested now and I'd love to know why you started the business and who you are. Put that on there. So yeah, it's definitely a structure to follow, definitely a right way of doing it to get people in and really wanting to buy from you or work from you. And yeah, it's got to be that at that professional level then. The DIY selfie in the garden approach, not great for a website.
I think, again, it's what do you want to put your first foot forward with, right? Especially when it's like, it might be said by Google, it might be said by AI, and this is your first time of meeting that business. Yeah. I guess then it questions of like, from us as a smaller business, not necessarily implying small, but smaller than the Squarespaces, etc. Yeah. Do we lean into personal brand, do you think?
I think, there's so many factors there. I think if you are a smaller business, it's really good to have a personal presence out there, definitely, because I'd say quite often you're out networking, so people are going to meet you in person. You are probably on LinkedIn talking about all of like the stuff that you're going about and doing and what your business is doing. So I think you're naturally going to have a personal presence, but then, and I am very much that person. I'm out there networking all the time. I am the one doing that for our business. But when you go to the Ready Steady website's website, it is a business website. There, is an about page and there is a team page, and we are on there, and our sense of humour is definitely on there, and we carry that through like the way that we are on social media. It's very much on. Someone commented that to me the other day, that she loved the fact our personality was there in the website once you look for it, but actually the website was, this is what we offer, these are our prices, this is what you get, really clear and simple, and all about the person who's looking for the website or the branding or the SEO package and all the other things we do. So yeah, I think a personal brand is important, but I think how you present that on your website very much depends on, how the business is structured, where you're looking to take the business in the future as well, and that's a question right at the start when you're starting your business too. And obviously you can evolve, like we trade under Ready Steady websites now. We initially set up as Second Floor Designs Limited, and our business has evolved over the 15 years. And that can happen. You can start out as, enter your name here, and then what you do. So, we have people who are Joe Blogs Nutritional Therapy, that kind of thing. But actually maybe over time you're getting more and more patients, and you bring on more people to work with you, and then it turns into just JB nutritional therapy. You know, it can evolve. And I think whether you go out as really as a personal brand really just depends on like your vision for the business, where you're taking it, and how comfortable you are with that as well. Like some people don't want to put themselves front and center. They're very good at what they do. They want to do it under their own steam. They don't want to go and work for somebody. But actually, they're not this person. They're not out there doing the podcast interviews. It's not them. They actually they want to be a business, and they don't want to be front and center. And I think that's fine as well. If you can find the right way to get it out there, to get your like seen and marketed, then that's great. But I think it's like with the videos, you've got to be comfortable to do a really good video. You've got to be comfortable putting yourself out there as a sort of personal brand, I think.
I think for me, and I had this conversation many years ago, and I've had it 1,000 times since, like a CEO of a C-suite company, doesn't matter who he was, but he was like, I don't want my kids involved in content. I don't want them physically involved in content. I don't even want people to know they even exist. I'm like, cool, no worries. He was like, how are we going to make sure that happens? I was like, do you have control over your mouth? I said, yes. He said, yes. I said, congratulations. You will not talk about your children, their existence, or anything about them in any way, shape, or form then.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think sometimes and that's why I always phrase it that way, because I think so many people, we sit and go, I have to be really public, and I have to be this, and I have to be that. It's like, yeah, but we forget we have control over what we say in every moment. And especially if you're post-editing it, even if we have a conversation, or the conversation ends up going into a realm that you feel is inappropriate, I feel is inappropriate, or we don't feel comfortable having out live, then you just ask, would it be impossible to remove that section? Yeah. Or I just feel actually that's just a tangent that's not really relevant, so I might chop it from the set, etc. But it's doing it for a place of comfort. Yeah. Because I'm like, okay, everything I talk about publicly is everything I talk about publicly. I don't talk about the challenges I'm going through today, or the things I'm hearing from today, or whatever, if I am, because that's not appropriate, and I'm not ready for it. But I can talk about it in hindsight, right? And in the same way, like, if you don't want the ability or the fact that you have children to be known, then don't mention it.
Yeah.
It's really that simple.
It is.
And I think, which I get, right? Like, I'd be like, no, but also, what's it got to do with business? What's that got to do with business? Now, you could make the argument, but it humanises you and yeah, but you made that you have to make that decision. Yeah. Yeah. You know, no one else is going to make that decision for you. And it's important to make sure that everything you put out is A, relevant to the business, but 2, is in your... And I use the term comfort zone loosely here, because it's not about whether it's like comfortable, but it's whether it's within line with your values, I think, is the more important thing, right? It's not about, it's uncomfortable, because I think we should push ourselves for a level of uncomfortability to do things that we're not comfortable with. But that's different to, no, I just don't want, in the kids example. What do you think is missing in marketing right now? What do you think people could be doing, should be doing, that they're maybe not doing?
Oh, that is a good question. I think the thing I see people like, so we're looking at very small businesses here. The thing they are missing in marketing is consistency, which I think can be really, really key. I think there's people who think, well, I put this out there and therefore, you know, everyone will know about it now because I mentioned it once. So I've marketed that, and that doesn't work. Like, there's so much out there, like people, the term, like so much noise that people are having to deal with, whether that's visual or audio. But there's so much out there, and people aren't consistent with it. So I think that being consistent in whatever form of marketing you're choosing, so whether you are using social media, whether you are doing email marketing and putting emails out there, whether you are, you know, putting out flyers places, you're doing some actual like putting up posters and that kind of thing, you know, you have to be consistent with it. You have to be doing it in a range of places. And I think people feel like well, I don't want to bother people. I don't want people to get bored of me because they're hearing it so much, and you have to do it an awful lot for people to be hearing it so much they're getting bored of you. And I think that is one of the key things that I think people are missing. I think in marketing in general, what's missing, I suppose, perhaps I'm seeing so much of the personal stuff. It might actually be nice to see actual more businessy marketing. I wonder if that would actually catch my eye more these days. Like, rather than people out there doing all the talking about themselves and like, oh, I've been here and I've been there and this, that and the other. But actually, I don't see that many people putting out from business perspective, this is what we achieved this week. This is what we did this week. This is actually what a proper like week working with a client looks like. Or this is actually, these are all the testimonials I got in 1 week. And I don't know if that's because it's a bit braggy, isn't it? If you get lots of testimonials all telling you you're lovely, but actually that's what's going to make people really want to work with you. If they go, wow, they put that many sites live this week and that many people said that stuff about them. I actually don't see that much these days. And I am bad at doing it myself. I know I am.
Is that because it's easier for you to talk as you're walking down the beach, or
of course it's so much easier,
or
just
when you're in the garden, or etc.
Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, it's easier from a couple of perspectives. One, that takes no preparation, just going quick selfie, talk about this that I did here. Whereas if you want to put out like, okay, this website went live this week, we got this testimonial, I've got to sit there and make that look nice and a visual before I stick it on social media. And, you know, if it's a busy week, I'm not taking the time to do that. And I know I should. And I think that is a key thing, that doing it well always takes time. And we all have a finite amount of time. And if we are busy in our business, obviously, we've got to make sure those deadlines are hit, those clients get their websites, that the support tickets are responded to, the site that went down because the server got overloaded is put back up again. We're doing all that stuff that we actually have to do as the actual stuff in our business that pays the bills. And then we've got to go, oh, do you know what? Yeah, testimonials, do this next week. And then, oh, look, next week came and went, still going to do them next week. And actually, I think, and this is something that's clicking in my head right now while I'm talking to you, that, you know what? Some of that might stand out a bit more because people aren't doing it as much. It won't be the stuff that gets the likes and the shares and the comments on social media. There'll be those 5 nice people who are always lovely on every post and go, oh, that's so nice that you've got such a lovely testimonial. Well done, Jude. And I love those people for taking the time to do that. But it won't start the discussion. It won't be those posts that go mad. But actually, they're the posts that when people are scrolling through your posts, that really solidify what it is you actually do, that actually she doesn't just work out in the garage and try and grow vegetables in her garden. She does actually do websites.
Do you think, like I've just filmed Gemma's one, and we talked about the fact that some marketing agencies that I've seen in my lifetime are what I would call fall into the classic trap, in my view, that when they're busy with work, their marketing kind of shuts off, or they stop as much as they maybe should, either completely or as much as they should. Or then they only turn it back on when they need work again.
Yeah.
Something that I've always done for as long as the business has existed is Brunton Media is the highest paying client, period. It's not the most priority, but the reason why I always frame it as the highest paying client is it means it's the amount of resource, energy and time that it consistently gets. Yeah. Because regardless of how well I do my job for clients, if I'm growing, there will be a point where we don't work together anymore. Yeah. And I need a strong pipeline to stay in business. Absolutely. Right? So I need to constantly be going. If you're just looking at project work, I've pivoted the business slightly so it's retainer-based and project work. But if you're just looking at project work, you need project. And it might feel overwhelming as you're starting to put them in. But then I'm just like, just be honest with your client and say, well, what's your delivery timeline on this? Yeah. Because if you don't have the availability to film, edit and produce it, for example, in my case, then don't commit to doing that in the month you can do it. Say, that's a really cool idea. Is it time sensitive right now? Because if not, I can do it in September. Yeah. at the time of filming. This will probably be out in October, but like the same is true. I could do it the following month in November, for example. And I think sometimes with that mindset is why I'm always on top of marketing. Right? And why I'm always constantly looking at my 1% on my marketing, but also then taking the learnings into my client delivery stuff. Saying, well, actually, these hooks are working really well for me. Have we thought about doing something similar for you? Is that common?
Oh, it's so common. Like, and I think...
And if so, how do we fix it? How does a business... Is it just, you just got to work the hours?
You just
sometimes.
Yeah, and you've got to prioritise it. So I think, like you said, people will get a project in and they'll be so desperate to please that client and go, oh yeah, well, I can deliver that in 5 weeks. But to deliver that in 5 weeks, they will no longer rock up to any networking and they will no longer post consistently on social media. And yeah, absolutely, there's no way they're creating any nice social like graphics to put out any testimonials, anything like that. It's all going to go because they've promised the client it'll be delivered in 5 weeks. Where actually, if they said to the client, is 7 weeks all right? Then realistically, they could still fit in their 3 networking meetings in that time. And they could still have prioritised their marketing posts and whatever else they do for their marketing. And the client would probably still have said yes. And let's not forget that actually, clients will probably respect you more if you can't just go like that and deliver a project, because then they go, oh, well, they're busy, they must be good, rather than they can turn that around very quickly, probably haven't got anything else on, is that a concern? So it's definitely, and I think if you have been in the feast and famine cycle of like project, nothing, project, you are more panicked to definitely make sure that you get that client, and then you probably do overpromise, and actually you would have been fine. Because if you start saying, well, 7 weeks all right, and they go, well, really, can we do 6? Then, okay, you can do 6, and maybe one of the networking meetings goes or whatever. But it's just, yeah, I see it a lot. I do see people like, oh, sorry, I'm not going to be coming to the networking meeting this week because I'm so busy, I've got to fit this in before a deadline. And then you're like, well, if the deadline's approaching, like, have you got stuff coming after that? Or would actually have going to this networking meeting being a good idea, because maybe there was someone there thinking about chatting to you this time because they've got to know you a bit. And so, yeah, no, we do see it a lot. And it's one of the things that we're very careful not to do. And it's easier for us, like there's 2 of us running the business. We have freelancers and things when we need as well. And so I am always focused. It's me mainly. Chris does do some of the networking, but I am very much focused. And like for me, it's the school summer holidays now. And like my focus very much is on the children in this time. But I think I was very much... you offered me to do this, and I was like, yeah, I'll make time to do that, because again, that's something, it's very easy to drop the things you don't have to do at this period of time, but then in November when there's not as many new people coming in, it's like, well, do you know what, if I'd have done that and gone to all of this in August, probably wouldn't have had this sort of drier patch now. So yeah, so I'm here, and I've made sure I've prioritized a couple of networking meetings next week, and I make sure it keeps going, and because it has to, because we are small business owners, and that is how we get our business.
I think for me it's key, and I've always been in the world of, I'm going to bank content for as long as I can, especially I call it my bloodline of my business now, because we met through networking originally, but I since then have pulled back on networking. That's not because networking doesn't work. It's because I found I was trying to do content, do that really well, trying to do ads, trying to do that really well, trying to do client delivery, trying to do that really well, trying to do networking, trying to do that really well. And what I was finding was I was doing all of them unoptimally or badly. Yeah. So I said, right, scrap everything. What do I actually want to spend my hours doing when I'm not working for clients? And then I was like, okay, well, actually, I really love enjoying creating content, having conversations on camera, etc. Cool. Okay, what's the byproduct of that? The byproduct of that is I become better at my craft. I become better as an interviewer, which in turn means when I'm doing interview content for clients, I'm even better. So it's a compounding effect across that board. But also I can then make sure that I'm consistent. So as we're discussing now, it's the middle of the summer holidays, but this won't be out until probably closer to October. And it's like, actually, I can have a really busy... I'm expecting September to be really busy because of the natural progression where you have a month where people are really focused on family and but then they're like, shit, I've actually got business stuff to do. And in September, that's normally what happens. So I'm actually prepping it as a perspective. I probably won't be filming much in regards to podcast, my own content in September, But that won't matter because of how much content ahead I am. So then when it comes back round to it come October, I can then go back to filming, say, 5-6 episodes a month, or maybe 8 episodes a month, and then I'm good till December again, and etc. And I think once you understand that principle, once you can kind of get there with either your blog writing or etc., then you can be in a position where you don't need to worry about consistency. Like, I'm not worried, oh my God, what am I going to post? Then the question becomes, what could I post or what should I post? And it removes all the pressure. Yeah. Do you, like, how consistently should someone be writing a blog on a website then? Let's focus back in on websites.
So we say it's really good if you can do it once a month as a minimum. Like, to have that new content going on your website
less
once
is
a
more
month.
in that respect?
I think, well, I mean, I used to write posts weekly for Ready Steady websites. People told me that they loved that they did go and read the blog post every week. And I maintained that for a good few years. But that's a lot of content. And I got to the point where I really felt like we were getting busier. And actually, if I had a post once a month, I could still pull bits out of that for social posts throughout the month. So I'm still putting stuff out there, sending people to the website, to a blog post. I could still pull different bits out of it for our newsletter, which is weekly. And Google likes to see something new on your website every month. Like, it just reminds Google that you're there. Something new's gone on there. It's something new for Google to index. And so, yeah, so that's why we say once a month. And that is what I do now, because, yeah, once a week got a lot. And I will like batch. So like you said, like I've said, it's the summer holidays. I don't want to be doing as much during the summer holidays. So I had blog posts and social media posts already at the start of July for July, August, and the first couple of weeks of September. And my email newsletter as well, all scheduled, all ready to go, sorted. And I think it feels like that's a lot, but actually that took me not even 2 days to write the emails for every week, 3 blog posts, and I haven't written the social posts fully because I do like to be more reactive on social media, but I've written like probably 2 for each week, like full, solid, good posts that are more business related, and then I can put in my fluff of like, you know, sat in the school field today and did this type thing, and yeah, so it can be kind of a mixture. But it doesn't take long to do it, to schedule it. Like you said, like I know you've obviously booked this room today, you're blocking your podcasts, and that's months worth of content. And it's easy to do if you organise your time right to do it. And I think it feels big for people who just aren't used to doing it. And the people who say to me, oh, I'm not building an email list because I don't have anything to say to them. It's like, you've got so much to say. I am one for quite long emails. I talk a lot. I will write a lot as much as I talk. But actually, over the summer, they're shorter and sweeter. I've got a little thing going on of like a website tip a week. It's a short paragraph, but it's something actionable, useful for those people on our email list, relevant to them because they're all there, because they've come to us for some website reason, whether they've got a website with us already and should be reminded to just go and check that everything's still current and up to date and maybe make a tweak, or whether they're planning a new one and thinking of coming to us. Those tips are relevant to both. Happy days, email sorted. It's not hard. I mean, we have blog posts on ideas for your website, for your email newsletter, obviously. Got a blog post and everything pretty much on our website. So, yeah, but I think, once a month is a good one.
Is there a pros and cons if you're, let's say, for example, you're in my position where you have a huge amount of video content and that's your feeder? Because I'm throwing around the idea for the new website that is going to be built by the time this episode comes out. There we go.
Said it now.
It will have to be out now. It'll have to happen. I'm throwing around the idea, because it's a time investment and it's also how I come across. I think I come across better on like this video, right? But for me, I'm aware that for AI search and SEO, I need to be writing stuff. Yeah. Now, do I need to be writing stuff? Do I need to hire a copywriter if the business can afford to do so? Or can I potentially leverage automation and or ChatGPT, etc., to write in my style, and or what are the pros and cons for all the above?
So I think...
Would you say?
So for you...
And this is a dirtily selfish fucking answer.
So for you, as someone who has got video content, that is your content, I'd use that for your website. So I would have, like, whether you want to embed it from YouTube or wherever you're going to have it onto your website. And then I would have... like notes of what's discussed, key points, which there are so many tools that will do that for you, that will draw it out. But I would say that if you're using a tool like that, you need to then go and sense check it, look through it yourself, make sure it does sound like you, tweak it, make it your own. Don't just use it verbatim from the tools that have pulled it out. So from that kind of content where you're repurposing a video and turning it into a vlog essentially on your website with notes, I think that's absolutely fine. If you then wanted actually to do some actual blog posts as well, I personally think I like the approach of giving it a go yourself, so that it is really what you would be saying and like the points you want to make. If you then read it and think, this isn't good enough, this isn't my forte, this isn't like my strength, then I personally would get a copywriter involved to help you. Like, there are people out there who will help you to craft kind of what you've already started, improve it, write it in a way that they know is going to be nice and readable, but also is going to be great for getting some key terms in there that people are going to be searching for what you do. I don't like it when I see blog posts that I can tell have been written by AI, you know, and people have written guest blog posts for me and sent them to me, and I've gone, this is obviously, they've used AI to help them write this. I will then go in and tweak those. I will take out the EM dashes, which, you know, are an actual like staple of punctuation in America, but we tend not to use it over here. So it's quite telling when I get an English person sending me a blog post with a load of them in. So I will tweak those because I don't want them on our website. There are people saying that AI copy doesn't work as well from a search engine point of view, that like it's penalised. I don't know how truthful that is. It's hard to tell really, because, you know, we're still relatively in the early days of it being put on websites and things. The problem is that if you go, AI wrote me a blog post on this, if someone else is putting exactly the same request to ChatGPT as well, they could have they won't be exactly the same, because we know that ChatGPT will learn from the conversations you've previously had and will have it sort of tailored to you, but there'll be some of the same stuff in there, and I want to feel like what's on our website is genuinely unique and different. Someone's going to come and read something on our website and they're not going to go and read virtually exactly the same on someone else's. Obviously, people are giving similar tips to us. Like, none of what we are saying on our Ready Steady websites blog is rocket science. It's tips around your website. You know, there are many people out there doing that, and a lot of us will be preaching the same best practice. But I write all our blog posts that are not guest blog posts, and I very much do it as me. And I know there's a copywriter I know well who says, it's me. He says, from your emails to your blog to your LinkedIn posts, it's so you. And I think that's important, personally. So I wouldn't, apart from, like I said, drawing out some show notes from a podcast, yeah, use a tool to help you do that. It'd be silly to sit there listening to the whole thing, making notes. That's ridiculous. But if you're going for something that is sort of separate content in its own right, I still would prefer it that people really put themselves into it than the robots.
Is there a world where you can do both?
Yeah, I mean, there is. I mean, I know that I've got a lot of business friends who like are dyslexic, and for them, like, even sitting there and trying to start something is hard. Like I said, it's good to start from your own point of view and get someone to help you with it. So yeah, using it as a tool to kick you off, I think is all right. Again, as long as it is very much, then it becomes yours. I think I really don't like the idea of creativity being lost. And I don't like the idea of people getting lazy from a creative point of view. I think AI is great if it can help you with the really practical things. Like I said, like Chris uses it for coding, which you could say is a creative thing in its own right, and it is in many ways, but it's functional, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like it's
I think it's whether it's grunt work or not, in my view, right? And I think the key of what we're talking about here is in crux is the cognitive ability of being able to critically think. Yeah. So for me, I'll give you an example that I've probably used on other podcasts. Apologies if I have, but for me, I'm now basically solely only reading a physical book out of principle, because I'm aware that I'm utilizing AI in tech, and I want to balance the cognitive ability that I'm losing through using AI, but I'm gaining efficiency, but I still want the cognitive ability to be able to think and get creative ideas, etc. But I'm also leaning into like, let's do more stuff in person because I think the energy is better where possible, etc., etc., etc. And I think there's the conversation will flow better, so on, in that respect. And I think it's actually, to an extent, you can utilize both sides of the world as long as you're aware of the caveats.
Yeah,
is which I think what we're touching on here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I had a brief conversation in comments on LinkedIn the other day with somebody who said, you know, do you use AI for writing blog posts? Do you ask it its opinion for things? Like, do you get it to do it? And I said, you know, to a certain extent, but I'm really concerned that people will stop using their brains. But like you said, if you're aware of the fact that you're using AI for certain things and you go, do you know what, I do need this to keep working, I can't just let this computer think for me the whole time, then that's great. And I think there is that balance there, and that's good.
But I'm letting AI do the day-to-day stuff I wouldn't really find that hard or challenging to think for me. So I have freed up capacity and then the ability to think longer term problem solving, larger scope problem solving, longer term business challenge, growth challenge, and so on for clients and me. And I think for me, that's potentially where the people who are utilizing AI correct will rise to the top. Yes. Because I think, and there was this kind of AI is going to take our jobs-esque, the world's over kind of principle, I guess. I've been of the view that it's a tool. Right, and that's why I use the analogy of sharpen the knife and then use the knife yourself. So you're using AI to sharpen your knife, and then you're using it to cut up whatever you're cutting up, etc. And that allows you to then move forward. Yeah. That allows you to be more efficient, and that's kind of the, I'm going to work smart and hard simultaneously thing, because it's not just about. It is a level of, because I was like, in my head, whenever I look at content, I'm going quality or quantity, but actually, you need both to be able to understand data, to be able to then work out what the market thinks is valuable. Because I suppose it doesn't matter what you think is valuable. Yeah. It's what the market thinks is valuable. And the only way you're going to get there is through a level of quality at volume, in my view, at least. Because then you have, like, this video got 300 views, this video got 1,000. What's the difference, for example? You know, in that respect. But for those who've maybe really connected with this conversation, you know, really enjoyed it, or maybe they just want to check out what you guys are doing, where's best for people to reach out? Where's people to connect with you?
Well, our website. It's got to be the answer I give, really. So our website, readysteadywebsites.com. If they want to have a chat, they can book a call there. But we are on socials. We are Ready Steady Websites on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube. And I am Jude Wharton on LinkedIn if people want to connect.
And I'd like to end the episode by asking you to give advice to your younger self. So 5 years, 10 years, 15 years ago, what advice would you give to that person?
I'm going to keep it on a marketing theme. Like, we started our business 15 years ago, and I wish right then we'd started to build an email list. We didn't start doing it for about 5 years. And once we built our email list, that was when the consistency of work coming in massively picked up, because those people were there and we were talking to them every week and they were getting to know us, like us, really understand what we could do for them. And then they started coming to us consistently. So yeah, absolutely, I'd have built an email list much sooner. So that's my marketing, if I could go back and tell myself.
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you so much for the time. And if you did enjoy this video and would like to see more like it, then I'll be back next week with a brand new interview talking about all things marketing, what you can be doing and where and what we're potentially missing as well, which I think is a really important part of what I'm doing here. So thank you ever so much for coming back and joining me once again. And if you would love to hear what you think in the comment section down below, and I'll see you very, very soon.
But you still got to spend money on marketing to be visible and put yourself in front of your customers. You can't just expect it. You can't expect them to find you without you talking out there.
And I think for me, the important element with marketing especially is if you're really busy, that's when you should be accelerating your marketing.
Yeah, I think everyone is guilty about not marketing themselves enough. You've got to go through some pain to really learn that lesson, and then hopefully you won't make the same mistake twice.
You have to have a level of volume to understand what works, because something will over-index. A video will get 1,000 views when your average is 300. Okay, why?
Don't wait for the perfect conditions, because there are no perfect conditions.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today, we're back from a brand new episode of the podcast, and today I'm here with Gemma. Hi, Gemma. How are you?
Hello.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm really good, thank you. Yeah.
I think marketing's an interesting space at the moment. I wasn't necessarily going to start here, but I think, is it an economic thing? Are people struggling to think, well, I've got to cut some corners, or I've got to maybe look at the ROI, or I've got to...
I think
to keep things afloat? Is that what you're feeling at the moment?
I think it's definitely part of the influence. You know, people have to think about where their budget's going and be smarter with it. I think if businesses are still constantly searching for the hack or the quick wins, then that's where it gets really difficult, I think, for me as a marketer selling to clients. Because, yeah, if they think there is a shortcut or there is a quicker way, and especially the space that I work with being B2B, and it is that longer buyer journey, it isn't, there are no hacks or quick wins. It's not about being in a consumer space where you can use sales tactics to get the sales quicker. So yes, partly the economy is having an influence, like especially businesses where they've got lots of employees. They've had the impact of the national insurance contributions in April, so that has hit their bottom line. But it can't always be the excuse, I'd say. You know, the economy is going to go up and down. Look at all the things that have happened in the last 5 years that people did not see coming. So it can't be used as an excuse. You still got to spend money on marketing to be visible and put yourself in front of your customers. You can't just expect it. You can't expect them to find you without you talking out there.
Do you think that a lot of businesses, especially conversations I'm having with some clients, retainer clients, etc., like they want really strong ROI, right? Return on investment. They want that strong return on investment. Do you think, though, when it comes to marketing, that people, because I'm seeing a world in the larger space for larger business. Now, of course, they've got more capital, they can burn it for maybe a bit longer, etc. But they're actually focusing on brand building, right? The larger space. But do you think the small business space is more driven towards strong ROI, like trackable ROI in marketing?
Yes, I think ROI marketing people sometimes feel it's a bit of a dark art, you know, and it's difficult to be able to go, yes, I did this particular piece of marketing and it resulted in X. That it doesn't always work like that. The clients I work with, I help them with marketing across a number of channels, because ultimately activity in silos does achieve so much, but it's the bigger picture and how it all works together. That's where you gather the momentum, and that's where you start to see the results.
Do you think let's play a theoretical scenario. Let's say I do 4 different things in marketing. One thing, maybe the podcast is an example. And I've seen my revenue go up by 20, 30% in that time, let's say. But I can't directly track it because the client hasn't said categorically, oh, it's because I watched your podcast that I've hired you. Is that still because of the podcast though? Could I look at it that way, and could I, from an analytical point of view, when a client or me or you or etc., we look at our spend and we go, okay, well, I'm outputting these things, right, and my revenue has jumped this way. I've had a change in revenue, whether it's 10%, 20%, 30%, whatever it is. And what did I do before that change? That's how I look at it personally. But is that how you look with clients? Is it you say, well, okay, well, we did these things, and then the maybe not the direct outcome, e.g. the trackable thing, but the byproduct was you're consistently, across months, not a week, etc., but like across months, you're up 10%, 20%, 30%, etc. Yeah. Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. It all works together, and the thing, especially with B2B and the longer buyer journey, is that they might remember like the last engagement they had with your marketing, and then that, when you fill in the surveys online or something, how did you hear from us? You might then, you'll legitimately put the last thing you remember, but it will be because of the influence of all the other engagements that you've had. So it might be that they go, oh yeah, the most recent thing I saw was one of your podcasts. That's how I heard about you, or that's made me want to buy from you. But, whether you want to get down to the granular detail and kind of attribute 50% to the podcast because it was the last thing that they saw, but actually they were also on your email list, and maybe you give that 30% of the credit. It depends how you want to analyze it and get into the detail. But ultimately, everything will have a weighting, and it's good that you've obviously gone, right, before this point I wasn't doing this, but after this point where I've seen bigger engagement and bigger sales revenue after, because I've done this, you can kind of logically go, that's because of the podcast.
I think for me, like, especially in marketing, especially in content, you have to continue to adapt, to continue to test. I'm sure we'll get into that in a minute, but for me, I would just look at it as a kind of a binary set of actions. So I do a set of things in marketing. What is then the outcome, either in my number of views, etc., tangible target there, or revenue, right, or both. And I think for me, sometimes people, especially maybe starting out businesses, or maybe, I was going to say maybe slightly older businesses, but not even necessarily older, but I think businesses as a whole, sometimes we don't understand that marketing is the journey to the sales conversation, and then the sales, when it happens, gets all the credit.
Oh God, yeah.
So it's like, oh, it was an amazing funnel, an amazing client journey, and this and this and this, but actually the salesperson who closed it is the one that gets all the hooray.
Absolutely.
Because they're the one that's tangibly tied to the revenue. Yeah. What would you say to businesses, people listening maybe who are in that boat? And should they just focus on the sales side of it? Like, oh, that salesperson did a really good job because they signed the X.
Yeah. I mean, God, sales and marketing have had a crazy relationship over the years, haven't they? So they have to work together, because yes, sales will ultimately get the glory of converting that prospect into a client, but it won't have happened because that prospect won't have got to the point of needing a proposal or, having a sales conversation without all the effort that marketing has done to warm them up, to build up the knowledge of the brand, to build up the trust, to build up the credibility. Sales can't do that in their kind of one hit, I'm going to tell you about features and benefits, or whatever the conversation goes like. So yes, they might get the credit at the end, but unless they work together. And it's the same, like, marketing can do so much to get a prospect to the point of wanting to buy and convert. You still need to have a sales message and a sales process to get them over the line and get the revenue in. So they can't work one without the other. They have to work together. But yeah, you'll always come across organisations that kind of weights slightly more to marketing, slightly more to sales. But you know, marketing has to think about what happens at the point of sale, and making sure that they're not going to get the sales team kind of go, these marketing leads are rubbish, you know, and actually it's because marketing has done so much, but then the salesperson is missing a piece of information that they didn't tell us that they needed. You know, you've got to get them to work together. Got to get them in the same room.
I see them in it. Well, there's two analogies. Like you said, one, like marketing and sales is a dance, right? You can't have one without the other. But also, number two, I think that your marketing is like up or downstream, depending on which one you're looking at in regards to either sales or marketing, in correspondence to what then you get in 3 months' time. That's how I look at it. And I say, well, the actions I'm doing now, the actions I'm doing today, they won't have ROI today, but they will have ROI in 3 months, 6 months, or 12 months. And when you're in a position where you can spend that a little bit more on your marketing, maybe that's this month, and then maybe you have to pull back next month, or etc. Or actually you're in a really strong year, you should be pushing brand, you should be pushing marketing as much as you can, and investing where you can. So making the upgrades where you need to, making the, you know, for me, buying a new camera, buying a new lens, buying a new microphone, etc. That's then going to pay the rewards when things are harder, because I can lean into those changes and use them as maybe selling opportunities or selling reasons, right, in my marketing that will then trickle down into the reason why people made decisions. But have you always wanted to work in marketing? Have you always like done marketing? Like, how did you get sat in front of me today?
Yeah, I knew exactly the career I wanted to take. I knew I wanted to work in business. I knew I wanted to work in communications. So I've kind of been your standard student who did GCSEs, A-levels, did a marketing degree, and went into a marketing agency. Just because that's the path I knew I've wanted to take. Never did I think I would actually run my own business. That kind of came over the last few years. I was always happy working for somebody else, working part of a marketing team. But yeah, I was always, I didn't foresee the kind of the change.
Why did you go freelance? Because some people are forced into it. Right?
Yeah, no,
they're
I
like,
wasn't.
oh, I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm in an agency, and then suddenly like the dreaded redundancy call comes.
Yeah, I wanted to do a bit more marketing. It was for me. So I'd had my son, and I'd sort of lost a bit of my work identity. So I started to do a bit of freelancing on the side, not in the freelancing that I do now. But then COVID actually gave me a really good opportunity, because I was at home, I could do loads of online networking, I could meet loads more people, and that just gave me the opportunity to pick up a few new clients, work with some other marketeers. I had an employer that was absolutely fine with me doing my little side hustle, no problem. And then I got to the point where actually I think I wanted to work with more different people, feel a bit more valued. So I sort of crunched the numbers, picked up a little bit more work, and then it was like, right, this is the moment. Let's go. Let's switch it over. My employer actually did become a client, so I was rather sensible with my sort of dip into freelancing. So I had a plan. I had a bank of clients kind of ready to go, and then it kind of went from there.
Do you think people, maybe in the current climate, or I mean, I'm always hesitant when I say that, right? Because I've been in business nearly 10 years now, which is a really nice place to say. Yeah. But also, I'm also aware that I've now got a bank of knowledge in my head, which is like, well, there was that thing like 4 years ago, there was that thing 3 years ago, then we had COVID, so I try to be nice and try to lead with empathy when people are like, it's really hard, I'm struggling, the economy's hard, but I'm like, there's always going to be something. Always going to be, the government's doing this, geopolitics is doing this, etc. So I think for me personally, I always focus on my inner work in respect to A, how's my client delivery, B, what's my marketing, and C, how much is where is my pipeline, where's my cash reserve, etc., etc. Things like that. And I think for me, the yardstick I always use, and I've been thinking about this like a lot over the weekend, it's like the problems I'm now trying to fix are drastically different to where they were a year ago. So for me, that's clear growth metric. Yeah. because I'm trying to fix larger problems. I've got more, whether that's financial problems or delivery problems,
different problems,
etc. You always have problems, I think, in my view.
Yeah.
To I guess to phrase it into a question, people who are maybe looking at the economy as, should I maybe pack in what I'm doing and then go get a job, or the other way and saying, actually, well, maybe I'm a little bit concerned about my job security. Maybe I'm seeing redundancy in the next 6 months, like either because their company's actually said that's going to happen, or they just have kind of a gut feeling that's like, I would feel more secure if I had something else. What would you, is now a good time? Would you say?
Any time is a good, any time. Like, don't wait for the perfect conditions, because there are no perfect conditions. Employment, some people do look at it a bit more securely. There's more, law behind, to protect employees. I don't sit there and think, I don't think either or is more safer, freelancing or employment. I saw somebody post something the other day about, maybe I think they must have gone through a redundancy, and I just sort of commented to say, like, look, don't overlook freelancing, but also don't look at freelancing if you want to get some income in your pocket quickly, because it's not the quick result, unless you've got somebody that has got a project lined up, that they're going to be good payers. But
I think that happens because you did the work 3 months ago.
Yeah, no, that does. But that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, somebody that was like literally, okay, I've just been made redundant, I'm going to jump into freelancing, and it's like, that's fine, but brace yourself. You are going to financially, you're going to just. You need
to live humbly.
Yeah,
and I think the key for me, and the thing I've learned the last couple of years, is you have to live below your means within reason, regardless of whether you want to grow or not, because. If you're growing, that requires money, but also it's in a scalable fashion where actually if money starts to get tighter and you have to make cuts, then I'd rather be cutting the stuff I'm using to push forward rather than, oh, I can't eat today.
Yeah.
I can't turn the heating on.
It's interesting you say that, because at the end of last year, I had a couple of clients, they kind of fell out one after the other, and it was a little bit like, oh, this is getting uncomfortable. But it was a bit of a wake-up call for me, because I'd had lots of work come to me via referral, via other clients, but I could honestly say I wasn't doing enough marketing outbound to reach new audiences. So as sad as I was and I was panicking, I knew I had enough money to pay the bills. That was fine. But I decided to invest in myself a lot more. So I invested in a bit more coaching. I invested in some other kind of support marketing communities where I was going to meet other marketeers, learn from them, possibly grow my network and find other people to work with. And it was absolutely the best thing I've done. So it's scary to spend money when you know your income is reducing, but sometimes you have got to do that. You've got to invest in new systems and technologies and new ways of doing things.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it's like, what's your response? And I'm having this like constant concern, right? When things are going well, you should make wheat. Okay, cool. But then actually, maybe I've got runway of, let's say, 3 months or maybe 2 months, right? Or maybe a month and a half. Cool, right. Do I continue to move forward, continue to say, well, this is working, this is growing, and trust in that by the time I hit my end of my runway, I'll be fine, the work will be there. Yeah. Or I'll make the money, or I'll found a way through. In that scenario where you are, like, unfortunately losing clients, the project work isn't there. We're recording this will be going out probably nearly October, but we're recording this in the middle of the summer holidays. Yeah. Where I naturally know there's going to be a lower demand for stuff happening, which is understandable to an extent, because kids are home, things are harder, people are working less, people are enjoying either holidays or time with their kids, etc., which is completely understandable. But also I'm like, okay, when I looked at my financial plan, I was like, okay, I need to kind of plan as if there's not going to be any project work for the next 6 weeks-ish.
Yeah.
I guess to phrase it into a question, what's your response? It sounds like it's like lean into growth and lean into investing, or have you always been that way, or do you sometimes feel like maybe you should have pulled back on costs and gone, actually, I can live on this for 3 months now?
The interesting thing is, if you ask my husband, I am captain cautious. So I am not necessarily a risk taker. Like you mentioned earlier about sort of like living within your means. So I think you've got to be sensible, and it is. I guess it's a personality type, isn't it? So if you're somebody that really likes to live on the edge, and you're quite comfortable, kind of going, it'll work itself out, then you might take more risk. You might spend more initially and kind of hope for the best. Know that it's going in the right direction. You're investing in the right areas. So for me, in November last year, where I had less clients, but I knew I had to do something different, and I knew perhaps I was probably hiding away from really putting myself out there. Because it is scary. It's scary to put yourself out there.
I was going to say, did that come from like, I've overused the word insecurity, but I can't think of another word to use lately.
It's like,
but is it an insecurity within yourself? It's like, what if, because it's the classic of like, what happens if people comment nasty things or etc.
Yeah. It's pushing yourself out of the comfort zone. So when I went into my freelance stuff, I had a bank of clients. I grew, quite quickly. I was quite fortunate. Maybe I use that word too much. I'm good at what I do. That's why people work with me. But I guess I was comfy. I had enough money coming in, but ultimately I didn't have enough of an eye on my pipeline. And so, and that was in like the first 2 years. So I've learned a lesson, and I'm happy that I've learned that lesson. I don't think there was any other way I was going to learn it. Nothing was giving me the kick up the bum to focus on my pipeline.
So when you say focus on your pipeline, what does that actually mean in tangible terms? What are you doing when you're focusing on your pipeline?
In terms of having more conversations and lining up potential new clients, new work.
So you're in sales?
Yeah.
Because I think there's sometimes a misconception when we look at pipeline, which is like, I'm going to push marketing really hard. Because that is a approach to get more pipeline. My answer is yes and. Right? Yes, and you should be doing more marketing. Yes, and you should do more outreach. Yes, and you should be connected with your clients. Yes, and you should be adding more value to your clients. Yes, and you should be trying to go above board for all of the clients you currently have. When things are good and when things are bad. Because the result is identical. But I think if you can financially plan it and or plan in such a way where actually absolute worst case scenario, you probably got close to 3 to 5 months, you're going to be fine either way. Because if you think about how long that time actually is in regards to actionable things, it's so unlikely, if you look at probability, that you're going to then not have any other work within that window of time if you're doing all the right things.
Yeah.
You would, it would fill you, for me, it would fill me with a sense of, okay, actually, I'm going to be fine.
Yeah.
But also, I think that comes back to the level of resilience you have, the level of experience you have. And this is one of the issues that I think maybe for starting out freelancers maybe have, is they don't have that evidence in their brain to go, when my back's against the wall, I need to make money. I know I can go in what I call going into the trenches, which is I'm going to have 15 cold outreach messages a day. I have stages. Like for me personally, I have seasons or stages, depending how you look at it, depending on where I see my pipeline, where I see things. When things are good, I lean into marketing as hard as I possibly can and try and add as much value in a short window of time. When I know that potentially I'm about to go into a season where I need to make sure things happen, like say like money hitting my account every month, then I'm like, okay, we're going to change gears now. Right? And I will potentially change the content a little bit, and it'll be a bit more pushy, not salesy, pushy in respect to, hey, remember me? But also what I'm doing in the background of that is sending 10 to 15, maybe 20 DMs a day. I'm calling old clients. I'm going back through my old list, etc. to go, hey, what's going on? How's it going? For people who maybe are listening to this, how could someone approach it, would you say, if they are in that position? Because it depends on where you are, I think, in business.
I think you've got to make yourself as visible as possible, and just put yourself out there. Be confident, be yourself, but put yourself out there. And I would say get out from behind the screen. So it's great if, you know, you're doing all your digital marketing, you're sending your DMs, hopefully you've built your email list and you're reaching out to them and saying, hey, I've got availability right now, grab it. But also it's being seen in person as well. Just try and be in as many places as you can. If you're really like, I need to get some money in this month, you've got to, and be honest. Like, I don't think there's any shame in anybody going, hey, I've got a gap. I've got a gap right now. I need to make some money. You know, my skills are going unused. Like, just be honest, because there are lots of people in the same situation. And like, there's no shame in there's no point lying and going, oh yeah, I'm fully booked until next year, when you're not. Like, that's not paying your bills. So, yeah.
I think for me, there's a couple of layers there. The first is, if you're in that position, you need to get yourself out of the hole short term. Yeah. Second position, you need to take the lessons that you got where you got there. Yeah. And thirdly, you need to then understand that actually, even in a year's time, when you've taken the lessons and when you've moved forward and when you've done the money management, and I keep leaning back to money management because that in crux is what will fix the problem long term. When you make money, stash some away. Yeah. When you make money, stash some away. When you make money, so on. And that can, you know, there's loads of ways you can do that. But I think for me, the key is to understand that once you do that, you're then thinking longer term time horizon, but you still have problems. Yeah. You know, I might lose some of my retainer clients tomorrow. I might not. Right? Cool. But what am I doing to potentially get 2 more?
Yeah.
Constantly.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So I think sometimes, I mean, I'll phrase it as a question. Do you think marketers can get complacent sometimes? Things are great. Things are good.
I think we can. I think anybody can in their role. And I think people have different fears at different times. So the whole thing when you said there about you've got enough work, but you're always thinking about trying to get 2 more. I've definitely had the fear of, well, if I put myself out there too much, what if like there's loads of people that want to work with me and I can't work with all of them? And I'm not necessarily, for me personally right now, I'm not interested in growing an agency. I might have thought that last year, but this year it's like, who cares? If I end up with that problem, I'll find a solution when it comes. Right now, that isn't, it's not a fear to worry about, you know. Right now, it's all about having those conversations and keeping visible and reminding people. Like, I mean, I had a client that I now work with this year. We had a conversation 12 months before, and it wasn't the right time for her to work with me. And then, as soon as she was ready, she comes and has a chat, and that's it. And then we're working together, and we started working together on one particular project, and that project has grown, you know, as a result of continuing to have these conversations.
Do you think? I mean, I've always looked at it from more. In some ways, I've seen myself as very unique in the respect to how I market and what I do, but also I've seen on the other side, which is what I would call more traditional marketing agencies, where they sell marketing service. But they only market their own business when they need work. Yeah. And I think that's backwards, personally. Yeah. I think regardless of whether you're busy, regardless of whether you're not, you should be leading with your best foot forward as a marketing agency, if it's what you sell, right? Or a videographer, you should be posting your best content for you. You should be having the podcast, and you should, and look, I always focus on, for me personally, everything I do is 1% improvement, right? Little thing, how can I tweak the lighting? How can I make it look a bit better? How can I make it sound a little bit better? Etc. And sometimes it has a cost implication. And sometimes that's an uncomfortable cost implication. But I'm always like, is it going to make 1% improvement? Because if I plan it in respect to I've got 2 months, let's just say, for example, 3 months worth of runway, by the time that 1% compounds, I'm going to be fine anyway. Regardless of what happens with it. I could lose, touch wood, that won't happen, but I could lose all of my clients as of today, and actually I'll still be fine in 3 months because of the compounding effect. Yeah. Because as long as I've got enough cash to live that runway, then I'll be fine on the other side. Yeah. Do you think, is that common in marketing? Do people take their foot off the gas for their own stuff because it's just a application of resources kind of question?
Yeah, and this is the reason why I'm a freelancer and people work with me, is because they might give marketing their best effort when they're really motivated. Like I say, they need the sales, they need the income. They win all that work, and then as soon as client delivery needs to focus, marketing, then they take their foot off the gas, and they're like, oh, we're fine. And then as soon as they are then at that next stage of growth, or clients have left them, they then go, all right, well, we'll just switch marketing back on. But that's not how it works. So everyone is guilty. I think everyone is guilty about not marketing themselves enough. And I think you've got to go through some pain to really learn that lesson, and then hopefully you won't make the same mistake twice. But yeah, it's not uncommon for people to ease the pressure on marketing, to kind of, just let inconsistency just kind of bleed in. And that's when you've then got to make a decision. Either are you doing your own marketing, or you need to really sharpen the tools and focus, or you need to outsource that to somebody who can do that for you, so that you can put your attention on the other areas that are needing your attention.
From a tactics side of marketing, we talked a lot of psychology, we talked about like, should you do it, should you not do it? But from a tactics point of view, what do you think's missing right now? What do you think people are maybe not doing that they should be?
That's a good question. I think they're still looking for like the hack, the shortcut. I think they're still kind of thinking, do I really have to do all this? Do I really have to put this effort in? And the answer is yes. So if the business owner, the director, doesn't want to, if you're not interested in marketing, if you're not good at marketing, don't do it. Give it to somebody who can. And I will always say to anybody, if they're not in a financial place to outsource, when you are marketing, think about something that you enjoy and that you're going to be able to be consistent with. Don't sit there and go, right, I'm going to post on social media every day. If 1, you don't like it, 2, you're not going to be there to engage afterwards, and 3, you're not actually going to be able to commit to that, because it's just that you make yourself feel like crap. As soon as you don't post that one day, you beat yourself up over it. Find the joy in the work that you do, and if marketing isn't where you find the joy, don't do it.
I think it's also a context thing. Like some days I'll post 6 times, other days I'll only post once, right? And it's tangibly, am I in my office or on my office or on my computer? 1.
Okay.
2, where am I with client delivery? Do I need to focus for a third of the day on client delivery? Yeah. And I can only put out 1 clip of the podcast, etc. But for me, the key is being consistent, so that if you averaged it, it would be 3 a day.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's say for me, and I say that, and people go, 3 a day, that's insane. Yeah, but I have a system.
Oh, but you've got different channels as well. This isn't like.
Well, no, that's on 1 channel.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Right. So if you times that across 5, then we're talking 15 a day.
Oh, okay.
But the key is I've built a system. We're recording. To give you a very key example, I don't need to at the end of the summer record. Probably for most, I could probably not record until November and still have a weekly podcast. Yeah. Because I'm so far ahead. Yeah. Now, the issue with that, of course, is if we're talking about current event stuff. Yeah. If we're not, which 95% of my podcast isn't current events, I've got other content to talk about current events, but most of the stuff I have in podcast conversations is workable and will be workable in 6 months to 12 months. So actually, by me batch recording, I'm just banking as much as humanly possible. Yeah. So then if I get really busy with client work, if I have to fix problems in the business, if I have to exploit these on, I then don't have to allocate resources and time necessarily into the podcast, or I can limit that cost on a month where it is a bit tighter because I'm so far ahead. Yeah. But the key is I'm focusing on the consistency. Mm-hmm. So, and this is where I've used the analogy of you need to make the hay while the sun shines, because if you don't, you'll just be left with sludge. Yeah. And I think for me, the important element with marketing especially is if you're really busy, that's when you should be accelerating your marketing. Yeah. Because then you're actually going to, and even if you don't have capacity, right? So let's say I don't even have capacity, I still am going to push hard on marketing because I want demand in 3 months. Yeah. And actually, I trust that by the time I finish those projects, if I've pushed with marketing, I'll have some stuff left. I'll have some people who are ready, and just being honest with clients and saying, look, I don't have the availability until September. Yeah. I don't have the ability until October, November, December, whenever it is. Yeah. And saying, cool, can we book something in? Can we get a pre-production call? Can we get a discovery call in? Yeah. Cool. But also understand that actually a project that you quoted and you alluded to earlier, where you had a conversation a year ago, I've just finished a project started a project, last week. I had a pre-production meeting for that I initially quoted about 3 months ago. Yeah. Right. And I was like, at the time, maybe it's wrong time, maybe they're not ready, etc., etc. I was like, okay, maybe it won't come through, maybe it will. But then I got a call 2 weeks ago saying, hey, Cotton, we're ready to move forward. Fabulous, wonderful, right? And I think for me, if I had, perhaps, I haven't asked them yet, but perhaps if I had stopped marketing, they wouldn't have been constantly reminded that I existed.
That you're around, that
we've got that project there.
Yeah.
And the same with a handful of other clients who are like, yeah, we really want to do something, but we're not quite sure what we want to do yet. And I think that's the key sometimes. And I think that's why when people maybe don't look, maybe they fall off their consistency. And I think the reason why the podcasts are very different this series than it was last series was I was in that boat of I'm trying to do too many things and not doing them well enough. So I'm very focused on 2 channels for the time being, which is podcast and my event promotion for my event in September. And by the time this come out, the event will probably have finished, and then it'll be about marketing the next event. But anyway, the crux, I guess, from a tactics point of view is what role do you see? Like, what do you value right now for your marketing or for clients? Is it written word? Is it audio? Is it podcasting? Is it video? Is it user-generated content? Like, what do you think's working?
I would say I hate to start with it depends, but it does depend on the client. Yeah, so let's talk about what I'm doing right now. Obviously, we're having this conversation because I invested in some video content a few months ago. So that, absolutely, I am like you championing investing in video to have another format of delivering your message to your audience. It's great and it can be used in so many places. So it's it is an investment, but it's a worthwhile. And also networking in the right places. So there's lots of different networking events out there. Some you might like, some you might not. I always say to people, like, it's about finding the right kind of event that you enjoy. It's got the right people there. Because ultimately, don't go to a networking event where it is just a cup of tea and a natter. Like, you do need to meet people and build relationships. It might not. Don't ever go into a room and think, right, who's going to buy from me today? Because that's not what it's about. It is about growing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but yeah. So for me, it's been and remaining consistent on LinkedIn, and not wondering what the hell the algorithm's doing, and sharing posts from 3 to 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I find it really interesting when people go, "Oh, the algorithm shadow banned me." Right, I'm a handful of chapters into Gary Vaynerchuk's new book. Well, it's not new now, but it's new for me. Day Trading Attention, and he talks a lot about your content's just not very good.
Yeah,
hard love, right? But the reality is actually through posting a huge amount, you know what works. And you can gain customer insights through that. Yeah. You can gain what's working for your market through that. And I think that's the key there. I think it's, my next question was going to be about volume, but like the simple takeaway I have is you have to have a level of volume to understand what works, because something will over-index. Yeah. A video will get 1,000 views when your average is 300. Okay, why? But then if you do that consistently and you keep learning, then your average will become 700. Okay, cool. But then what happens when something gets 1,600 views? Then what is it about? Then when you analyze, what was that hook? What was that this, etc. Do you think people struggle with the volume? Maybe they see someone like me who posts a lot, right? And they go, I can't possibly do that, so I'm not going to bother.
I think people are overwhelmed. And I think when you're feeling overwhelmed, you then procrastinate and then you just don't do anything. Yeah. So I think that's when you've got to have a strategy. You've got to bring it back to what your goals are, what you're looking to achieve. And then utilize someone like me who can kind of say, like, look, if we can do this one thing, so let's say invest in video, these are all the things that we can do with the content from that video, not just the physical video itself. And these are all the places we can put it. And it's not about constantly thinking about new ideas and new things to say. It's taking one piece of content and repurposing it and making it relevant for the different channels. That's where you get your visibility is amplified, but your effort is, you haven't had to invest
less than it could have been.
Exactly. So I think people do panic and feel overwhelmed, and then that's when they just don't make a decision. And that's where you do need an expert then to kind of say, like, look, it's not, you don't have to be overwhelmed. This is the plan. This is what we're going to do. This is how it's going to be used. But ultimately, you just need to sit in front of me for 45 minutes and talk about what you do. Yeah. Easy.
Where does AI fit into this?
Because
a lot of people are scared about it, right? People think they're going to take their jobs.
Yeah.
They're going to be out of a job. The robot's going to take over the world.
Yeah.
What do you think?
AI is a tool. They are all tools to help you be more efficient, but ultimately they can't replace human creativity. I've heard some people talk about, AI is for lazy people. It's like, it's not. If you want to use AI correctly, you've got to invest the time. You've got to invest the time in understanding how these tools work and how you get the most out of them. And that is not just by going, Chat GPT, please write me a blog about X, and taking that and posting it. Like, no. It's a bit like, I don't know, I was thinking about this today. Like a sat nav, okay? So a sat nav is a tool that tells you how to get from A to B. It's really great if you have no idea, but also you could work out using a map yourself, but it takes a little bit of the thinking time away from it. But you might also just want to go for a drive and enjoy whatever route you decide to take that day. So it's not, AI isn't there to replace what people do. And I think businesses that are looking at AI and going, I don't need to hire a copywriter, I don't need to hire a videographer, or I don't need a person to do something because I've got a tool, you're kind of missing a point there. If you're looking at it just from a cost perspective, you'll learn a lesson very quickly that basically what you've turned out is a load of rubbish.
I think it's from my point of view at least, right? I think for me, it's understanding what tool is best for the job. And the analogy I've started using used to be, you don't want to necessarily put up shelves with a hammer, right? But actually, it's actually more, I think now, you want to sharpen the knife before you use it. AI can help you sharpen the knife, but you still want to be the one using it. And I think for me, the key, I guess, in that is actually, and this is where I think the trend sort of shifted originally, because originally it was, we're all going to be out of jobs because of AI. I think in reality, which I agree with, which is where the trend went, which was people who utilize AI as a tool are going to output more, be more efficient and be better than someone who doesn't. So in turn, it's human v human again, right? Yeah. And I don't like saying human v human because it implies that everyone's a competitor, sure. But for me, it's actually more about it's you v you and focusing on that mindset, just on a mindset shift really quick. But for me, I see AI as maybe a leveler or a tool rather than, it's going to take my work. If you're in a corporate landscape and your client's looking at you and saying, we need to cut some costs, or we're going to cut some costs and we're going to get an AI agent to do the thing you were doing. Okay. Ask yourself what you can control about that. The answer's probably not much. And then ask actually, well, did the client actually value what you were doing as much as they probably should have done, or actually, in the nicest way possible, are you actually that good? Are you actually better than a computer? Yeah. Right? And that's harder one to ask ourselves, I think, because we then have to be vulnerable with ourselves. We have to say, hold on, shit, I might not be.
Yeah.
Right? Do you think you're better than a computer?
Yeah. Yeah, because the computer.
And if so, why?
Well, the computer hasn't got all that experience that I have picked up and all those situations and scenarios I have been in where I've had to think, what we're going to do about this problem, what we're going to do for this campaign, and pivot and react. It's not, that's not what AI is built to do. But AI is built to do what you tell it to do. So, like you, I use it as an assistant, and it's an opportunity, really, because if AI can do some of the heavy lifting in your job, in the work that you create, if it can do some of the stuff and save you time, you then go, I've got more time, what can I do with it? And whether that is, I can take on a new client, great, more income, or I can upskill in something else. I can use my brain in a different way. And I think that's the way I'm sort of looking at it.
I think for me, there's a couple of ways that you can think about it in general, right? And I think you can tell a lot about how someone looks at their business when that you ask them about what happens and how they feel about losing a client. My perspective personally, as someone who's been in business for a while, long enough to, I would hope, know what I'm doing, I would say there's a couple of ways you can look at it. A, you can go down the road of, that's a shame, but I added the value I could, I did the best job I could. And if you're being honest with that, then actually, what are you worried about? Because if you genuinely did the honest thing, and it might just be they have to cut some spend to stay alive, and you happen to be the thing on the cutting block. Now that you can go into the psychology of how much they value it, and if you want, sure. So there's that approach. A. B. Cool, I've got that time back. Yeah, maybe I don't have the income, but I got that time back. So now it's, how do I utilize that time? Because what we talk about a lot of the time when it comes to ROI or return on investment is return on money. We don't necessarily talk on return on time, right? For me, as I've looked and learnt more from really successful people, the thing they always focus on is time. Because money, yes, you need it, but the more you have, the longer runway you have, regardless of your expenditure level, right? So the more expenditure level, the more you need to have a longer runway, etc. If you're living humbly, then you have a longer runway with less money. But you still will have the same amount of time. Me and you will have the same amount of hours a day, right? How we utilize those, how we use AI tools to optimize, work smart, not hard, but also the thing that people get wrong about that saying, in my view, is you're not working hard and smart. So if we both work at the same amount of hours, but I'm working smart hard and you're just working hard, I will win. If you're working half the hours, but you're working smart and hard, and I'm working double your hours, I'm also going to win. Because I'm not just outputting more, I'm also working smarter and then harder on top of that. So I have a volume metric and then a optimization metric as well. I think the key sometimes that we do in marketing and sales is we don't necessarily look at, it is a volume game, it is a quality game, but you get to those results, as I was alluding to earlier, through volume, because you don't have metrics otherwise. We can sit here theory, right? We can say, this is a good idea, this podcast is going to do really well in theory. Or I can tell you, I know it's going to do well because the last 15 episodes have had consistent growth of 2%. Okay. So now I know by the time this comes out that it will be however much further down that line, as long as I continue the trajectory and continue the learning that I've got. But also people, what they don't count in when they have a podcast or something like this is also the knowledge they gain from the guest and the knowledge exchange we have. So actually what I'm doing is I'm creating content out of it so I can go to many, but also in our one-to-one conversation, you might say one thing to me that I might go, actually, hold on, I could implement that. And actually, what's the knock-on effect there? So it's not even, because I think sometimes we go, oh, it's got 3 views, right? Especially when you start out with a video. Oh, it's got 5 views. Does small numbers of views matter in marketing? In an ideal world, we want thousands and thousands, right? But
yeah, like you want that, but don't ignore the fact that there's lurkers. Like that, not everybody who sees your content goes, I'm going to indicate to you that I've watched this video, that I've done something that, it's resonated with me, it's given me an idea. Not like people do. on the periphery, observe from the background and go, okay, yeah. And they don't show up in the engagement, you know. And if you just only focused on, you know, analysing your engagements, comments, likes, all that kind of stuff, you go insane. You know, you need to be having the conversations outside of it. So, yeah, okay, people might have looked at it, but what else are they doing? How else are you engaging with them? And that's where it's like, you can't focus on one channel. You can't focus on posting one video. Like, you know, those 3 people might have seen it, but what else have they seen? What else have they digested? What else have they taken on board? And are you going to talk to them? Because that's the other thing, is like, this is not one way. Marketing is not one way. You have to create that dialogue, find out, dig deeper, get them to know you, you know. It's like, you know, today we're here, but we had a conversation before. So it was great to, you know, understand what we were both thinking, have a, you know, chat around a conversation, so that you obviously felt like, oh yeah, I think Gemma would be interested on the podcast. And I obviously feel comfortable being interviewed by you.
I think sometimes, I think it depends on the context, right? Like, if you're fortunate enough to get a guest who's, quote, high profile, and they've done 100 million podcasts, and they're very good at very quick rapport building, different conversation. But also, to be fair, you may not have a longer term relationship after that podcast episode. Because in most cases, they're there to film their half an hour section with you, or 45 section with you, that they're also going to use as content. And then that's it. That's the transaction. Cool, I'll come on your show, but I'm going to film it so I can cut it up for my socials. Cool, sick. But actually, potentially what we're doing is what I've now replaced networking with. Because in the nicest way possible, networking is incredibly good when you're not time poor. When you're incredibly time poor, it's not overly efficient unless you're in the very targeted specific room, and that's specifically what you really enjoy doing. Everyone thinks, well, some percentage of people think I mock networking. I did networking for nearly all of my business, and I still do now. I do it slightly differently now because I'm very focused on content delivery. But the reason why is just because I sell content delivery service. So for me, the highest return on time, energy, and resources is content delivery, because it allows me to hit every single bucket I want to hit. But also, something which I was doing when I was networking and doing content, and this was I was doing them all poorly. Instead of doing one incredibly well and getting reap the rewards of doing those things well, I was actually trying to do all of the things really badly. So I think maybe as a takeaway, do you think people should do lots of things? Or do you think people should just focus in on, actually, I really enjoy talking to people, so I'm just going to go to networking and talk to people?
I think the joy, doing something you enjoy is one part of it. So don't, you know, if you're doing something in marketing that you really feel uncomfortable and it's not your bag, find another way of doing it. And if that's outsourcing, or like if you've got a firm of people and somebody else really enjoys networking, make them the person that represents the firm out in public. Oh, just lost my thought then. So you were asking me about should you do lots of things?
Yeah. Or should you just narrowly focus on? So I'll give you. So Alice Mosey would say, you just do content. Yeah. You just do ads. You just do networking. You pick one, and because you have either decision fatigue or optimization fatigue or etc. or performance fatigue. In when you're trying to pivot from, I'm going to do content, then go do networking, then go do this, then.
So yeah, my answer would be no. Don't just put all your eggs in one basket, because I don't think that's efficient. And again, with my B2B buyer's hat on, they won't make a decision. They won't get to know you just through one channel. So you need to be in other places of where your prospects are going to be. You need to, because they need to hear from you directly, but also they need to hear from other people that have worked with you to kind of, you get that stronger credibility, and it's built up quicker when they can hear from a third party who might be a client or might be an advocate, to hear what it's like to work with you. And then to really kind of think, yeah, okay, this is a company I think I want to engage with a bit further. So I would always say, like, no, you can't just focus on one area and ignore everything else. But if you've got limited time, budget, resources, you've really got to go back to, well, why are you doing this? What are your goals? What are you looking to achieve? And you've got to be really critical and say, okay, I want to grow the brand. Okay, I'm going to focus on these activities. But if it comes back down to a goal, then you've got to focus, and then you've got a reason to help you make a decision. Like, decision fatigue happens when you probably don't really know what you're trying to achieve.
I also think we don't give ourselves the time window. So I was alluding to it earlier. For the next 3-ish months, but just under 3 months, I've got 2 focuses. Podcast, event. That's it.
Yeah.
Nothing else. Everything I do is in one of those 2 buckets.
Yeah.
The byproduct of me doing that is I'll probably win more production work, I'll probably win more marketing work. Cool. But the main 2 content focuses is those 2 areas.
Yeah.
Now, after the event, when there's a bit of downtime between the event, I might add another one for 3 months.
Yeah.
But the thing I did potentially poorly in the past, and why my marketing didn't reap the rewards I wanted it to, was because I was constantly pivoting and adapting and changing what I was doing all the time, so I didn't commit to anything, which showed a sign to the market, if I'm really looking into it, that I didn't necessarily believe in what I was doing necessarily, but also I wasn't getting good enough at it through that 1% improvement consistently, right? So I think, to be honest, if we have another conversation in a year, I would hope that one of the channels I'm still consistently focusing on is podcast, because it's something I've committed to doing for the long term, not for the short term, because of the way I'm investing in it, because of the way I'm utilizing it, because of the way I'm testing it. It will reap the rewards in a window of time, either 6 months or 12, but I don't need it to reap the rewards now either, all right? But for those who maybe enjoy this conversation, who want to connect with you, see some of your content, see some of the video content you alluded to, etc., where's best for people to connect with you?
Find me on LinkedIn. That's where I am in my professional self. That's my main channel. And you can also, obviously, you can go onto my website. I do have a newsletter, so I don't bombard people. I send a semi-frequent newsletter, sharing tips and advice, and explaining to people how they can work with me.
Fab. And I always like to end the show by asking, if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, 5 years ago or 15 years ago, what advice would you give to that, Gemma?
Oh God, if we went 10 years ago, my life was totally different, and I would tell myself, be more confident and value yourself more, because I think it was like one of the other questions you sort of mentioned before about like what have I sort of like learned, and it's like I've learned that initially at the start of my freelancing journey I was massively undervaluing what I do, so it is definitely confidence and just fucking go for it.
Thank you so much for the time, Gemma.
Thank you. It's been good.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, then I'll be back next week with a brand new episode. So why not be subscribed and let me know what your thoughts are in the comment section down below. And I'll see you very, very soon. Hook. This is stopping the scroll. I'll use TikTok as an example because it's probably the commonality in the room. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, what pattern interrupt? What thing, either visually or audibly or on screen, is going to stop me from infinitely scrolling on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or etc. I redistributed it on short form. One without captions, one with captions. The one without captions got 100 views. The one with captions got 1,100 views. It's the same video. Done is better than perfect, and posting a lot is powerful because you can work out what happens. To quote Gary Vaynerchuk from his new book, you should market to get better at marketing. It's the market will tell me in views, reactions, shares, sales, etc. what's working. No one really cares who you are. That's why I didn't start this conversation with, hello, my name's Colton. I wanted to get the basics, or help you understand the basics of marketing before we start. So can I just get a show of hands? Has anyone read, listened, or watched something on social media or the internet today? This is an opportunity for you to have either marketed what you do, how you do it, why you do it, or been marketed to. By the fact that you've all consumed content at least once today, means you're in that marketing system. Now this is quite basic, but then the question becomes, well, what do we create? How do we create it? The commonalities for me, in 95% of cases, whenever I have a one-to-one conversation, I work with businesses, etc., their hurdles are in most cases, not knowing what to create, not having the time to create it, or not knowing specifically what to create it about as a whole, right? So the first part of this workshop has been designed in such a way for you guys to really troubleshoot what you feel is your hurdles. So I'm going to apologize ahead of time about spelling, because I'll probably get some spellings wrong, but just quickly around the room, what is your main hurdle right now with either creating content for what you do or utilizing AI in that process? So standing out. Okay, yeah. So it has that feel of AI, yeah? Okay. How to use AI. Anything else? Confidence is a really common one, but it doesn't sound like that's really the issue for the room necessarily. So that would be content pillars. So what you're talking about there is content pillars. So what are your specific pillars that you're looking to build? So I'll use myself as an example. For this moment right now, I have two main pillars. Podcast, what's missing in marketing today, and Christmas promotions or service-based stuff. So it's kind of three in some ways. This would be counted under service, right? Because I sell knowledge, I sell teaching, but also I sell the application of that teaching if you don't have enough time to do it yourself. The key whenever you do any marketing, before you start, is firstly have an overarching strategy that will help your bottom line. So that's why everyone does marketing, right? We want to sell more. That's the honest truth. No one's going to be here and go, yeah, I would love to spend £1,000 and then get nothing back, right? But the reason why in most cases, in my experience, why people don't have that is, I would probably say this. So they're semi-inconsistent. So they do that example that Johnny gave, which was, we're going to post really good when we're not busy, because we've got loads of time and nothing else to do. So we're going to post 5 to 10 times one day, then nothing for 2 weeks, then 10 times again because I went, shit, I forgot. Or life got in the way, etc. Right?
But I think the biggest thing for us is the standard.
Yeah. Okay. Standing out is, I'll do that next actually. That's quite simple once you understand how that works. So very quickly, this is mostly video, but the same is true of written content, etc. Whenever you format your content, it should follow this structure, right? You've got 3 chunks, okay? Hook, this is stopping the scroll, right? Scroll, I'll use TikTok as an example because it's probably the commonality in the room. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, what pattern interrupt, what thing, either visually or audibly or on screen, is going to stop me from infinitely scrolling on Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or etc. Right? This in most cases is roughly 3 to 5 seconds of your, again, video. If it was a blog post or something like that, it would be your headline and then your top 2 lines. If you do this wrong, you will not get someone to stop. Right? I'll go into depth in a second on what you could use here as ideas, but then you'll have a level of, so your body of content, so this could be, in most cases, value-led for me, and then a call to action here, right? So when we create content, we want a journey to happen, right? Step 1, get them to stop the scroll. We'll go into depth in that in a second. Step 2, what do you want to talk to them about? What's the objective that they're trying to do? If it's a piece of educational content, like this, for example, then I might have a captivating hook that positions a question that I'm then going to answer, but I'm going to first say, well, this is the solution that you're trying to create, followed by, as short as you can, because attention spans are dwindling, etc., gets to the point. In the nicest way possible, no one really cares who you are, right? That's why I didn't start this conversation with, hello, my name's Colton, and you don't give a shit, you don't care, right? The bit they do care about is how are they going to make their life, the viewer's life, more entertained, more educated, or both. Hopefully, after today, you'll understand how to do that. And hopefully, I hope, today will be that valuable for you. So you should be entertained, you should be educated, right?
Just on that, sorry, Colton.
Yeah, of course.
Every piece of content you've got on TikTok has to follow that. We've started getting good reactions, say, on funny content. It's got no call to action on it.
The only...
Would you say that that's still valuable?
So if I put my hand here and ignore the call to action, then yes, that would be true. Every single piece of content has to have a hook because you aren't going to stop the scroll. It doesn't have to be anything complicated. It could just be like this is my opening line. So things I'm focusing on for podcast clips, for example, is what's the first line of the clip, right? And because you'll see it as text, you're going to go, oh, so one that did really well was from Maddie's podcast a little while ago, and I was talking about how did I not become a drug dealer because I was dyslexic. So the opening line was, I'm surprised I'm not a drug dealer. So if you saw that on social, you're probably like, hold on, what fun? But then I gave the context, right, straight away, here. So ideally, it should follow this format, yes, in every post.
So you would say for us to stop messing around and spending half an hour filming a Jet 2 on trend TikTok with no value?
So this is mostly for thought leadership. I will come on to trends in a second, because trends is a little bit different, and it depends on where it sits in the funnel as a whole, overarching, but this is mostly focused around B2B thought leadership stuff, but you could also do it for everything you do as well, because if you follow this format, it's a known format, right? We were talking about marketing funnels yesterday. This is a mini marketing funnel that then leads on to your, so this could just be, so for example, a lot of the content I did for this event was, here's the thing I'm going to talk about, here's the value I'm going to add, hey, if you would like to see more like this, come here today. Happy days. Right?
Or try and blend the trend in almost, like the Jet 2, we could have finished it with, come and grab your pint here, it's happy hour.
So it doesn't need to necessarily be, especially at the start, you don't necessarily need to follow this format. It's being aware that this is the ideal format and then using it in the content where possible. When you specifically look at trending, so on TikTok, it's kind of controversial in some ways because some people think, yes, you should trend jack, okay? I'm of the mind of, you should, if you see an opportunity, to be able to gain eyeballs that you otherwise wouldn't be able to gain, okay? But it should be additionally, not instead of, additional content to doing this consistently, right? This is where content creation gets hard, because you need a lot of it to be able to do it, right? If you can do this well, then you can do this. If you can't do this well, don't do this. Because I personally believe it distracts from this focus, right? For me, the issue with this is you know you're going to hit your demographical things, right? So I put out a video, I know it's roughly going to be hit by people in Salisbury because that's my following, right? The issue with trending is because you're in a trending sound, I'll use TikTok as the example, but Instagram, etc. is true too, you have no idea demographically where that's going to go. So you might get, let's just put a big number there, 100k views, okay? Wonderful, okay, but if we look at ROI on a business, and we ROI on time, what would you rather have? 100 views to 200 views on something like this, or 100k on a random video that's actually mostly spread across the Philippines, China, America, the UK, so on. Mm-hmm. What do you think?
Free real people rather than 100,000.
Because 100,000 looks good. Yeah, but 100,000 looks good, right?
Yeah.
But when we...
999,000 aren't going to become, or probably might not be close to your venue.
And that's why chasing virality, yes, it looks fun, yes, it looks sexy, but does it really do much for your business? I'd much rather have consistent of the right people at 200 to 300, maybe up to 1,000, but I know that each one of those views is going to potentially mean that I get more people sat in a room, I have more people to work with, I have more people I can help in my location, or in your...
How do you do that location on TikTok? Facebook's very simple, physical business.
So social media's changed, right? If I did this presentation or talk 3-4 years ago, I would only be talking about social graphs. Okay, I'll explain both in a second. But on this side, we've got social graphs. Okay, that's how everything worked before TikTok or Musical.ly arrived. Okay, here we have interest graphs that I'm definitely going to spell wrong, right? But the job of the team of two. So this was basically what TikTok created. Kind of their algorithm created it. It was in other places like Tumblr, etc. But like modernized and actually like popular, it was TikTok who did it. So what happens here is and this is why I said yesterday, following doesn't matter, because we're now over here. But just for those who don't know, socially, what happens is, I would follow someone, I would like, share, or comment on their post, right? This would send or say to the platform, hey, cool, this person likes and enjoyed this content. Cool. Okay, so the platform goes, we're going to show more of that to that person, right? So you followed me, okay, cool. So that means you're telling to the platform, I like Colton's content, can you show me more? Sick, right? Same with likes, same with shares, etc. Now, the bit where it got interesting is because when they started changing the weighting, you wanted to target different things. That constantly changes. There's no point me going into it because by the time we finish, it'll probably have changed. The main difference when TikTok launched a handful of years ago was instead of it being followers, like, shares, etc., they are kind of still important, which I'll explain in a minute, but the job here is Craig is going to open TikTok, and if he had previously never installed TikTok, it will just show him videos. And what it's trying to do is it's going to go, right, I'm going to show Craig a picture and a video of a dog. Cool. What does he do? Does he watch the video? Does he interact with the video? Does he like the video? Cool. Keep scrolling. You'll find that the more stuff you interact with, the more stuff you give watch time to, the more stuff you like, the more stuff you enjoy, you'll be shown more of it, right? So that's what an interest graph is, right?
So is that what the FYP basically is on Facebook
Yes.
and
Yeah.
Reels now?
100%.
That's running that algorithm?
Yes.
But the main feed is still on the socials?
They're moving from this to this. The only place where this is still prominent is LinkedIn.
Really? So
Every...
the same people that use the old George, for example, right? We post on that a lot. We can get the same 30 people comment and like on that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still seeing it.
Because that's interest-based.
Lost in an FYP of like TikTok.
Because they are interacting on the posts related to that location.
Right.
So they're signaling the platform to say, hey, I want to know more about this location.
So it's not as fully TikTok 100%.
The reality of socials, well, it will probably be in this line here for the rest of time, right? The future of socials is going to probably be, there's a debate at the moment, right? In the marketing space, in the etc. with Meta and so on. But my prediction, and probably the prediction which I think most people would agree with, would be in 2 to 3 years, you'll have 2 feeds. One that's like this, and one that's like this. Okay? So this would be your FYP, this would be for you to discover new content. And this is where, to an extent, trending would probably go into. So if you're trend jacking, following trending music, etc. Let's say you like, I'll use the example I used with Craig, dogs, cats, motorbikes, games, pubs, pick your topic, right? This is also where a concept called community talk came from, which was a specific hashtag. When TikTok launched, everyone thought, oh, it's for dancing. Can I just get a quick show of hands? Who thought TikTok was for dancing?
And for kids as well.
And for kids, yeah. That was the commonality, right? Everyone thought, oh, I'm going to go on TikTok and I'm going to do a... Thank God that people laughed at that. But the key is that's when it was Musical.ly. So very quick history lesson. TikTok is owned by a Chinese company known as ByteDance, who used to own an app called Musical.ly, where that was what the app was for. Lip syncing, dancing, etc. They bought this. They then launched it in China, did really, really well, and it was strong from an educational point of view. And then it moved to the West, and it became interest-based. But what they didn't realize was that interest-based would work so well, right? And that's why you're seeing, in the last couple of years, Instagram Reels launched, standalone, short-form feed that scrolls forever. Facebook launched, scrolls forever, so on, right? Even LinkedIn's now doing it. LinkedIn will probably have a video-only feed that's interest-based. The only post that will be social graph-based will most likely be carousel or image posts where you tag. So Johnny came to my event today. Thank you so much, Johnny. Going to tag you. Cool. How that quickly works, if you tag someone on socials, on a social graph, so this is mostly around LinkedIn, and they don't interact with it, it will be buried as a post, is the current conversation with the algorithm, right? And the reason for that is it stops people going, I'm going to tag whoever I want because I'm going to tag David Beckham in my post just to get more views on my post, right? Because unless David Beckham actually connects and actually, comments, likes, does something related to the post, it doesn't confirm that that actual connection happened. Because you need to remember, LinkedIn specifically is a recruiting platform. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed for you to get a job. Any questions on anything I've discussed so far? So the next thing I'll go into very briefly is creating a content ecosystem. I'll use mine as an example, and then we can go around the room and see where the holes are and see if I can help fill them. My content kind of evolves around, in most cases, 2 long-form pieces. So it could be an educational piece like this, or my podcast. So for this conversation, it'll be a podcast. So this is an hour to 45-minute conversation between myself and a guest of choice, right? So most cases it'll be talking about marketing, could be talking about trends, could be talking about very similar to this. But you might say, okay, well, who's going to sit and watch the 45-minute presentation? Quick show of hands, who would watch a 45-minute presentation?
It was interesting.
Okay.
It must have been booked by, I'm sure.
That's the key. Okay. So what most people do, and the reason why most people don't do it, is because they don't have the self-worth and self-belief to be able to put this 45-minute conversation out and it to get 2, 3, 10 views. What 95% of people should be doing is creating this, and then using it to fill their socials, right? I'll show you in a minute.
And that's when you get when you scroll through on YouTube.
Yeah. So that's called, that is basically about how you structure your short form, right? So very quickly, short form. I'll show you how to use AI to create 20 plus pieces from each one of these, because I do it, right? Every week I do it. For you specifically, you could talk, I'll use an event that you're running for an example, okay? You could talk about every single unique selling proposition and every single thing about the event that you think is really good, okay?
Like a Q&A almost.
Yeah, with your staff.
You get someone to ask you questions.
Okay.
What's it going to do, film it, chop it down, and then put it.
And you don't have to film it the way I would film it, with multiple cameras and pro audio and this and this. I literally mean, right, a phone on a tripod, looking at 2 people, right, stick person, wonderful, another stick person, you can tell I'm not an artist, right, 2 people having a chat, wonderful, okay? That will fill your socials, okay? Because it's this long piece here. Could be anything. Your long form piece could be, this is how to utilize 1 hour of content, especially if you're time poor, right, and you've only got an hour of content to deliver. You can film it once, then distribute it into short form, you're probably good for a month. And then if you want to hire an editor, like I do, I get a custom trailer made for each podcast. Some of you would have seen them. If not, go on my socials. There's one every week, right? And that is designed for the hook, which I showed you earlier, on the front of the podcast specifically. So that's meant to hook you in, show the best parts of the conversation, etc. if you come to the whole hour. But also it allows me to be on social media with short form. So by the nature of how the trailers are designed, I'm naturally going to get a higher retention chart, which will look something like this, which means people are watching the whole video, which in 95% of social media cases, if people watch up to 100% of a shorter video, less than a minute, it will then be served to multiple audiences, right? I'll go into that very quickly, but just quickly on this. Once you've got short form from this 1 hour, you can then do lots of stuff with it. You can pull out the audio and have it as a standalone audio podcast, right? You could also get it transcribed, and then using tools like ChatGPT, you can get it into blogs, etc., in your own tone, etc., right? And then also, you can then take that blog, turn it into 20 tweets, 15 tweets, right? Or standalone social media posts on their own. Hey, in this conversation, it doesn't even have to have the video, you can just take some pictures afterwards and say, in the conversation we'll be releasing next week, we talk about X, Y, Z, right? This is a very key example of hooks don't have to be anything. You need to do them to then see what works for your audience. Because what works for me is not going to work for you, and vice versa. So that's a social question. 95% of the time, socially, we watch videos in our breaks, when the kids are asleep, etc., right? So you don't want... Yeah, so or the telly's on or something else is on. So in a social scenario where you wouldn't necessarily want to blare out your reel, but you still want to know what's going on, right? And just to give you some numbers behind this, I re-edited some Christmas content that I did, I think about 4 years ago. I redistributed it on short form, one without captions, one with captions. The one without captions got 100 views. The one with captions got 1,100 views. It's the same video. Okay, that's a 10x difference in views with one change. And this is how I'm starting to test stuff. The one thing people get wrong with marketing all the time is they go, this is our ideal profile, this is the person we're trying to talk to, and I know what they like. Do you? You may have known what they liked 2 years ago, but is that what they're into now? Does your ideal profile change through time? Mine does. Personally, my content consumption habits and what I consume will change on a weekly basis. When I want to go really deep on AI, I'll be watching nothing but AI stuff. Okay? When I want to go really deep into content and delivery and how to do it, shift again. So on an interest graph, my feed is going to change dramatically across 2 weeks. On a social graph, I'll probably get some of the same content. Look into the terms and conditions of TikTok, you'll be scared about how much it knows. Well, this was actually a big problem a couple of years ago where I was aware of it, where people would be watching a specific video. So I'll give an example where like maybe it's a motivational video or like maybe they're feeling a bit sad, etc. They're watching something that may be a bit sad. And what the TikTok algorithm did, and they got in a lot of trouble for this, where they would then start feeding more and more, and you would go down this loop of negativity, right? Like I don't want to go into detail on it today, but it's the same with like the quote red pill spear, right? You are fed what you watch. So people are like, oh my God, my TikTok's so annoying because it only shows me X, Y, Z. I'm like, okay. A, log out, reinstall the app, watch stuff that you don't want, like so watch the stuff you want, and then the algorithm will catch up. Or just when you're on the socials, just stop consuming and interacting with the stuff you don't want to see more of.
Or search what you do want to see.
Yeah, or manually go in and search, I want to see pretty kittens. I want to see dogs, I want to see positivity, I want to see quotes, I want to see etc. To start, put your video everywhere. Put your blog everywhere. Put your piece of content everywhere the same way. Because the first thing you need to get into the habit of is doing content consistently and getting consistent, right? Because that's where the results will come from.
And concentrate on video.
I focus on video because it's my best, like building off Emily's point, it's my best way of communicating. And it's what I will also consume. And also I know the power of being able to leverage it because I can use it a million ways. Some people say, I don't want to be on video. Okay, that's okay. Don't be on video then. But if you're a good writer, then write. Okay? Like, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The content quality will always rise to the top if you're A, consistent, B, talking to your target demographic, and C, adding actual value. Not fluff, not this looked nice, this was wonderful. The goal for me today is to give you as much valuable the stuff you want to learn as much as possible. That's it. That's my only objective today. Very quickly on how like algorithms work in most cases. This is a video algorithm, but the same will be true in blogs, the same will be true in articles, and you can swap the words. So whenever I say video, there is a similar algorithm for every other form of content and will work very similar to these principles. Okay? So when you post a video, I'll use Instagram Reels, for example. This is your video. Okay? The first thing it does is it will send it to, these numbers are rough because they change every week, right? And we actually don't really know. It's roughly about 10%, maybe lower, maybe 5% sometimes, of your audience. Okay? Now, depending on what happens will then depend on if you get a new audience or not, right? So in most cases, if, let's say this video is, I don't know, 30 seconds, okay? If someone watches up to 25 seconds of that video in this seed audience, so this is called a seed audience. The job of a seed audience is to tell the algorithm, because it doesn't know what this, all it knows is you uploaded a video. Wonderful, it can see what you said in it, because it can pull the transcript, etc. It doesn't really know what the video is, it just knows you put a video out. Sick. So what it does is it sends it to the 5 to 10% of an initial audience that it believes will enjoy this piece of content from what it learned from the title, the media data, or the post, depending on what platform you're on, and then what's said in the video. And then depending on what happens with things like watch time, likes, a key one on Instagram, especially right now, if you save or share it, because this is where understanding each platform is really important. So Instagram specifically is designed for people to share videos around, share posts around, because it's a communication platform. It wants people to communicate with each other on it, not just consume content, but have content as part of the ecosystem, so that, oh, I really like this video, so I'm going to send it to Paul, right? That's what the algorithm wants me to do. So sharing/saving, coming back later. And depending on how well these combinations, and the weighting changes, that's why I'm not focusing on specific weighting, but the weighting will change. Depending on what happens will then change how much of an audience, what that audience is, and what the size of the audience is. So when things go viral, what's happening is this. So it's going, initial post, okay, cool, it did well. Sick. All right, first audience, did really well. Then there'll be a bit of a plateau, maybe for half an hour, maybe 30 minutes. Then another one. Did it do well again? If so, and so on. And eventually, it won't have a good reaction. And that's when it will stop. But if you can keep that loop, so there was a trend a little bit ago on TikTok where it would be a 2-second video with a load of text on it. Why do you think people did that? They were farming watch time. Because it's a 2-second video. So TikTok was going, is people who watch this video in that seed audience watching the whole video? Because it's 2 seconds. But to read it, you need about 15 seconds. So actually, the percentage watched on that video was close to 500%. So TikTok went, oh my God, 500%? So people are watching this video 5 times? Cool, we'll send it to loads of people. Now, they got on top of it because they realized that was the game. But for a long time, it showed a very clear example of how your seed audience can snowball your views. And it will copy the audience. Because every single algorithm wants to understand and wants... Okay, no, I'll ask you. Before I tell you, I'll ask you. What do you think the job of an algorithm is?
To keep people on social media. For example.
What does every single social media platform want?
Eyes on it.
Mm-hmm.
So you never really target.
How do they make money? So the sin, you could say, is taking people off platform. Because Instagram doesn't make money if you send them off platform. If you send them to YouTube, you're sending them to a competitor. That's why people started getting quite clever with their link in bios, because link in bio became a term which TikTok itself would suppress, because it was sending people to the website. For a marketing point, that's what we want to do, right? We want to send them to a landing page, we want to send them to a YouTube channel, we want to send them somewhere else off-site so we can potentially sell to them or retarget them or etc. or get their email so we can then email market it to them, etc. But purely from how does it perform point of view, and this is what I said at the beginning, where you need to start really delving into your content and really start working out, okay, so this one's going to be a very value-led piece, this one's going to be trend, this one's going to be for this purpose. And it can be overwhelming, but hopefully you're just going to get some ideas from today. If you can get some videos, and this is why done is better than perfect, and posting a lot is powerful because you can work out what happens. To quote Gary Vaynerchuk from his new book, you should market to get better at marketing. Right? So it's not about I'm going to market because I know what I'm doing. It's the market will tell me in views, reactions, shares, sales, etc. what's working. So I'll give you an example. A phone video over-indexed than a professional video in most cases for me. I follow the same format, hook, content, call to action, but because I story-told in the video and it felt more real, it got, I think, 4 times more views than my average. I think it's on like 1,300 now, because I told a clear story. So for those people who are like, I don't have a camera, I don't have this, I don't have that, I don't have all the kit, I can't create content, who doesn't own a phone in this room? You all own a phone, right? So then you don't have an excuse. Because especially if you create it in-app, you can outperform because there'll be a small performance bonus. For example, on Instagram at the moment, they launched their own editor. It's called Edits. It gives you the ability to edit in the same way I can edit with Pro Software, and deeper analytical data on every single reel you've ever posted purely through the app that you cannot get through Instagram. So for that reason alone, you should download it, because then you can see your click-through rate, then you can see your percentage of your seed audience, and then you can tweak stuff, and you can tweak the hooks, you can tweak that first line, you can tweak your packaging. The same when it comes to your first line of your actual copy for this, because if someone misses the video and you don't have captions on it, you might be able to re-engage them by getting a captivating headline. So if you're doing multiple kinds of content, you can learn from... Yeah. Because you can then re-engage people. Something that also people worry about is, I posted a video and it only got 20 views. Okay. Well, what's happening when you first post a video for the first 24 hours, bless you, is it's only showing it to your seed audience. So on average, it will take 48 hours or so before you really start seeing something pump. Unless you're trend jacking, that's a bit different. But on the structured content we talked about at the beginning, it will take roughly about 24 hours before the algorithm really understands it. The more content you feed the algorithm, the more it's going to understand what you do and what audience is going to connect with the content you're creating. Does that make sense?
So what stage do you start paying for it then? So at the minute
You don't need nothing I've talked about today is paid ads.
I know, that's what I'm trying to think.
If you want to do paid ads, you can follow all of these principles, and what I'd recommend you do very quickly for those who are interested in doing paid ads, you should post a load of content, see what does best in regards to views, retraction, etc., and then take the best performing pieces of content and then amplify them with ads. Because then you don't have a question mark on whether the creative or the video or the blog or the post, etc., is actually going to do well or not, because you already know, because it did well organically. So that way you're not wasting money on amplifying bad creative, because you know that it's going to be good, because you've already tested it organically. Does that help? But if
10,000 people saw it organically, it goes to millions if you pay for the 10.
Yeah. But the key there is to understand that is that 10,000 the 10,000 that you want? Moving back to my original analogy of, do you want 100,000 or do you want 10,000 or 1,000? If the metrics align, as in you've got 10,000 of the right people, absolutely you should pour money on it. Because you've already done it. You already know it works with the target sector that you're trying to talk to. So of course you know. And then it's just taking the guesswork out of paid ads. Yeah, you should tweak the copy, you should tweak the text that goes next to it, maybe add a stronger call to action on the end to be a bit more salesy if you're going to, or maybe tweak the hook slightly, or tweak the video very slightly, but you know the bulk of the content's going to work for creative because it's already worked organically. How important is something like LinkedIn for a business owner or a filmmaker?
Yes, LinkedIn is essential, I think, for any business owner. I've been posting regularly there for 8 years, I think, something like that.
How do they up their prices? Because they struggle to actually put that into practice.
If you're paying a freelancer £300 a day, that's way more than 30 grand salary for a full-time editor.
Did you reach out to the brands you were looking to do the spec ad for? Because I think some people, when they look at spec ads, there's kind of like two approaches. One is like, do it, tag them in it, or send it to them and sort of see what happens. How did you navigate that initial process of making that spec ad?
Anybody looking to scale their video business needs to double down on the brand, and people want to work with the brand, not necessarily just me.
Does speed really play a factor, or is it more kind of standard to think about? Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good day. Today I'm talking to Carl from over in Manchester. Specifically, he runs a really, I would say a upper class or like premier video production agency on the higher end. And today I really wanted to talk to him about specifically branding, but also how I think a lot of filmmakers, we're stuck in this rut of like being quite maybe lowball or midball or just working on ourselves. I mean, how does would you say, and feel free to give any context you want, Carl, and do you think that people really struggle to sort of scale their business as a whole?
Firstly, I've never been called upper class in my entire life, so that's really just thrown me off big time. We definitely a premium offering though, so I get what you're saying there. So thank you for that. So yeah, I run a production company called Dead Pixel Films, doing video and photography for a variety of FTSE 100 clients, online brands, TV commercials, that sort of stuff. And what was your question? How do they differentiate themselves?
Yeah, because I think a lot of people, they're very maybe solo space, and they're maybe worried about like how do they up their prices, because I think that's maybe the dream or the objective of a lot of filmmakers, but they struggle to actually put that into practice.
Yeah, absolutely. So for context, we're a team of 5. So I'm not a solo shooter anymore. I started off shooting weddings, same as a lot of videographer journeys, I guess, shooting corporate videos, went to universities, then jumped into freelancing pretty early on. So I was a solo shooter for 4 years. I did weddings, corporates, bits of football, bits of TV, all sorts of stuff. And, I made a really good living doing that. And there was nothing wrong with that. And I loved doing it. And the wedding specifically was amazing. I was working with really happy people, and it was really, really good fun. But I eventually reached a cap where there's only so much time in the day I have. There's only so much I can charge. And I just realized I was I was at a peak, I suppose, in terms of camera operating in Manchester as a technical skill, and what I could therefore charge or how I could scale that into a business. So my next step was to go from a freelance camera operator, solo shooter, to a production company owner. And that was a monstrous leap, because I alienated all my clients literally overnight, because all my clients were other production company owners. And so suddenly they're like, oh, hang about, now you've gone from Cal Thompson camera operator to Dead Pixel Films, video production agency. You're now a competitor. You're not a collaborator. At least this is how it was perceived 8 years ago when I first set up the company. So I had to kind of start again, really, in terms of finding new clients and developing those relationships. I had some crossover for a year or two, but eventually it just fizzled away, and I had to then go after bigger and better clients that would, and then focus more on relationship building, and then scale it over time. And it's taken 8 years to get to where we are now. There's 5 of us full time. We've got a production studio downstairs. So I'm in it's like a meeting space that we're in at the moment. And then we've got a 1,000 square foot production office, and that's where all the edits are being done. And then this downstairs is a 4,000 square foot studio space. And that's taken years to be able to have the cash flow and the regular clients to be able to build to that point, to be able to afford to have a studio. We've been in the studio 2 years now, and we use that as a bit of a marketing tool as well to generate more opportunities. It's very challenging because it's very expensive to sort of keep it going and making sure that it's not just burning through cash. But it's all part of the journey. It's really good fun.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask you about cash, because I think as cash flow as a business owner, right? Because I think there's a massive difference, obviously, from a solo shooter who's maybe positioned themselves as an agency, or maybe the traditional, I think, from the sole videographers that I've spoke to about, they're looking to get work through other video production companies or agencies similar to yourself. Did you always have good money management skills, or because the story that I found is people normally get it wrong before they get it right?
Yes. Cash is king with any business, and it's definitely applicable to video production and photography services. I've always been good with money. You have to be a business owner fundamentally, but even as a kid, I was always quite tight, I guess, with money. Didn't intend to be. I always did what I wanted to do. And I went traveling all over the world and stuff like that, and I had some great experiences in my 20s. But I've always been quite strict with money. I've never been spending it on designer clothes. I'm not really fussed about anything like that. I bought my first house when I was 27, which I was really pleased to be able to do. Me and my wife got a mortgage together. So I've always been quite good with money. And that has served me well when running a production company. It's whenever an invoice gets paid, immediately save the 20% VAT. That goes into a reserve account. Immediately save roughly 20% corporation tax. That goes into the savings account as well. And then I've got the cash account of what we actually use for day-to-day spending and paying payroll and expenses and overheads and stuff like that. So there's always been a reserve account. I'll always have a figure in my head of the minimum amount of cash I'm comfortable with. And that's taken a long time to build it up. And obviously, you know, when things like COVID come around, and that is a world-changing experience where you can't have all the cash that you've always wanted. You might have to dip into it, or you have a few quieter months. But in order to run a company, for me, to sleep well at night, I need to make sure there's months and months and months worth of cash flow sat there. And some people might disagree. They might say, well, you should be putting your money to work and making it work for you, so you're earning money in your sleep. And obviously, we invest in the studio facility, we invest in our marketing and invest in our team and training and all that sort of stuff. But having a good cash buffer for me just makes me sleep much better. And it means I've got the mental capacity to pursue opportunities that I want, and don't just have to take any project that comes our way because we need a quick 500 quid.
Yeah, I think, I think that does lean on to my next question, was going to be around like how does one attract larger brands to work with us, either consistently or as like maybe one-off projects in general. But just to build on what you were discussing there, I think it's very key to understand, and something that I have struggled with maybe for the last couple of years, but not this year specifically, has been understanding your numbers, but then also giving yourself a little bit more like cash cushion than you think you're going to need, right? Like, oh, I'm going to be fine on X amount. And then in reality, if you have just a little bit more, then something will end up happening that takes that cushion, I think, for me. But just to reiterate the question, I mean, how, for maybe someone listening to this who's maybe solo or maybe looking to scale up, how would you say they should look at maybe working with, the Red Bulls of the world or equivalent in that respect, in regards to like the size and the scale of the actual brands that maybe they're looking to attract as a client?
I mean, this is changing loads over the last few years. From what I've seen, is historically the big brands would only ever work with big agencies for the longest time, and that is still the case for a lot of places. Like Coca-Cola will only ever work with WPP, or they have done for forever, because they feel like they need the resource. They need the WPP, one of the largest advertising agencies in the UK, in the world. They feel like they need the cushion and the experience of a big advertising agency, and they probably do. They need the strategy thinking and all these different resources they're going to pull upon. But what I can see is over the last few years, more and more brands are doing more in-house, and they don't necessarily need the big agencies or the big thinkers, from what I can tell. Now, I could be wrong, but a lot of brands are now doing that big thinking in-house, and they're bringing more smaller, independent specialist agencies. So rather than just like one overarching agency that handles everything in terms of their marketing and their branding and strategy and their content, they might have, okay, there's an SEO agency there, and there's a production agency there, and there's a web design agency there, and they manage it themselves rather than an agency managing that. And they just make sure that's all sort of aligned, which means that smaller companies have access now to bigger brands, and they're able to work. And basically, once you've got one, it's easy to get the next one, or easier. You still have to chase for it. It's more competitive for sure, but once you have a few bigger brand names under your portfolio, and the work can start speaking for itself. So we're able to attract bigger name brands because we've worked, like we had our Premier Foods Group, which is a FTSE 100 company. We did over 15 YouTube pre-roll videos for those guys back in, it was like 2021, I think. And that's for their whole suite of brands: Ambrosia, Oxo, Bisto. Anyone in the UK will have heard of these brands. They're in every shop ever. So we did loads of ads for them. And by doing work for those people, it opened up doors to more foodie brands. So then we're suddenly able to work for BBC Food. There's another project we got off the back of that. Yeah, we had to pitch for it. We went up against 27 different agencies on a public tender to win that particular project, but suddenly we got that. And then I marketed the fact that we worked with BBC Food for a 9-month content retainer on LinkedIn. That then led to one of our current biggest clients, which is Uni, and they're the pizza oven company based in Scotland. And that's because I put out one post on LinkedIn about working, like a blog post about how we work with food and break down that process. So it went from one to the next. So you can, when you look back, when you're in the thick of it, it's hard to tell what's going on. It's just like, shit, where's the next client coming from? And you just want to do the best work you can. But when you kind of step back, you go, okay, I can see how that one has led to that one, has led to that one, has led to that one. But it's been I've been self-employed for 12 years. It's 12-year experience to be able to get to this point alone. And some people are way further on than me in terms of their career, but I'm really happy that we get to work with like some world-class brands, and just by working with one does tend to lead to working with the next. So I bet your next question is, well, how did you get the first one? Because that is the challenging bit. And the way I would say doing that is work for free, which I know everyone here is going to hate. By free, I mean make a spec ad. Speculative. I don't know if you've ever done it, but you basically need to prove your skills and your services and the quality of your work off your own back. So that's how we won the. We started getting into super slow-mo. That's one of our core specialisms, which works with food and drink kind of content, is the 1,000 frames a second super slow-mo videos. We shot an ad for free with Whitley Neal Gin in a little corner of a studio. Me and my business partner at the time just kind of messing around, working out how does the kit work, how does the lighting work. This was years and years ago. And we put together a little 20-second montage. We partnered with a kit hire company who lent us the camera for the day. So that was very generous. All it costed was our time and the ingredients. And then we pieced that together. And we used that piece of work as a marketing asset, piece of collateral, to then go and win the next one, and then win the next one, and then win the next one. And that just snowballed. We then became the specialists in super slow-mo and food and drink, which then led us on to the next project and to the next one. So that's always my advice to anyone looking to get into it. How do you attract bigger brands? Is you can't just go to university, study a bit of film, and then go, well, now I'm just going to either have my own agency or go work for another agency, and I'm going to be balling working on these big bad projects. Like, you've got to prove it. Education, you've got to prove it with your skills and your portfolio and your work. And if you've got to just go out and do it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I guess the question that comes from that is, did you reach out to the brand you were looking to do the spec ad for? Because I think some people, when they look at spec ads, there's kind of like two approaches. One is like, do it, tag them in it, or send it to them and sort of see what happens. The other one is like, hey, start building that client relationship, etc., and be like, hey, we would love to work with you, or etc., but can we make one for free? Like, how did you navigate that initial process of making that spec ad?
Depends how big they are. If they're massive, if they're like a high street name, if you're suddenly I want to do a spec ad for Gymshark, they've already got amazing commercials, an amazing in-house team. They don't need your spec ad. So you emailing them saying, I'm going to do this ad for free. If you want to use it. They just won't. They don't need it. So in that sense, I would just go and do it and just tag them, like, massive fan of you guys. I hope you don't take offense to this. We've made our own ad. We want to tag you in it. And if Gymshark will unlikely see that and then want to just hire you immediately, but their competitor might. So someone else who maybe slightly smaller than Gymshark might see that and go, oh, I love what these guys have done. Or you can use that to market to Gymshark competitors. So you can reach out to people directly that made this little piece for fun, just showcase our skill sets. Be really honest and transparent. Don't suddenly try and pretend that Gymshark are your client. You've done it as a paid project. That's the last thing you want to do. But just be honest about what you've done and how you made it to showcase your skills. And would you be interested in that for your brand or business? We did one for like Innocent Smoothies, massive global brand. We didn't ask them to make that. We just did it as I was building all these like mad rigs because we've got a food studio, we have the space. I built like this test tube rig that when you pushed underneath it, basically it forced all the liquid through the bottom of a smoothie container and then just created like this volcano effect out the top. I wanted to test it to see if it was even doable. It's just like an idea. And we shot it in super slow-mo, it worked. So then we got a few more shots off the back of it, pieced together a little 20-second thing, and then just tagged them and put it on LinkedIn. And their marketing team like commented like, "Oh my god, this is awesome! So glad you enjoyed the product." So from them, it was like free marketing. They didn't really ask for it because they didn't really need it. They were just really pleased for us to make something, and then we use that to then try and win the next food or drink project, or just a couple of little showreel clips to go in. It's in the showreel now.
Do you think that, you've mentioned LinkedIn specifically a handful of times. Do you think that some people are worried about either putting up a spec ad or like maybe creating content that's not specifically for a client or for a production company, etc., that could showcase their work, could get them that next level, but maybe they're like concerned about either like what would the reaction be or like where people see, because I kind of see it in two respects from my experience with filmmakers. Some that are like really leaning into social media as like a personal branding tool and like as a marketing tool, but others who are maybe slightly more cautious around, I guess, how they post and when they post. In your experience, I mean, I guess the two questions there is kind of two pronged. It's one, how important is something like LinkedIn for a business owner or a filmmaker? But then number two, like, why do you think people are potentially quite cautious?
Yes, LinkedIn is essential, I think, for any business owner. It's still quite untapped resource. I've been posting regularly there for 8 years, I think, something like that, and built up a sizable following. I don't know how much work exactly we've got, but I could probably guesstimate we've generated well over 6 figures worth of work and opportunities through LinkedIn without spending a penny. Don't pay for any premium, anything like that. Don't pay for any sponsored posts. It's purely just turning up consistently and regularly, and I try and offer advice to my younger self in terms of the personal branding side of things, but just use it as a marketing tool, just to share the work, to share the behind the scenes that we do, so that people can see, oh yeah, it was those guys that made that ad, because I can see them in the behind the scenes. We use that a lot to show scale as well, which also subtly promotes a more premium offering. If you see a squad of 10 or 20 in a team photo, you know that's a big production. Doesn't matter if you're in the industry or not, you know that's probably cost a pretty penny, versus the behind the scenes of a solo shooter. You probably know there's a certain cost implication there. So subtly you're planting these seeds within your feed into your potential target audience, and you never know who's looking on a LinkedIn feed. And it's so different to every other platform, because when your contacts like or comment, it gets shown in their feed as well, and that's how your work can just spread and spread and spread. Literally, the behind the scenes that we did for the Innocent Smoothie spec ad got like 1,500 likes, hundreds of thousands of views. And that might not sound a lot on like Facebook or Instagram, but on LinkedIn, that is a viral hit. It's huge, and that just snowballed because it was just fun content. People just liked it, and people not in the industry were like, "Oh, it looks like a really cool project. You've been quite creative and innovative there." So yes, I'd say if you want to, scale a business or attract new clients and new opportunities, it's not just who you know anymore. Like it's who knows you. So LinkedIn is so valuable for that, and anyone can do it.
Yeah, I mean, just because I think traditionally so much of filmmaking was like go to filmmaking meetups, meet another filmmaker, meet a gaffer, meet a sound guy, etc., etc., and then you sort of build your, I guess, referral work from there. But for me personally, I've actually seen it as a builder now, where you should be doing that, absolutely, but you'll potentially get to a scale, especially as a production company, where you actually, and I guess it comes back to like who's your target client, right? So if it's another production company, then actually knowing other people is probably a better use of time. Maybe I'd be curious on your thoughts. But the key for me, if you're trying to get end clients, as we're discussing here, I think you have to put a level of best foot forward, either on LinkedIn or on socials, etc., because you need to gain the attention of the right marketing people. I mean, do you think it's solely down to like the target person you're looking to talk to?
Yeah, it's 100% that. Like, who's your ideal customer? If your customer is video agencies or production companies that make high-end TV commercials, then your best job is to network with other crew members. If you're a gaffer, meet as many DOPs as possible. If you're a makeup artist, meet as many producers as possible. And you're a technician, your job is to get on set as much as possible, and you charge a day rate and you get to work on some amazing projects. That is completely different to being a production company, because you are dealing more with brand managers, marketeers who don't live and breathe that specific skill set every single day. They're thinking more wider strategy of the brand. So you need to completely change who you're networking with, completely change your messaging. So, I see filmmakers all the time like geeking out about the latest kit, and ultimately clients don't care. They don't know really what the kit is and what the difference is. They'll be able to tell the difference in the output, the final output, and the results it's given. But fundamentally, technology's got so good that I don't think people need to be geeking out about kit as much anymore. Technicians always will do. Like at my heart, I'm a DOP, and I'm a technician. I'm a camera nerd. I always have been since I was 13. So I do still love it. Doesn't mean my clients care about it. Really, they care about, okay, I need a super slow-mo shot. How do I get that? Okay, we need a £100,000 phantom camera that we have to rent for the day. And we need the skill sets to do it. You need high-speed lighting and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of power. So they care about the results of the slow-mo and what it does, not necessarily the camera. They don't care what it's called or how much it might have cost. Yeah, they care about the rental fee. But in terms of like the specs of it and stuff, they're not really fussed. You have to market to your respective customer and who that is. If producers are hiring you and you own a super slow-mo camera, then talk about the specs all day, because they probably will care. But the end
I mean, my next question was going to be like, from a delivery point of view with larger clients, does speed really play a factor, or is it more kind of standard to think about, like, oh, we're gonna give you a 2-week delivery, or etc. I mean, obviously it depends on when they're going to use it, but would you say like a unique selling proposition for what you do specifically is speed related in regards to turnaround, of course quality as well, but is specifically looking at speed really important?
We never market ourselves as like the fastest video agency in the West or anything crazy like that, because I think it would just attract a certain type of client which will expect everything yesterday. We do have a lot of clients who still do that, and like they want it as quick as possible. But they usually come to us because they have a project in mind, a deadline in mind, or if they don't, we certainly ask them. That's one of the earliest questions. What's the idea? What's the budget bracket that you're kind of working with, and when do you want it? And then we can work backwards from there and go, okay, well, when can we slot it in? We have certain projects that we're producing one now that we're not shooting until September, and the deadline's not until the end of September, and that's marketing for a Christmas ad. So we're talking about that now. Other ones we're shooting tomorrow and we need it live by 1st of August. So that's quite a fast turnaround, because there's 5 20-second ads, like montages with like heavy edits and a lot of content going into it. So speed is important, but I think clients prefer more like a stress-free production. And are you going to handle the brief? Are you going to deliver on the concept? And are you going to be obviously professional and make them look good to their boss, ultimately? People might not say it, but they kind of is what they mean. That a lot of brand managers are sticking their neck out, certainly with a new agency they're working with. They're putting their neck on the line. They've said, right, we really like these people. They're going to be great. You have to deliver on that.
Yeah. You have to. Yeah, I think the key is you have to follow through on the content or the promises that you have, like, said that you're going to do, but then over deliver on those. So I've always followed a motto for a long time, and it might be why I'm doing quote unquote okay in business, because I've always under promised and over delivered with every project that I do. But I think it does, to an extent, kind of bring me on to kind of the next question I wanted to ask you, which was about like, how do you justify to a client who's maybe on the fence about spending, let's just say 10 grand or 15 grand or whatever it ends up being, right? How do you deal with those hurdles when it comes to being higher priced as a whole?
Yeah, so we don't do quotes anymore. We do proposals. So for every single client, they get more than just a one-pager. So we used to just do quotes. People come with a brief, amateur video. So you go, okay, put it together in a spreadsheet, put it onto a 1 or 2 page PDF with a breakdown of your pre-production and post, and this is what it's going to cost with a number at the bottom. And people either go yes or no. We don't do that anymore. We're now doing proposals. So pretty much every client that comes to us will get a bit of an idea. They might already have an idea and they want to just flesh it out. With here's a few visual references of the style that I think we can execute on based on your budget. I tend not to do this like on a whim. Like if I know they've got 20 grand, okay, I can work backwards from there and go, well, this is the kind of production that I think they might need. It's a couple of days, a couple of crew, there's production value there. I know what to spend, so I can know what the references are going to be. And we put that into 5 or 10 pages for every single client with a cost and a breakdown of this is exactly what it's going to cost you. The information that was in the original quote still goes in the proposal, but you've also got a lot of more visual references in there so that people can see you understand the vision. They're just taken from previous work or from the web. It's all internal stuff, so it never goes live. It's just like we're just trying to share ideas, and then we're trying to follow through with the execution. Like this is what you're going to get, and we found bigger clients kind of expect that a little bit more. They don't just want a one-pager. Like what's going to separate you from, if they're getting 5 quotes, how are you going to stand out amongst those other 4 companies? And you don't want to just be on price. You want it to be that you understand the brief and the unique ideas that you can bring to the table to deliver on that brief. But it's free time. It's a massive gamble. We don't win all the ones we put proposals for. We lost one yesterday. Like, oh crap, That took me a day or longer, you know, hours spread out here and there to pull that together, pull together references, come up with a bit of a script. I think we're going to nail this. I thought we'd nailed it, and then they still didn't go for it. And you're like, oh, well, not sure what we've done wrong there. That's the game we're in a little bit. Some people might disagree with that. You know, they might say, oh, you should be charged for that time. And you can be charged for creative development time, but sometimes that initial spark, we often give it away for free.
Do you think that like that's one of the, obviously that's one of the reasons why you do just stand apart, but is that the same? I guess the next question was going to be around like the confidence of maybe charging more or being value-based price rather than necessarily the time. Obviously there's always time that goes into it, of course, but it's more about, I guess, in some ways, when you look to attract those higher paying clients, it's also about how do you, it's the entire, in my experience at least, it's about the entire process and journey and the perception that that client goes on with you rather than necessarily just the production day, you know. And that's, I think, where it comes back to where you and I both agree, which is like they don't care that much what it's filmed on. They care about what it's going to do for their business and what the return on their investment is going to be. But for you, when you started out, was there a confidence kind of hurdle for you to say like double your day rate, for example?
Probably, yeah. Not really thought about it. Often we just do it. I started off charging £250 a day. So it was like a corporate filmmaker, if you like. I charge a lot more than that now. So yeah, there did just become a time. You can base it off APA rates as well. That's a good starting point. Producers Association, it's like a union, not part of it, but they do set rough crew rates, and they adjust them every year based on inflation. So you can roughly see what a crew rate should be charging for those. And it varies between like commercials or dramas or photography or whatever. Everything's slightly different, and communicating with other people in the industry as well, asking other fellow filmmakers like what sort of rates do you normally charge is a good way to at least set a benchmark. And if you're winning loads of business and almost like too busy and don't really feel it in the wallet, it's because you're too cheap. And because you're just saying, yeah, well, here's a £500 video, that person will work on it for an entire week, and when you work it out, you're working for less than minimum wage. That's not a very good business model. So at that point, you need to pause and go, what do I need to change here? Well, I clearly need to up my rates and probably reduce the workload, and I'll still be earning the same, if not more money in the long term, because I'll have more time to focus on delivering that project to the best of my ability, and then creating marketing collateral to then help generate the next one, or more account management time to work with the clients to be able to communicate the ideas better and fairly, so that when it goes from ideation all the way through to production to post, that client feels like they've been looked after throughout the whole journey, not just been sold the dream and, oh, you're going to get your edit in 6 weeks' time and not heard from it. It's more communicating every other day. This is where we're up to. This is what the deadline is. This is how we're doing. And that was 6 time. I can't do all that myself. And that's very hard to do as a solo operator. There's 5 of us here. There's 2 people full-time editing. And there's a producer and a studio manager. So they do a lot of the account management side of things in terms of liaising with clients and communicating and getting edits through the post-production workflow and then back to for amends and all that sort of stuff. So that does take a team to do it to the level that our clients demand.
Yeah. When you were building your team, because you said at the beginning that you went from being solo into like developing the team, did you scale it from like 1 person, then 2 people, then 3 people slowly? And then if so, did you focus on systemizing how you did it yourself?
So originally it was myself, and then I partnered up with somebody else. So we then became 50% business owners. And that was just the 2 of us for probably a year. And I was literally doing all the shoots and the edits, and he was doing business development and operations. And that was fine, around COVID time, just surviving. But eventually the edits got too much. So it's like looking at the business model and trying to work out where are we bogged down with in terms of time. And it was edits. So it made sense to hire an editor. Great, let's work out what the finances are going to be. It can be quite daunting when you look at your first hire, like, oh my God, how am I going to find 30 grand or whatever you're agreeing that first initial salary is? But you tend not to look at it on a yearly basis. You just have to look at it on a monthly basis. Oh, I actually need to find 2.5 grand or whatever it works out at. Because obviously including tax and all that sort of stuff. So that's much more manageable. And it's a bit easier to think of it like that, or what do I need for this quarter to be able to hit that, rather than thinking about the larger scale side of things. And editors are amazing, hardworking people, and that is quite an easy way in terms of a business model to, as long as you keep them busy, they will pay for themselves very, very quickly. We did, and then we did just add on to the next one, different skill sets, and eventually the producing was bogging us down a little bit. So we're just like, oh my God, we're just having to, my email inbox is 100 every day. Like, how do we help manage this? Okay, we need a producer to start doing some more of the logistics, booking hotels, doing casting, all the logistics of like sorting crew and client liaison. Right, that can come. Basically, I hire somebody when I get too busy with one thing that I don't necessarily want to do all the time. And then just let them do that, and then I can focus on the stuff that I want to work on.
Yeah. Did you, from like a management or money planning point of view, when you were looking to do that, like, did you have the money in the bank to pay for like 2-3 months, or did you have like the full salary, or did you like just have it in like contracted jobs in the respect to like, I know I've got consistent revenue for say 6 months and it's going to be that number, and that actually means that pays for me plus 2 people? How did you sort of plan that when you were scaling? Because I think so many people, when they maybe look to take from a video production point of view, they take it from maybe a solo, what I would describe myself as, which is like solo plus, where they only have budget for project by project basis to bring in people, expand those crews. But for me, like, potentially in like 2-3 years, it will be a situation of, I guess maybe it's risk profile thing, but I'd be curious on your thoughts around, like, did you plan it as a, like, I've got 6 months and actually we're good regardless? Or did you maybe lean into like, actually, I know we're going to get the work, or I know it's going to free me up to the point as a founder where I could do the marketing and the sales to then mean that I can then know that I'll have the work?
Yeah, I mean, for like a U+1, use freelancers until it becomes so obvious that you're spending so much money on freelancers that it's more cost effective to hire somebody full time. So if you're paying a freelancer £300 a day, that 10 days of work, it's £3,000. 20 days of work, a normal working month, that's six grand. That's way more than 30 grand salary for a full time editor of what you've got to pay out as an individual. So if you do that consistently, you'll soon realize that having all these freelancers has cost me way more money than a full-time person. So generally, that's exactly what we did. We had freelancers, and we actually won a few big block bookings. So we knew we had 2 months worth of editing work. So we had freelancers just coming in. I think we had 2 at the time, just helping us churn through this massive volume of work. It was all costed for, so it was all fine. And we just knew that, well, hang about this. Once that project was coming to the end, we're getting another big project. We had loads of edits on, so it just made sense to eventually put a job ad out and hire for that full-time role. So we would effectively be saving money on the freelancers. And we gave the freelancers the opportunity, like, do you want more job stability? Do you want, to come on full-time? And some people did, some people were not interested. They're like, no, I'm happy with the flexibility and the variety. Like, there's a place for both in terms of freelancing as a technician or going full-time in-house. Really depends on your personality and your personal circumstances. But from a cash flow point of view, I think we had at least, call it 6 months worth of cash to be able to pay that person. They could be sat around twiddling their thumbs. It'd be a terrible business model, but they could be without us necessarily worrying about how we're going to pay that person. Because also when you hire them full-time, you have an obligation to pay them. They're now an employee. You can't just get rid of, you can make them redundant, but that's a failure on your part, I think, rather than just, we didn't have enough work to be able to pay them. Like, you've got to then go and get the work to keep them busy. So that is part of the risk. It's definitely it's a high risk move. I mean, it's such a while ago now. I've always had staff members around me for the last 6 years, so I tend not to worry about that as much now. It's just a no-brainer that we are a team, and it takes a team of people to deliver on the projects that we have now. So if it does sound scary to anybody as an initial thing, I'd always just say, bring on freelancers until they become too expensive to not just hire. It's a no-brainer to hire somebody full-time.
Yeah, I think I agree. I mean, I think, would you say that in that though, one of the things that a founder, like an origin person of the business in a video production context, like, they should spend, like, as they're scaling and as they're bringing in people to help with the delivery side, should they spend like a significant amount of their time in trying to, I guess, apply financial resources to getting more people to help them either with their personal marketing or the company's marketing or etc., to then, like, because I found, like, for me, that will have the strongest ROI by me creating my own content and me being in the world of marketing all the time as much as possible and not as much in client delivery? And if so, how did you transition? I mean, did you just end up, like you sort of alluded to it at the beginning, but did you have to transition all your clients because they wanted to work with you specifically? Because I think that's sometimes the weakness when we're very founder-led as a business, where a client wants to work with me because they've consumed my marketing and then they want me to have that touch on the project. And how do you sort of balance that with also then scaling it with a team?
Yeah, I'm still figuring that out, to be honest. A lot of our projects are of a scale where it can never just be one person. That one person ideally should be on the job. That was a big USP for the longest time, is we weren't necessarily just another production company that brought on loads and loads of freelancers. It was like, no, if you see us in the initial call, you're going to see us on set and we're going to hold your hand all the way through the project. And that's done really well for us for the longest time. It's helped us build relationships with the right people. It's helped deliver good work. But that is only scalable until a point. I can't be on every single job if I want to scale the business beyond where we are now. So that's probably a bit of an ego thing that I've got to figure out and navigate and work out. There are other people who can shoot. Yes, technically I'm a DOP and it makes good financial sense for me to be on the shoot, but also makes good financial sense for the wider business for me to be marketing and spending more time doing business development to bolster the scale of the productions and the bigger business and clients. As long as they are getting a good service from you as a brand, not necessarily you as a person, I don't think they'll fundamentally care that much. As long as it's not sell them the dream and then you never hear from them again. You've still got to check in, but that could be checking in with just emails, texts, how you finding everything. You know, I went on holiday last week and I was like, oh, all these productions are going to fall down. Well, of course not. I've got a team who've been briefed in and they looked after the clients and they did a smashing job. And I came back and I'm like, so what are we shooting tomorrow? It's all been done. You know, I just trust the team to do their jobs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I think that's a really important thing for people to think about before they start scaling, which is like how they're going to set that expectation. At the end of the day, if the client's getting the customer service, the client experience, and the product that they are like they're paying for and they want, then I think that becomes lesser to an extent, right? Like, of course, you can't be completely removed from the service or from the entire client journey, but I think it become like if you have a trusted team and you're known as someone who has a trusted team, I think there's maybe a pivot or a change that needs to happen with marketing. But for those people who are maybe interested in seeing, you know, some of your work or looking to see some of these LinkedIn posts, etc., where's best for people to reach out to you or connect with you?
I'll come on to that in a second. I just want to echo what you said about, just build on what we talked about in terms of individuals and stuff. And I think it depends on your role. So if you're a photographer, quite often you are hired because you are, I don't know, Cal Thompson photographer, for instance. Not me, because I'm not like a world famous photographer, but an individual is often hired. From what I can see, people don't necessarily hire. There's a couple of very good ones in the north, but photography agencies, where it's a different photographer every time. They just want that individual. Whereas video production, because it seems a bigger scale often, and there's more people involved, clients aren't hiring just one person necessarily, unless they are just looking for a videographer. It depends on your clients. If you're just doing event videography, it is often that, okay, well, I'm expecting you to turn up on that day. If you're doing commercials, which is what we do, yes, I might be there, but I might not be, because there's also 10 other people that are going to be there. So that's a bit of an easier one to navigate, I think. But yeah, so I hope that answers. It really depends what your specific roles are, and you know, you don't go to Amazon and expect Jeff Bezos to be serving you on. You know, it's the brand and the strength of the brand. So I think anybody looking to scale their video business needs to double down on the brand, and I think that's one thing we've done quite well over the last few years, is Dead Pixel as a brand and a reputation, that we just do good work in the north, and people want to work with the brand, not necessarily just me. I am the face of it quite often, but I do bring in everyone else from the team, and I make sure I tag everyone else. Like the edit was done by Kate, it was produced by Jazz, and we do some culture pieces as well as not just sharing. You know, we go on team days out and we share that, so people feel a closeness to the whole brand, not just to me as an individual. Same with Instagram. Like we don't just post just my headshots all the time. Like it's obviously the work, and it's okay, it's been with us 2 years. It's a nice little celebration post or whatever. So strengthening the brand will only help strengthen you as a company.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And I think I think it's about understanding really and being very crystal clear on who you're looking to serve at the time that you're doing the marketing. And if you are looking to maybe shift into going from, say, you work with video production companies and you want to shift into end clients, as in you do a lot of the whole process and you're more perceived as a video production house or video production agency or however you want to phrase it, then you need to be crystal clear on who that is that you're serving, but also number two, what content you need to then create, because it will be different to what you were creating in that respect. But for people who want to connect with you, where can they do that?
I'm on LinkedIn, just search Cal Thompson, CAL, short for Callum, but nobody ever calls me Callum, not for like 20 years. Cal Thompson's fine, and Dead Pixel Films on Instagram. We're quite big on LinkedIn and Instagram. There are two main core channels, or deadpixelfilms.com. It's our website.
Imagine. And as a final thought, if you were going to talk to yourself 10 years ago, what advice would you give to that person?
Yeah, I love that question. I think about that every day. Not every day, but a lot. Certainly the older I get, the more I'm like, okay, what would I say to the person 10 years before? My advice to anybody looking to suppose get into the industry is network with everybody. Be a nice person and be patient, and don't expect that just getting a degree you're suddenly going to be Christopher Nolan doing feature films. Like, it's going to take time to develop skills, not just in filmmaking, but in like people skills and management and all those other softer skills that make you a better filmmaker, are essential to your growth. So that's what I would say to somebody sort of myself 10 years ago is take your time, be patient, and be a nice person, and just do good work, have fun. Don't take yourself too seriously as well. You know, we're not curing cancer, ultimately. We're just making videos.
Appreciate the time. Thank you ever so much for coming back and joining, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this video. Leave me your thoughts and comments down below. If you're new, want to be subscribed, and I'll see you very, very soon. Where we sit now with deepfakes and AI, etc. But before we get too much into that, I mean, what do you think's missing today?
I think creativity at the moment is the key, and being really good at using the tools.
What would you say to people who maybe looked at AI or looked at X, Y, Z and said, oh, it's just a trend, it will die next week?
I think they're massively wrong. I don't think it's like crypto.
I guess, is it a doomsday scenario before we started, where I could have, in theory, not actually invited you? I could have used Wizzy AI tech to create this Stuart.
I think that's going to be a future problem, and I don't think it's as far away as even 2 years. I think we've seen with certain hacks happening out in Hong Kong, Singapore, where people are being invited onto calls with their entire board, and that call with their entire board was deepfake.
Did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. I hope you're well. I hope you had a good day, evening, or night. Today, I'm with Stuart talking about what's missing in marketing today, of course. And also, I guess to an extent, Stuart, it's about where we sit now with deepfakes and AI, etc. But before we get too much into that, I mean, what do you think's missing today in marketing?
Well, coming from Origin Secured, we're always going to say trust and verifying trust. I think one of the things we're seeing with lots of marketing agencies, lots of companies, is this model of make as much noise as you can, say whatever you want to say, no one can really prove whether it's true or not, and hope that it catches before you get caught out. And I think that's the biggest issue we see with marketing at the moment, is bringing the trust and the verifiability back into it.
I mean, because we were alluding to, I guess, is it a doomsday scenario before we started, where I could have, in theory, not actually invited you. I could have used Wizzy AI tech to create this Stuart, you know, which I haven't done, by the way, for the record, anyone watching. But there is going to be a potential world in maybe 5-10 years, or maybe, you know, technology moves quickly, so it could even be as little as 2, if not 1. You know, is that kind of where it comes from? Do you think the lack of trust, like actually confirming that yes, I am talking to Stuart today, and yes, Stuart did actually come on the podcast?
I think that's going to be a future problem, and I don't think it's as far away as even 2 years. I think we've seen with certain hacks happening out in Hong Kong, Singapore, where people are being invited onto calls with their entire board, and that call with their entire board was deepfaked, right? And I think they got away with like 20 million dollars, whatever it was in that particular one. So I think that's coming. I think that's going to be sooner rather than later. And I think we're seeing that online, where you'll get images of people like Martin Lewis or whoever saying something that just isn't true, or supporting a project that is a scam. So I think that's coming. But I still think just traditional trust, right, is a problem. How do I verify that I've worked with the MOD as an example? How do I verify I've worked with this organization? How do I verify I've worked with this person? And I can make loads of noise and say loads of things about it. But I don't have maybe a podcast to prove that I've done it. So I think that in that sense, we have to find a way of enabling people to verify that information, but without risking all of the personal data that goes with it.
I mean, I wasn't actually going to start here, but I think it's important for me to start here. Someone like me, right, who has been on the internet for, I'm going to say, shy 10 years. I might be in deep trouble when it comes to AI tech and AI training and deep fake stuff, right? Like, what can I do in your view?
What, to protect yourself?
Yeah,
I think is very challenging. I think our product will go some way to helping that. But even still, even with kind of origin secured verification on top, all we're doing is verifying whether something is real, right? We're not necessarily proving something's fake. And I think you can argue that if it doesn't have that stamp of approval on it, or you can't verify it cryptographically, then it's highly likely to be a fake. But it still doesn't stop someone pulling their phone out on the street and recording you. That's still you. But it's going to be very, very hard to detect the difference.
More, I guess as I think about it more, is it actually more down to an integrity and trust thing? Like, someone looking at it, you might look at it and say, well, I know Colin. I've known him for however long, 2 years, let's say 3 years, right? I don't think, my gut tells me that's not him, because he wouldn't come across that way. He wouldn't say it like that. He wouldn't, like, why is he involved in that? That's weird. That makes sense. Like, is that actually maybe the defense?
Maybe, but I think if you look at the way things happen in the media and the press, that's typically not the approach that most countries take. It's very much kind of someone's appeared on an online platform doing something they shouldn't be doing, and they're instantly vilified, regardless of whether it was them or not. So I think there's an element of education and adaptation that we need to go through as a community. Absolutely, that will help. I think technology will assist. I think that will go some way to proving it as well. I think it's really going to be education. I think we need to teach people to be safer online, and to be able to identify when something might be a fake, which at the moment I just don't think we do enough. I think we rely heavily on third-party organizations who we think represent security, and in some ways they have been secure, but when you've got trillions of dollars flying around markets every day, if you carve off even 10%, even 1%, right, these are huge numbers. Fraudsters are going for them. So I think we need to adapt and find new ways.
Do you think maybe as marketing, or as maybe as like just a medium to small size business, what can I do then?
What can you do? I think, again, having things like this will help. I think having endorsements from organizations will help. And again, going back to what Origin Secured is about, it's about having endorsements, right? How do I verify that I've worked with this organization? How would you verify you worked with Origin Secured? Well, you can have my video with you online. But outside of that, it would be a case of, you could put my quote up on your website. But again, how do I verify that was real? You might have to get one of your customers to come and talk to me. So I don't know if we actually have an answer to that question at the moment, other than we know with Origin Secured we can cryptographically prove you've worked with us, and you don't have to pick up the phone and call me to get me to prove it. So it's
difficult, right? You know, I think everyone thinks trust and brand, and like, I'm a big advocate for trust and brand, and I think that the only really, like to quote Gary, the only thing that matters, or the only thing that will be left, will be brand when everything is commoditized by AI.
Yeah. But will even that be left? Because if you look at some of the AI tools that are coming out now, I mean, we're looking at them. We use AI throughout the business. And I know a lot of companies say that, but genuinely, from cursor all the way through to the front end, products like Replit are coming out. You can take an existing front end and you can copy that, and it might take you 2 weeks, maybe a month, with a couple of half decent devs. So you've spent millions investing in this product, in this brand, and then someone comes along and just copies it. It's a carbon copy. And if their marketing skills are better, if their social media skills are better, if they're better at hacking that kind of influencer side, well, where's the value then? Like, is it more valuable to have a really good kind of marketing team, or is it more valuable to have a really good brand? I think they don't always go hand in hand. You can have a really great brand security, integrity, strength, and it can be destroyed in minutes.
I think that's difficult, right? Isn't it? I think that's, I hate to use Bud's term, but like that's where personal branding comes in.
Yeah,
because like if I'm saying and I'm endorsing something, yes, it could be AI'd, but then as I say, maybe it is that. Like as I sit here and think about it, like maybe it is just that because of my track record. Because like then people, I guess the question there though is it then down to the person consuming it to make the decision?
Well, that's kind of the approach we've taken, right? So the approach we've taken is it's down to the individual to choose who they trust and whether or not they believe that's true, right? So we can have, and we'll get into the tech more later, but we can have a series of endorsements for yourself, right? So we could endorse you cryptographically. You could be endorsed by the Passport Office, right? Or by an ID service provider, or by the DVLA, or by your bank or your solicitor. All of these endorsements build up trust over time, right? And the more of those you have in sequence, in the right time frame, the more people will trust you. And I think a big question on top of what you've asked is, if we're moving more to a solution where you need kind of integrity and trust built over time, how do people break in at the beginning? Because at the moment, the big reason that companies do that is they're trying to make a name for themselves. They have a great product, they've got a great idea. It's not always fraud. Often it's just a small company trying to make it. We need to be able to create environments where those companies have an opportunity to prove themselves. Because if we just say, well, you have to have brand integrity and you have to have a history,
And you have to be around for 5 years, etc.
then it's going to stop that from happening.
It's interesting because I'm rapidly approaching like 6 years full time and 10 years like doing the thing. And I'm like, oh, it must be really hard for people starting out. But like genuinely, like when I was starting out, AI wasn't a thing.
Yep.
And that's the big conversation with AI at the moment. It's like completely obliterating those grunt jobs that people did as junior editors and junior tech people and etc. Is it down to us then as providers, like medium and larger, like to say we're going to choose, or is it purely just it's going to get commoditized because it's efficiency?
I think there's going to be a huge amount of commoditization. I think there's going to be lots of consolidation, right? More importantly, there'll be lots of consolidation. I think standing out from the crowd is going to be challenging. I think it already is challenging, right? If you can have the best product in the world, but if you can't get the message across, or you can't convince people what it actually does or how it does it, it's not going anywhere anyway. I think we need to create more of a fair opportunity for smaller companies. And I know that the government have got lots of programs in place. We're working with the MOD at the moment. They've got loads of programs in place to try and fast track SMEs and give them opportunities to deliver. I think we need to do more of that. And I think we probably need to have better controls over how are these contracts won, how are they tendered for, because ultimately they're geared up for companies who have got hundreds of people to spend hours and hours and hours of time building this kind of knowledge up over time, and then you've got a small SME that's run by 3 people with no experience.
But also, I guess you could flip it on the other side when you look at AI or things like ChatGPT, large language models, etc., where actually that could be the greatest equalizer that you've got, right? Because someone who's maybe solo or 2-3 people, then arguably, if they're leveraging AI and they're early, they could actually be keeping up with 100 staff in regards to workforce because they're working quite smart.
Well, they can, and I think, look, we've certainly benefited from it, right? Lots of smaller companies are benefiting from using AI, but so are the larger companies. And I think if you, I'm going to get in trouble for talking about this, but one of my favourite TV shows is The Wire. And there's a scene in there where one of the characters is out of jail. Cutty, I think his name is. He's sat with this other guy, and they're talking about doing something they shouldn't be doing. And he gets handed a gun, and it's supposed to be a revolver. And he's like, oh, I'm used to using a revolver. And he goes, yeah, but that doesn't hold 17. And he's, oh, the game's changed. And the other guy goes, no, it hasn't changed. It's just got more fierce. And I think for me, that's what AI is, right? Yes, there's going to be less entry-level jobs. Yes, there's going to be less opportunity for people coming out of university. It doesn't mean anything's changed. The industry's still the same. It's just more fierce because the competition isn't now just with someone, one of your peers. The competition is now one of your peers who can control 4 or 5 AI prompts and do the work of 12 people rather than doing the work of 1. And so, yes, these companies will benefit smaller ones, but I think you're in a more fierce environment because those larger companies have access to just the same technology.
Do you think it comes? I mean, there's kind of like, there's 2 strands here. Number one is like the larger companies is like turning a ship, right? A massive ship. When I'm a speedboat, I can go, woo, you know. But I think the more important, I guess, question is around number one, how agile you can be as a company, but also number two, it's the mindset, I guess, in some ways, because I think like with the commoditization of automation, technology, etc., like we could go down the mindset of, okay, we're all gonna be out of jobs. Bye-bye, farewell.
Yeah.
Right. Or we could go, actually, how can I utilize this as a tool? And, you know, I was having a conversation with someone very close to me about another filmmaker the other day. And I was very worried for his model, looking at his business model, because traditionally he's, in this case, brought in as a camera operator for other video production companies. And there's been a large conversation in the space, for those who are listening, about you've kind of got two models that you can really like business model-wise that are still profitable and can still work.
Yep.
Massive Hollywood stuff, which big crews, big money, lots of stress, and then the 1 to maybe 2 at most, like production size, right? The issue is, I guess, the middle-class filmmaker, you could say, in my realm, could be and potentially is going to be commoditized, especially if they're not utilizing or looking how to use AI, how to do prompts, especially if you look at like the AI generation stuff that's coming out and like Google VO3 and etc. Like I looked at it and went, oh, right, okay, I need to talk about strategy more then. Because the idea of filming stuff is going to become less profitable than I think it was.
Yeah, potentially. And again, playing devil's advocate to the other side, does it become less profitable, or does it just shift into a different community? So is it now not the middle class filmmaker, right? Is it now opening this up for everyone to be able to access it? And actually you get more creativity out of it because there are people who are learning to use those technologies at a younger age and more efficiently. I think my cousin is doing phenomenally well in Sydney at the moment as a filmmaker, right? She's still going through school, but she's done several productions. She came up with this phenomenal idea about a particular singer, and she's been talking to their team about being able to produce a particular song. The idea behind it is incredible. You won't get AI to produce the idea, right? Not yet. That might come in the future. But at the moment, AI is just really, really, really good autocomplete. Lots of people are going to be really upset with that. But it is, right? They're just predicting tokens. We're not yet at a point where it is finding new ways of doing science, right? It might find a new mathematical way of folding a protein, right? But that was always there. It's just able to run more permutations. But it's not going, I've got this great idea for this film and I want this and I want that and I want the other and I want the other, right? That's still really a human kind of product. And I think...
Do you think that's where the opportunity lies then?
100%. I think creativity at the moment is the key, and being really good at using the tools, right? I still think there's going to be lots of jobs. I think they're just going to change. I think you'll have less entry-level jobs, not necessarily a bad thing, but you might just have lots of people who are really, really good at doing the prompt engineering. That will become a big job in my opinion.
What would you say to people who maybe looked at AI or looked at X, Y, Z and said, oh, it's just a trend, it will die next week?
I think they're massively wrong. I don't think it's like crypto, right? I think my co-founders and I always disagree on this, especially one Mark. He's very, optimistic on the crypto side. You know, Mark, and he loves it. I'm still very much of the opinion that there's been too much happening with the mainstream cryptocurrencies from a dark web standpoint, right? From a criminal historic standpoint. So the AML piece and the KYC piece can be incredibly challenging if you can trace it back on the blockchain to criminality, because really you should be taking that as proceeds of crime. So I think there's a major issue with that. I think the difference between that and AI is AI genuinely has solutions, right? You can take someone who spent the last 20 years of their life learning how to spot tumors in lungs, right? They might have a really good accuracy, 80-85%, and then you can train an AI model to 92-93% accuracy in 3 or 4 months. That's a huge jump, right, for us as a species, in my opinion. So I just don't see AI dying. If anything, I think it's going to become more and more integrated. And I think actually what we're going to see is that AI is going to become smaller and smaller and smaller. And I don't think it's going to be long before it's fully inside your device, not in the cloud. It will be inside your device. You'll have your own private AI, and it will learn you more and more and more. And this is why Origin set out to do what it does, right? As more and more information is being collected, you need to secure that in a better way. You need to be comfortable that your data is yours, that you have control over who accesses it, and if they do manage to get access to it, that you can revoke that access. And if someone is storing your data somewhere, you've got some level of encryption yourself over that data. I think that's much more important as a conversation. Is not necessarily is AI going to be a great tool, 'cause it's not going anywhere. Is how do you secure the data? How do you scrub the PII out of it? I think, yeah.
Because I know that, you know, other large language model providers, I'm sure, have done similar. But I know OpenAI, owners of ChatGPT, got into some hot water because they basically, what it seemed like was they were basically ignoring copyright law completely, and they just went, "Oh look, the internet's got loads of internet and information on it. Let's just take that, thank you." And I don't believe that could be undone now. We're kind of in the wild, like we're in the Wild West in that respect, as in like ChatGPT knows everything and they will know everything forever.
Yep. And again, there's only so much data in the world, right? So forget kind of some of the data that people think is proprietary for their organization, right? Where they might have taken 4 or 5 pieces of information and done something cool with it to produce another metric. The actual data, there's a finite amount, right? OpenAI found that out really quickly. You can still download pretty much the entire website scraping, and you can pay to download that online, right? There's several companies that offer that as a service. Anthropic will have done it, Google will have done it, Apple, all these organizations. If it's not just specific to OpenAI, every single company has done it. And I think at that point there has to be a kind of really important question being asked, is how are you protecting your information, not just from a copyright standpoint, but even from we were talking about this the other day. So M&S, their hack, right, which was social engineering. Well, how secure is me sending a 6-digit passcode to your phone? The phone's not linked to your identity. It's not linked to anything other than you've told me that's your phone number. And yet this 6-digit code magically makes it secure. I think that's a big issue. And if I can now use an AI, and it doesn't have to be OpenAI, right? The safety protocols are there, but you can use any of the open source versions like Llama, whatever it might be, run it locally on your own machine. There's loads of tools out there like anything LLM that will allow you to do it. Well, I can now connect that online and I can say, right, go and find the maiden name for Carlton's mum, right? And give it access to Facebook, give it access to LinkedIn. And what we were saying before about kind of marketing, whoever makes the most noise, whoever's connected to the most people, well, you don't know who half those connections are on LinkedIn. Yeah. So now if I can connect into you through all of these fake accounts that are being kind of managed and hosted in really not very nice environments, then suddenly your maiden name of your mum is not a security kind of question. Yeah, it's actually a security risk, right? First name of your dog, whatever it might be,
school, so on.
So I think that's really dangerous, and so we need to move away from just usernames, passwords, and security questions, and we need to move more towards contextual permissions. And it's one of the things that we do at Origin, which is create context around access rather than just you've got a username and password and know that my favorite artist is whoever.
One of the things that a lot of people are talking about online right now that I wanted to kind of put your brain on is AI influencers. Do you think they're happening? And do you think they will be the future? Because a lot of people are saying, well,
how would you
95% of people aren't going to care that it's AI, even if they know, even if you can tell.
I don't think anyone would be able to tell. I think there's already influencers out there that people have said are AI. I think the big one that I found quite amusing, we had a big chuckle of it. I think one of the adult content creators worked out to be an AI generated model. And I just think that's hilarious, right? That these people are paying for this personalized service and they've got no idea that it's not even a real person. And I guess the question, like you said, would they even care? Right? The illusion is there that they're receiving that personalized service. And I think it's the same for all of us. If you had the choice between ringing up the bank and them saying, press 2 for this, describe your problem, and just go around in that never-ending loop, or would you like to talk to an online chat agent that's an AI model that you know is not real, is not a real person, but at least is conversing with you in real language in real time? Which would you choose?
I think, I mean, as someone who uses AI, and we both, I'm sure, do, in depth, I think for me, I think it's about understanding what the contextual relevance that you want from it. Like for me, if I want to analyze information and data quickly, AI will be a better solution in me asking you to, so I have all this data, Stuart, can you create this and this from it? Well, you're gonna go, no, that's totally a pain in the ass. But when it comes to like emotional or creative decision stuff, that's where I think human connection will still come in, and I think that's going to be the thing that people maybe need to focus on. And that's why, like, I found it really interesting since launching the podcast and it having a hybrid element. People are, I guess, if you want to go like strategically around it, like the show up rate is higher for in person than it would be online, right? And I think the same is going to be true when it comes to like in person events and stuff. And I can see kind of this two camp book, which is like people utilizing AI, good idea, but also a constant want and drive to have that human connection, online events, online person, podcasts, online conversations, etc. And actually, from a marketing standpoint, if you don't have a podcast, I would say now is the golden age to have a podcast, because this is the kind of conversation people really want. They don't want you have a conversation with a robot necessarily. Do you think?
I think there's a lot there. So if we go back to, I think in-person meetings are becoming popular again, right? We went through that stage. COVID was a nightmare, but even before that, lots of people were like, oh, it's much easier just to do it online. I was like, yeah, it is, but you don't get the same feeling, right? You can't gauge someone's reaction properly unless you're sat in a room with them. And I think there's a lot to be said about the environment, right? So the environment today, I can say something and it's not just your facial expressions, but I can feel the environment. If you say something wrong, you can feel it change. If you say something funny, you can feel it change. And I think you lose that online. I think we'll start seeing people doing more and more in-person meetings, more and more in-person conferences. I guess the question really I've been asking a lot recently is the younger generation, right? When I was kind of 12, I was out from morning till evening every day doing whatever I was doing. It's not always the right things to be doing, but I was having fun. Whereas my 12-year-old, getting him out of the house is a nightmare. And it's not just because he's on his devices, because we limit his time on his devices. He does lots of exercise. We do Muay Thai together. We train together. We do loads of stuff together. But him and his friends don't go out. Like there aren't loads of kids in our area playing outside. And it's the perfect area to be doing it because it's quiet. There aren't many cars. There's loads of open spaces. So I don't actually know where it's going to go, if I'm honest. I think it really comes down to this next generation and the generation after. How do they interact with each other? And if we don't keep encouraging people to maintain the social aspect of it, I think it will be an issue. And again, the trust side of it, I can trust you more if I meet you in person most of the time. But even then, you still have people who are really, really good at kind of convincing people of things in person that aren't necessarily true.
I remember a handful of years ago, I did a talk as part of a business panel at a local college. For obvious reasons, I won't mention which college, and the consistent thing that came through all of the feedback that we gave to these students, like we all gave little talks on our business, gave some context, then we did an open Q&A, and the constant thing through all of it was, you need to work on your communication skills. You need to work on your communication skills. You need to work on how to articulate. But I think sometimes especially someone who talks on content a lot, who does content a lot, who's constantly trying to do that 1% to improve how I come across, the words I use, when I pause, etc. I guess to an extent I take for granted the fact it sounds really weird. I know how to communicate, right? But I do. It's even the little nuances, like how I do a stupid noise or how I pause or when I pause. I mean, is that something that, like, and if so, like, if that's, we need to either invest that in our children or put that into like schooling level, and or when we're in the workplace or looking for careers, etc. I mean, is that something that's, do you think, weaker as humans? Obviously it's a broad stroke, but do you think it's something that we all need to improve on?
I think it's a muscle, right? Communication's a muscle. I think being social is a muscle. That's not to say people who suffer from any anxiety aren't right to feel the way they feel, or that there isn't an underlying issue there. But I think a lot of the time it is a muscle. And I think the only way you can exercise that muscle is to push yourself past the comfort zone and do it. And we aren't pushing people to do it, right? I think we've got to an age where someone can self-diagnose as having a problem. And then we go, oh, okay, well, we won't talk about it anymore. Like, it suddenly just stops the conversation, and suddenly it's not, well, that's the end of it, right? Well, I think that's a problem. And I think that goes back to what you're saying before around kind of school-age children. Yeah. I think my wife and I foster, right? And we've just had a 2 and a 4-year-old that will be leaving us shortly, and we've had them since March. And when they came, like the little girl was nonverbal, the little boy had some issues with kind of speech and understanding and some other bits. And in the last 6 months, my wife's done an incredible job getting them to a point where you wouldn't really know that they're that far behind. Like they're not as far behind anymore. Right? If you were to put them into a mainstream school when the little boy's starting soon, yes, he's going to need a little bit more help, but he's not that much further behind. But it's because we didn't just go, oh, okay, well, they've had a hard time, so that they get a pass. Or we think they might have some anxiety issues. No, let's get them outside. Let's get them on the climber frames. Let's get them interacting with other children. Let's explain to them repeatedly. No, it's not just about saying, oh, kind hands if they do something they're not supposed to do. It's, no, that's not right. Explain to them why, and spend that time educating them. And I think we don't do that with kids at the moment, right? There's so much, people talk about it all the time, but there's so much power with the kind of the child. And there needs to be some power with the child, absolutely. But you've also got children walking into schools stabbing people, right? That's a problem. I'm not saying we can solve that with Origin, not at all, right? But I think that's how far back we need to go. I think we need to start at schools. I think we do schooling wrong.
Does that come from boundary settings? I mean, like the statistics from like a quote broken household is ridiculous, you know. Like mine is true in that respect. You know, I didn't have my dad around for 20 years, and since about probably a month ago, 2 months ago, I spoke to him for the first time in 20 years.
Mate, congrats. Right? How did that make you feel?
Big deal. It was just like, it is what it is. You know, like I wasn't there to be like, right, I'm going to, and I wanted to make sure that when I did it, it wasn't coming from a place of anger. It's like, right, I'm going to pull 20 years. And it was, right, okay. But I did it for a point of view of, I need to make sure that I do this so that I don't regret if I'm told he dies. I did my best, I tried. And I think, but then also I've set a boundary to say, this isn't a fully open door as well. And I think for me, that's come from years of building on it. And that's why I asked you about, that's why I guess the question of like, do we naturally have boundaries, either in work or from parents to kids as well?
I think we spend a lot of time teaching people how to drive, right? Lots of time teaching people how to drive. We spend a lot of time teaching people how to communicate at work, right? You can't say that. You can't say this. You have to say it this way. You have to say it that way. We don't spend a lot of time with children teaching them boundaries because sometimes the parents haven't been in a position to learn those boundaries in the first place, right? Not everybody has the same start. I had a similar experience with you. Didn't see my dad for a long time. And I did go in different directions, and I was lucky enough to meet my wife who kept me on the straight and narrow. And I didn't speak to him for a long time, and he passed away. So before we had a chance to reconcile, whether we would have not, I don't know. So I'm really pleased you managed to get through that. But there's a lot of people that don't have that kind of, they don't know themselves enough, right? They don't have the same strength of character. They haven't gone through the same experiences the same way and come out the positive side of it. I think we encourage people, and TikTok and the others drive me mad because it's 10 ways you know you've got ADHD and 10 ways you know you've got this and 5 ways you know you've got that. And we're just creating excuses all the time for the behavior. And so boundaries, I think we all know where the boundaries are. I think a lot of the time we just choose to ignore them.
Is that personal though? Because my boundaries and your boundary may be different.
They should be, right? Otherwise it'd be boring. They absolutely should be different. But I think there are some basics that we should be able to agree, right? Certain spaces are private. Yeah. Certain words shouldn't be used. Certain things are unkind. Certain things are kind.
Well, it's just mutual respect stuff though, right? Like,
oh, absolutely.
Like you don't need to be, just because I think you may be acting in a manner that's maybe unkind or etc. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm better than you by saying that you're being a dickhead, for example.
Do you know what? I was on the train recently and there was a gentleman using his phone in the quiet carriage, and there was a gentleman sat opposite him, an older gentleman. And I've never known how to turn around and say to someone like, why you got your phone on? Why are you listening to it loud? Why are you not using headphones, etc., etc.? Because it always comes across as really aggressive, right? And the old guy just literally leant over and went, excuse me, I just wondered if you'd seen that sign. And the guy looked up and saw his quiet carriage and he went, oh, sorry, mate, and left. And that was it. There was no big like hurrah, there was no shouting. And I thought, well, that's a mutually respectful way to approach that situation. Would he have approached it the same way if it had been a 13, 14-year-old teenager listening to his music loudly? Would the teenager have responded the same way the man did? You don't know. But I think we should approach things in a respectful way. And again, that boundary issue, mate, that's a hard one, right? There's people that have spent their entire lives working on that to try and find a solution, and they still haven't figured it out.
I think I keep coming back to this whenever I talk about something like this, and I keep coming back to it's self-love, self-development, self-you. It's reflective of you. So, but from that perspective, I guess it's kind of down to you to do the work to then see the different reality, if that makes sense, right? And I think for me, that's sometimes where people struggle, where they for whatever reason they want to bury it, they don't want to deal with it, they don't, etc. And I think everyone has a level of trauma. It's I don't know how I'm using that word, but the level of trauma will either make or break you, and then it's up to you to see how you deal with that to then move forward.
So I think I'm smiling because it actually brings up a really good example. You remember you'd go to the gym, right? I want to lose weight. You go to the gym, you're trying to lose weight, and the guy go, well, if there was a pill you could take that would make you lose weight, everybody would take it overnight, right? But it doesn't change the fact that you need to create these habits and these kind of self-motivation that drive those behaviors, right? Because this is really important. And then we had Ozempic and Mounjaro and all these other things come on, and people have utilized it. And I think it's a great tool. If you need to kickstart that process and you're nervous or anxious about going to the gym because of how you look, great, kickstart it with that, but don't rely on it. And I think we've created an environment where I feel depressed, here's some tablets. I feel anxious, here's some tablets. I feel overweight, here's an injection. I feel this, go do that. I hate going to the gym. I hate working out. I'm not someone who enjoys it. If I haven't eaten properly during the day, I will throw up. It doesn't matter how much I train, right? My body just absolutely hates it. But I push myself to do it because I want my son and my daughter to see me go through those hard things and realize sometimes short-term pain gives you long-term gain. It gives me an extra 5 years with them, then it's important. And my dad was 41, 42 when he passed away, and I hadn't spoken to him for a long time. So I don't want to be in the same boat. I'm only 3-4 years away from being in that age category. So I'm going to do everything I can to.
Do you think we need to not live with regret then?
100%.
And if we can take actions that are maybe uncomfortable today to mean that we're not going to be regretful in 5-10 years?
Yeah, I've lived a lot of short-term pain for long-term gain. And if you ask my wife, she'll tell you that it's been kind of lots of long-term pain for not very much gain, but actually we're starting to see the fruits of our labor. And I've got lots of friends who I've grown up with who haven't always taken the same approach. There's one or two of them that absolutely have, and they're smashing life and they're doing really well. But there are still an incredibly large number of people I know who are living month to month, and whether that be just kind of taking out finance on a new car because they want another car, or they're not taking those kind of short-term pains of, well, actually maybe I'll just hold this car for another 5 years. Nothing really wrong with it. The plate might be, I don't know, my plate's a 17 plate, right? I've got no interest in selling my car. I love my car. I've had it for a long time.
Yeah, but you don't get the, oh, that's a cool car. Oh, well done. You got a new car. Tick box from your social circle, though.
No, you don't. But again, it's that confidence of being able to say, well, I don't need it. And again, you go back to what you're saying before about boundaries and how you're brought up. Lots of people don't have that. And again, from a trust standpoint, well, who's going to give it? Right? Because you do need a parent or someone you trust in your life to give you that validation. And if you're missing it, you're going to be looking at it from all the wrong people.
Do you think we come from a place of like strong, I guess, I'm just thinking of the best word to describe it, but like for me, it's like we can only think about this way because we come from a sense of privilege.
Yeah.
Because I'm always aware, for example, like, and not to like dwell on what's happening in the world right now, but there's areas in the world where like children are starving.
Mate, I look at what is happening in the Middle East, and it fills me with dread that we kind of won. And even then, we still have to struggle.
We're in the fortunate position to have the available time, energy, and resources to sit here and have a conversation that we can put on the internet.
Well, it's a genetic lottery, right? Like we just happen to be born in the UK. We just happen to be born into the families we were born into, or the environments we were born into. It doesn't mean that we haven't had to struggle, haven't had to go through interesting times. But it just
do we have to frame it in our perspective when we come up with it is a privilege? We're coming in from a level of passive privilege because in 95% of cases, yes, there's exceptions to the rule, etc., etc. Everyone has their different story, but in most cases, in the UK especially, or Western culture especially, like we haven't really need to worry about most of the essentials, either because state looks after us and or because we come from a family that can look after us and or we're given the tools to be able to create income that then in turn means we can take those, have those things.
It's having the opportunity, right? I think cars aren't exploding next to us. And I think when you can walk down the street and a bomb isn't going to go off, that creates a level of opportunity where you can focus on different things. You can focus on building wealth. You can focus on improving yourself and moving up the social ladder, so to speak. My upbringing, my parents, my mum, my stepdad, everything they could for us, but we still went without certain things. But my dad loved holidays, right? So we did one big family holiday every year, and he loved to travel. He loves politics. He loves history. So we would go all over the place, and we would go and actually really explore the areas we went to. We'd meet locals, we'd understand the history of the place, and that gets you out of your comfort zone, right? Because now you've got the social aspect of it, you've got the verify point, because I'm actually in the country speaking to the people at that location. And I think that kind of shapes you as an individual, whereas if you spend your entire life just seeing everything on TV, you can just turn it off. And it's not the same. So I think we absolutely are very privileged. Even if you're going through hard times, you're still not necessarily worrying about the same things other people are. But it doesn't mean your story is any less challenging.
Though. And I thought that's why I've always, for as long as I can remember, I've always talked about the fact that I don't have to walk 3 miles to get 50-50 chance if I die from drinking the water that I got, like I have clean drinking water, etc. And it sounds slightly ridiculous, but like also just the odds of being alive is 1 in a trillion, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and being alive now, and if you look
in this age as well, with this level of opportunity, etc., which is maybe why I can sometimes come across quite brash, because I'm like, I don't have time for people who maybe victimize themselves. I'm like, you don't understand how lucky you are.
I feel the same. I've look, I'm not gonna get a violin out. My life hasn't been anywhere near as hard as some people, and some of the children that we've had come into our care, their starts to life have been like horrific, really horrific, and how they are going to shape themselves and cope through life, bouncing around kind of the fostering care system, I dread to think what the outcome is going to be at the end of it, because how can you kind of fix that? But then there are a lot of people who haven't gone through those experiences quite like that, who, like you say, kind of want every excuse under the sun not to be doing something, not to be doing this, not to be doing that. Why can't I just have a pill? Why can't I just have an injection? And I think that's one of the things that AI can't do, right? AI can't solve that. That's a social issue that we need to solve together. And I don't think we're going to solve it by all being in our homes tapping away on AI. We have to be out with people, meeting people and doing it ourselves.
Moving back to what you do.
That was a bit of a detour.
Nice detour. But digital licensing, where does that sit?
We've discussed this at length. So one of the key things we wanted to solve of Origin was, how do we verify information about something without revealing the underlying data? And I think a really good social example of that is when police do stop and searches, right? I experienced it quite a lot when I was younger because of the environment I was in. My friends did as well. We'd get stopped and searched by the police lots of times. And sometimes it was okay, and sometimes it was really not a nice experience. And I think it always started with, what's your name, what's your date of birth, what's your address? And even if I give you my name, date of birth and address, how do you as a police officer verify it, right? Does he have any tattoos? Does he have any markings? Does he, I don't know, look a certain way? But you kind of become generic.
Guessing, right?
Lots of guesswork, right? And lots of gut feel on the police officer side. Whereas we wanted to try and find something that would, and it wasn't just for this specific reason, but it lends itself really well to it. We wanted to be able to provide technology to the environment, to the world, that kind of removed that friction. So a digital license isn't like an ID card. There isn't a centralized database of all your information in one place. That's ridiculous. If that gets breached, it's going to be horrendous. The fraud will go through the roof. What we've done is we've used kind of a decentralized approach. So we've taken some concepts from blockchain, but removed the blockchain because it's inefficient and doesn't really work for this context. But the idea behind it is, you can have an ID service provider, right? So it's a government approved company, verify your identity and give you a cryptographic endorsement that sits on your digital license, which you can carry on your device. It could also be hosted in the cloud, but the idea behind it is you've got control of it. So now if I was to come and stop and search you, you would be able to present that credential to the police without revealing your name, your date of birth, or your address. But the police would know to a degree, oh, he lives within a 5-mile radius. There's no outstanding warrants. He's verified that is his identity because he's done it with a biometric check on his thumbprint. And we can see that that biometric check that's linked to that IDSP hasn't been changed on that device. And then we can link it to other credentials. Oh, he's got a full-time job with an employer. Don't need to know who the employer is, but he's employed full-time. We can see that he is part of a charity, or he does this, or he does that. There's all these different aspects we can start to build into that check. And it all comes from, well, I still haven't revealed any of the data underneath it. These are all independent cryptographic proofs coming from third parties. But that police officer is now sure that individual doesn't have anything outstanding. And I think that would help. I'm not saying it's going to solve the issue, but it certainly would help remove some of the friction. And if you then start to expand that out to kind of the business world, so if we're looking at things like how do I onboard employees in a fast and efficient manner whilst maintaining their privacy. So one of the tools that we're doing for the digital cleaners license is we do the right to work checks. We do a modern slavery check by making sure that the bank account name matches the name on the ID. Real basic check, but lots of organizations don't do it, right? And that's one of the flags for modern slavery. We then can go and endorse all of your employment history. Right. And again, we're not the verifiers. We're not verifying the data. We're not storing the data. Right. But we're going off and having those independent third parties endorse you. Same for your certifications, your training. And I think in that environment, when you're dealing with disparate workforces where English quite often is a second language, not your primary language, these people, they kind of get left behind, right? They come along with their paperwork and they have every right to work. They have every intention of working, but it might take 5 or 6 meetings and 10 or 11 copies of their documents. Now, where's all that documentation going? They've got no idea where it's being stored, no idea who has access to it, no idea what copies are out there, but we're expecting them to just continuously do this. And if they're now working 3 jobs, we're extrapolating that 3 times over. So for us, it's about digitization, yes, but without just copying the existing paper process and doubling the problem, right? You have to do it in a different way.
That would fix the problem we opened with?
What, going
for
back?
Someone like me, for example, who, let's be honest, if deepfakes become mainstream in AI, someone points an AI with that mindset, I'm screwed.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a way of being able to verify something's real. But again, there's then nothing stopping someone from creating an AI deepfake and just putting their endorsement on it anyway. Right? They haven't had to do the work. Like the AI has done all the work. I think it will become more important for organizations and in fact probably more important for creators to be able to verify that's their work, right? I was the one that created that first.
Here's my endorsement. In some ways from a maybe not a legality point of view, but kind of a copyright plus model, I guess you could say.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things we've seen with the endorsements is, and you'll get it all the time with correspondence from the BBC, right, or for Sky News or whatever, our person on the ground. Well, that's great, but I don't know who that person is. I don't know their credentials. I don't know where they're from. I don't really know if they're from that country. I don't know what their background is. Whereas if you were able to say, here's the credential that's been lent to this article, well, now I've got, well, yeah, he's got an IDSP verified in that country that he comes from that country. He's got a university credential that says he went to that university. He's got an employment credential that said he was employed there at these points in time. That's not to say people can't build those profiles up at a state level if they really wanted to go to that level, but it becomes much harder to do, right? The threshold for access to fraud becomes really, really high, because when we're actually taking these interactions and monitoring them, we create an encrypted hash of the interaction, and that gets stored on what we call event chains. So not blockchain databases, but the event chain is a point in time. And so you can't go back in time and put something on the event chain in the past. It has to be done in time. It's temporal. And so in order for someone to perform a high degree of fraud, it's going to take them 5, 6, 7, 8 years to build that profile up. And they will have to do it in multiple chains simultaneously. And they're just not going to be able to do that.
And I guess it comes back to that like point, which is like, it sounds horrible whenever you say it, but like you're making it less likely that you're the one who gets targeted, because the burden of likelihood that your stuff gets stolen, etc., is so much higher than Barry, than Sally,
Correct.
than James, so on, you know, and that's, I hate to say it because it's like, oh, go and steal their car, not mine, because mine's a pain in the ass to steal, for example.
There is that, but again, from our standpoint, I mean, we want to give it to universities for free. Right? We want to give it to schools for free. You have the Online Safety Act that's happening at the moment, and I think you've probably seen some degree of access to adult content reduced. But it's seen VPN usage go through the roof, right? Because we know how people are accessing it, just going around the issue. And I think they had, was it Keir Starmer's driver's license got leaked online, and people using that and a picture of him to be able to skirt around the sides of it. That's the same tech, by the way, we were talking about at the beginning that some of the retailers are now choosing to use to verify their staff, right? It's not with an IDSP, it's just a localized check that looks right.
I guess this was a big conversation like a handful of years ago, and I've covered it in the social media show and etc. But like, there was this big conversation, and lots of jurisdictions across the world have said, below 16, you're not on social media. And that seems to be the future, because it's like, we're now like half the world has basically got that.
How do you verify you're under 16?
Exactly.
Right. And again, with Origin, it's one of the things we were saying, if we give it away to students for free, you can have a cluster of credentials, right? And so from our standpoint, it's about enabling the verification of a credential to create context. And contextual permissions is something that we've kind of started to patent from using our tech. So the idea behind it is, I can access a system. I don't need a username and password, but I need a credential from an IDSP. I need a credential from my employer. I need a credential for someone linked to that system. I need a credential maybe from a school or university. All of those credentials must confirm specific assertions about myself, right? I'm under 16. I'm a UK citizen. I go to a particular school in a particular area. That means we're putting the control of the people that need it, schools, etc. But we're not then enabling people who have bad intentions to come along and manipulate that system, because they would have to manipulate it in 5, 6, 7 areas at the exact same time. So now, if you want to access the internet, well, you could have your Origin handle with all of the credentials on it, and we would know straight away how old you are, right? And parents mostly can be trusted. So your parent could create a credential for you. But if that doesn't match your school's credential, well, then that's going to create an issue. So you don't have the permission to access that service or that particular piece of content. And that for us is really important. Context is much more important than just, well, we think you might be over 18 because you click the button.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For those people who have enjoyed this conversation, who may want to see more of the content, delve into a little bit in more depth that what you and the team are doing, where can people reach out?
They can reach out to us directly, so they can come to us via the website, or they can reach out to us on social media or LinkedIn. I think we're starting to put more video content out there. So going back to what you were saying before, about kind of verifying trust, how do you prove it in the marketing world? Well, for us, it starts with video, right? And yes, there are deep fakes out there, but from our standpoint, I mean, we're able to verify our technology in our videos with our technology, right, which is important. We're certainly seeing kind of proof of concepts with the MOD gain lots of traction. We're talking to OFDIA, the Office for Digital Identity and Attributes, about shaping kind of how the UK consults on digital identity. And I think all of those aspects are important. So it's not just about us. I think people should be looking at digital identity as a whole in a much more holistic way. And reach out to us, reach out to the IDSPs, reach out to everyone. I think is something that people need to understand more, is that digital ID is more than just, here's my JPEG of my passport and driver's license. But yeah, reach out to us on social media or online.
Just before we wrap up, I mean, obviously you have worked with us in the past and you've done some video content. I mean, now the other side of it, maybe a year on, how was that experience? What was the things you maybe learnt from? Except, like, how was it as a whole? Like, not putting words in your mouth, but I'm actually curious, because obviously we haven't touched base since actually doing it last year. And I mean, was it how you thought it was going to be firstly from the perspective of what we did, but then also, like, was there any byproducts that actually came from like working with us specifically?
I think we realized really quickly that video was the best way. Yeah, 100%. And I think working with you guys and working with Lucas for the day, it kind of got into our minds a different way of thinking about things. And we were just on the cusp of really understanding how to talk about our product and how to talk about our technology. And by focusing on the video approach, and we've now released several other videos that we've kind of produced in-house, it kind of got us to where we are now, which is we know what our narrative is, we know what the story is, we know how to describe our technology. Whereas a year ago, we were still kind of trying to work out what it was that we were. And we were early to market, so lots of people trying to explain it to investors, trying to explain it to customers. It was a challenge. So no, mate, having that time with you and Lucas massively helped us kind of crystallize what we were trying to do. And then over the next kind of 2-3 months, I think that's when we nailed it. But it come off the back of the original filming we did, which was phenomenal.
What would you say to people who are maybe looking at what's going on in the economy or etc., and maybe on the fence about maybe utilizing marketing right now, or like, because the traditional kind of known thing is like when things get hard, you cut marketing.
Yep. Honestly, I'm probably not the best person to answer it, but I'll answer it as best as I can. I think you absolutely have to have a presence, right? You have to. Unfortunately, at the moment, it's about noise. Right, we spoke about it earlier. The more noise you make, the more you get noticed, the more the algorithm picks you up and the more it promotes you to the top. And it goes back to what we were saying as well about the SMEs, like how do you get spotted? How do you get noticed if you have to have that kind of credentials proving you've done something? I think consistency, right? And we had this chat about podcasts a year ago. I think it's something like most podcasts end after 11 episodes, something along those lines, right? So 11 weeks, 11 months, whatever it is, that's the kind of podcast limit. People go, oh, it's not growing, right? You have to push past it. And it's the same with the marketing. Yes, some people are really fortunate and they do growth hacking and all of a sudden they're a viral sensation overnight, but that's not the norm. And I think the only way you can build your message is consistency. You have to be in person at events. You have to be putting stuff online. You have to be writing articles. You have to be talking about it. You have to be meeting new people and spreading the word. So I don't think marketing just stops with video. I think it's something much more holistic, and it's something that you have to consistently do every day. And we have a great marketing team, so Hannah does that for us, and she's excellent at it.
If you were going to wind the clock back to speak to Stuart 10 years ago, 15 years ago, what advice would you give that Stuart?
It would probably be trust your gut. I think we've had hiccups along the way with everything that we've done, right? Whether that be businesses my wife and I started, with raising children, with kind of investors, whatever. There's always going to be a hiccup. Something's always going to come up that you weren't expecting, but you have to trust your gut. And even if that is completely in the opposite direction to what everyone is telling you, sometimes you just have to go with your gut, because at least at the end of it, you don't have the regrets, right? If you listen to everybody else and they turn out to be right, that's great. But if you listen to everyone else and it turns out to be wrong, you're going to spend the rest of the time going, oh, I wish I'd listened to my gut. I wish I'd trusted my gut. So I think take people's advice on board, listen to it, kind of take the best strategies, build them together, but ultimately trust your gut. Yeah.
Thank you so much for the time, Stuart.
You too. Cheers, Carl.
And if you did enjoy this episode and would like to see more like it, then I would love to hear what you think in the comment section down below. Why not subscribe so you don't miss next week's episode? And I'll see you very, very soon.
When you truly become comfortable in your own skin, that's when you become a more potent, authentic, and influential communicator.
Why do you think storytelling is important?
The storytelling is 100% something I focus on. It's just a part of a larger puzzle now, or a larger body of work. But stories are important for so many reasons, man.
What is the excuse that we make for the reason why we don't do the thing? Have the podcast, write the book, run the business?
So the 5 habits. Number 1 is transform your internal story. The second is ask conscious questions. The third is unearth your charisma.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of the conversations I've been having the last couple of months has been around done is better than perfect.
I'm a multifaceted human being. I'm not just one thing. And often labels can lead us, man, to shrinking, playing small and saying, I am this. But what if you're more than this?
did you know that 93% of you are not subscribed? So if you could please do me a favor and you're enjoying the show, then subscribing would mean the world to me, and it would allow me to grow the show and continue to get larger and larger guests and continue to bring what's missing in marketing today. Thank you ever so much for joining me, and I'll enjoy the episode. Hello, my friends. Welcome back to a brand new episode. Today, I'm going to be talking to Ravi, who talks all about communication and actually why is it important. So that's going to be what this conversation is going to be about. But welcome, Ravi. How are you?
Good, man. I feel like we should have started rolling about 10 minutes ago because we had some good conversation about marketing, communication, books, all that good stuff. But I'm feeling good, man. As I told you in the green room or the coffee area, this has been a minute when it comes to me being on podcasts, given I've been focused on writing my book, being a dad, and all that good stuff. So it feels good to be here, man. It feels good to be here.
Well, thanks ever so much for coming down and for the time, of course. I mean, it would be wrong to not open the show with what you feel is missing in marketing today. I mean, we touched on it in the pre-show conversation a bit, but just to reiterate for the audience's sake, I mean, what do you feel is missing today?
When you asked me this question beforehand, giving me the material to prepare, I had to sit with this. And I had to sit with this for quite some time because I didn't want to give you a generic answer or one that's been heard before. And the one word that came up for me was intentionality. And actually, that's not just in marketing, that's in life right now. Intentionality. I mean, if you just scroll on social media, log on to LinkedIn, log on to Instagram, whatever it could be, there's an addiction to instant gratification, meaning, okay, I want to grow my follower account now. I want to achieve XYZ now. And as a result, I may put out AI content, which feels perfect, which feels like it's going to connect with people. But the truth is there's a disconnect because perfection doesn't exist, man. Perfection doesn't exist, and imperfection equals connection. And our intentionality behind things, our death grip on our desires, and the instant gratification that comes with it, it's just leading us to this place where, and it's funny to say this, the bar is so low in some senses that the number one way to stand out is by tapping into human connection.
I think it's really interesting, right? Because a lot of the conversations I've been having the last couple of months has been around done is better than perfect. And I think that sometimes we look at the podcast idea we have, we look at the event idea we have, we look at the business idea we have, look at the book idea we have, etc. And we think, yeah, I'll add that to the list. Yeah, I'll put that on my to-do list. Do you think people need to is there a level of just you need to start doing stuff? Like you need to just choose one of them or two of them or three of them and say, I just need to do that? Because I think sometimes we put it on we kind of pin it up and we go, yeah, I'll get to that. But then we never maybe do.
What's the question behind the question? I'm curious.
The core, I think, is do people... So I guess what I'm actually asking there, and this isn't planned, so I've just come off the fly, but I think it's what is the excuse that we make for the reason why we don't do the thing? Have the podcast, write the book, run the business. Maybe someone's watching this and they're in their 9 to 5 and they're like, I've got that really business idea. I'm really passionate about X. But they don't start working on it in the evenings. They don't start because maybe they're worried about what people think, etc. These are the common answers I get. But is it just that?
I'd say it could be many things, and I can't answer it from everyone's perspective. I can only answer it from my lens. And I would say the two things coming up for me are, number one, fear, like we spoke about, where, I'll give you an example. I know of somebody who has a specific idea that they knew in that season of their life was in alignment. But there was always a reason why they couldn't pursue it. There was always, for lack of a better word, an excuse as to why they couldn't pursue it. And that excuse gave that individual the reason why, I can't do it now because of X. I can't do it now because of Y. But what those excuses and what that narrative was grounded in was fear. So there is definitely fear. There is definitely fear, but as the old saying goes, fear stands for false evidence appearing real, right? So yes, there's fear behind it. The second thing is, do you actually want The thing that you say you want? Or have you just logged onto Instagram and you've seen that Jamie is doing incredibly well now that she's left her 9 to 5 and is in this job and seems to be crushing it. And actually, you like the idea of that. You like the concept of that versus the actual reality. And is it your ego saying, hey, I want a bit of that? Or is it actually your authentic self? Is it driven from your authentic self? I don't know. But I think those are the questions to ask ourselves, because the truth is when you, this is my truth actually, when I'm deeply aligned with something, it has a meaning behind it, which means the imperfect action, the work or whatever it takes to achieve that, the excuses, the fear, it starts to move to the sidelines because you know that not taking action is going to cost you more.
I think that's key, and I think people listening need to consider, is it keeping up with the Joneses, looking at the trend, etc., and that's why you want to be an entrepreneur. And I'm fortunate where I'm wrongly or rightly rapidly approaching 10 years in business, which is crazy in my head, you know. And I'm looking at it going, right, okay, so the odds here are like I've kind of done quite well, because the odds are that I think I looked up yesterday, I think about 25% of business, like 25% of businesses don't survive longer than 5 years.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm just thinking, why? And like, from listening to what how you just answered the last question, I think for me the key is they weren't in line with, like, they weren't true. You know, they weren't willing to die on that hill or put the flag in the sand or etc. You know, I think entrepreneurship before COVID was cool, right? Because or even during COVID, when there was loads of money floating around and it was, quote, easier. I think that's when people looked at it and went, yeah, that's cool, let's do that. Oh, work-life balance. Oh, free. Oh, I make lots of money and I get all the time and I get all the freedom. But now we're in a world where what most people I talk to, and I'm sure you've had it as well, is like, well, this is just as normal. This is what real business is. You know, things are harder. You maybe lose a client, or things are harder in the economy, etc., etc. That's just another day at the office, you know. And I think for me, I think that's where the true entrepreneurs will stand through. What do you think people get wrong, though, in either that step or then how they communicate that step to their friends, their family, maybe the clients they want to work with, the market? Because obviously a lot of what you do is about communication, right? And that's why I want to focus on that, because it is your unique skill of expertise and etc. But I also think it's the most underrated one, because it's like, well, there's not much to it, Colin. You just have a conversation, right?
Well, before I answer that, to back it up for a second, you know what was cool when I was growing up was everybody wanted to be an investment banker. Everybody, you know, there was like, everybody would watch the movie Wall Street, Gordon Gekko, Greed is Good, and they were like, okay. And the movie American Psycho, Patrick Bateman, they're like, okay, I want to be an investment banker. And it's so funny how entrepreneurship is now the thing. Like, I think about my daughter, she's nearly 3. I think at 10, she's probably gonna, a YouTuber won't even be a thing then. I don't know what will be the thing, but it's crazy to think how these things move in seasons and how whatever is flavor of the month, people gravitate towards. The question is it in alignment with you and your goals in this season of your life? You know, Ravi now with 2 kids under 3, married, is very different to Ravi in his 20s. Very different. But in answer to your question, so actually to back it up, is the question, what do people get wrong about communication in business, or have I missed or misunderstood that?
What do you think people get wrong when they communicate what they're looking for, either in a personal relationship, let's start there, and then maybe then going into a business relationship, and how we show up and how we communicate?
When you say what you're looking for, meaning how they communicate their desires to the external world, I think, actually scrap that. I believe that often we forget to look within before we communicate our desires to the external world. And I think it's important to, in today's noisy world, just find solitude, regulate your nervous system, and find neutrality so you can really figure out, hey, what is alignment for me? Is the thing that I say I want actually the thing that I truly want? Or is there a path that is more aligned to me in this season of my life? I think that internal communication is super important and really tapping into your unique genius. I believe everybody has a zone of genius. Everybody has a zone of genius. But so much of the time, when we look externally, we say, oh, Carlton's doing this thing. Carlton's pushing out content 24/7. That looks so dope. That looks so cool. Maybe I should do that. But actually, your zone of genius may not be being in front of the camera. Maybe your zone of genius is writing. And you should go all in on writing. Yet, what looks good is Carlton on video. So you disown your genius and you move towards a path of misalignment. But hey, sometimes we need to have the disconnect to allow for the reconnect, right? And that's a part of the journey. So I think, once again, actually scrap that. I believe that looking inward is a step that is often missed in today's world when it comes to thinking about our desires in business and personally.
I think that's really important for people to consider, but also like it made me think of where I was at the early part of my 20s, and now I'm in my later half of my 20s, right?
Yeah.
And I think the definition of the word success when I was 20 was very different to what it is now. And I find like I can say this now, like in hindsight, but I find that really interesting in how it's developed and changed. And I think that's kind of to an extent what some people misunderstand, right? When they look at maybe I'm going to do this business and maybe it didn't work, or maybe they gave their all for 5 years and then actually they're like, you know what? Yeah, I could, but you know, like I'm just going to go get something that is close, but not there. Right. And it's a job and it does what I need it to do, but then I can focus on everything else. And they're putting that first. Do you think that people sometimes struggle to, I don't want to say the word abandon what they used to call success or what their definition of that used to be, but do we need to, as we move forward in the seasons of our life, do we need to constantly readapt and constantly be okay with changing what success means, do you think?
It's funny you say that because if I think about the version of me in my 20s and what I defined as success, so different. And it's wild. But I also needed the 20-year-old version of Ravi to, like, actually, a better way to put it is I acknowledge that younger version of me. I have compassion for that younger version of me. And I know that he did the best he could with the consciousness that he had at the time versus berating that version. You know, some people say, oh, God, man, I was such an idiot. I did
so many years.
Yeah. Actually, we did the best we could in that season of our life with the tools that we had. So I've got to honor that version of me. But when I look back, I'm like, wow, I'm glad I've evolved. I'm glad I've evolved. And I think we do need to be comfortable with not labeling ourselves. We need to be comfortable with labels. I will give you an example. Somebody could say, I am an entrepreneur. I am an entrepreneur. And on the face of it, great. Gives that individual a sense of belonging, pride, identity, brilliant. However, let's say that one of their buddies hits them up and says, hey, Jamie, I've got this role at Netflix. It's in the C-suite. I've spoken to people internally. We think you would be incredible for it. But Jamie's like, hold on, but I am an entrepreneur. But actually, it's not working for them in a way that they would have hoped. And actually, being in the C-suite at Netflix could be more expansive and abundant for them, but they reject it. And they say, no, but I'm an entrepreneur. So the labels that we give ourselves can often create these mental cages where we shrink our desires, we play small, and we often reject abundance. Versus, instead of saying I'm an entrepreneur, we could say I'm somebody who runs a business. Instead of saying I'm a podcaster, is I'm somebody who has a podcast. So when we expand our identity, we expand our being, and we allow abundance to organically find us. So, for example, when it came to writing my first book, this was a first for me. I haven't written a book before, so I intentionally thought about embodying the label of I'm a world-class author. I am a world-class author. So I could embody that identity to write something I'm deeply proud of, but quickly switched it to I'm someone who writes books. Because does that mean I say no to speaking? Does it mean I say no to coaching? Does it mean I say no to consulting? No. I'm a multifaceted human being. I'm not just one thing. And often labels can lead us, man, to shrinking, playing small and saying, I am this. But what if you're more than this?
I think for me, and what I was thinking of as you were like explaining that as well, I think you can have your definition of success in the correspondence to the season you're in, right, as well. And I think I understand why people would like, I need the X, whatever it is, right? I need the car, I need the house, I need the wife, I need the lifestyle, whatever. But I think you can undo what's possible if you stay true, like if you only solely focused on that, rather than saying, I want to go north. Yeah, but Colin, you're not being specific on where north. Okay, but I know I want to go in this direction, and then see what opportunities then arise from there, and then reflect on what happens. So at this moment, yes, I run a marketing company. Sure. Okay. But if you had this same conversation nearly 10 years ago, I would have said, I do video production. Right. And if I had just locked into, no, I only do video production, that's all I do. I work with other video production companies and help them create content. Cool. Then it would have pivoted or changed what horizons I could have met or gone to. And what I found was that people, they tie what they're doing and their self-worth to it together. And I think that can be sometimes the issue. Massively. Because then you're tied to, like using your entrepreneur example, then you're tied to, oh, what if I'm not an entrepreneur? Now I'm lesser, right? Because that kind of implies you failed. And then to you, that means actually me as Colton has failed. Not the company has failed, or not the company served its purpose and it got me to the Netflix role, or etc. Colton has failed. Colton will not be able to win. Colton will not be able to be, quote, successful. Do you think we need to, is that a inner work thing that we need to do? If someone is listening to this and going, shit, that's me. They've tied what they are to them and their own kind of self-belief, self-worth, self-love.
Two things are coming up for me. Firstly, picking up on something you said earlier. Something I talk about in the book, inside of Habit 1, is about being fixed on the desire, but flexible on the path. So let's say somebody says, I just want to generate more revenue. Broad, but more revenue, okay? And they have the idea that the path to get there is landing net new business. They build this whole team around it, but all of a sudden, this beautiful opportunity arises with their existing client base. If they are fixed on the path and go, no, we're just going to acquire net new business, and they reject this abundant opportunity, they may not reach that idea of more revenue. But the idea of pivoting, being open to the infinite possibilities to reach that said desire, which will evolve, and it's okay to evolve it, is super key. Yes, that requires inner work. But going back to your question about self-worth, I used to work in investment banking. And one of the reasons why it took me a long time to hand in my resignation notice back in August 2016 is when I left that world, was I had pinned so much of my identity and self-worth to I am an investment banker. I'm somebody who works in an investment bank. So much pride, status came from that, which stroked my ego, and it was beautiful until it wasn't. But that experience, I'm so grateful for it, man. I'm so grateful for it. And it was, I believe that everything, this is my belief, that everything's happening for you, not to you. Whatever you're experiencing right now is a lesson that you need to learn to be able to transform your identity into the human being that can receive and sustain their true desires. So somebody listening to this right now may say, man, I'm so annoyed that my team member or my employee just keeps doing this frustrating thing. They keep being late to work or they keep missing XYZ and you're getting frustrated. Why can it not be like this? It is not fair, you keep saying. However, you may have requested from the universe, whatever your North Star is, that I want to be an influential leader. Well, you've requested it. So as a result, the people, the projects, the challenging circumstances are coming your way to sharpen you, to expand your being so it can, once again, your identity can be transformed into one that is able to receive and sustain. So whoever's going through, whatever you're going through right now, see it as a gift, an opportunity to transform your identity. So if you are pinning your entire self-worth, over-indexing on career, whatever it could be, see it as an opportunity, right? Does it take looking inward? I believe so. For me, that's the way forward, but you got to figure out the right path for you.
I think for me, lacking in the business world, and this is a very broad stroke, there's obviously exceptions to the rule, but I think sometimes is lacking is the self-accountability side of it, right? So whenever I have a project or a podcast or something I'm doing, I'll go, right, even if it went well, cool. Great, it went well. Great, the client's happy. What can I do to make sure that experience was better? What can I do to make sure that that went closer to plan? Where was the issues? And there may not be a lot, but even if I get one thing, that will allow me to then build on it and so on. And this really comes into effect when you have something maybe that didn't go well, or maybe you unfortunately passed away from clients or etc., which I think, from my perspective anyway, is part of if you're growing, right? If you're adapting and you're changing what you're doing, the clients that you and a client come together and you both want to go north at some point, okay? Then a period of time passes and they may want to then go east because you may have got them to that point. And at that point, of course, you're going to part ways. But I think we in business, we sometimes struggle to think about, oh no, I have to have this client because they were my first client, or we idolize that person that we're working with or the organization we're working for, etc. Especially when you look at like my dream client list when you start out, etc. But the reason why I think it links here is because it's then how you show up. It's then how you communicate. It's then how you communicate, A, in marketing, but then B, when you're having the follow-on sales conversations or continued client care conversations. Actually, do you think we need to take more accountability for that? As in the client needs to, some themselves, but also us as a provider.
Accountability for what exactly? You mean that?
What we've done. Because I think it's very easy to go, oh, it's your fault. When something goes wrong, it's your fault.
So just so I understand the question, is it when you're in a client-customer relationship, something goes wrong, how does one react to it?
Yeah, or it could be just in general, like when you do, I'll give you another example. When you have an idea marketing-wise, and you go, right, I'm going to give my all to this marketing idea, and it doesn't quite go as well as you planned, for example. Oh, this should be this. And the reason why I never use numbers here is because they're all subjective to you. But, oh, we can keep pushing, we can do this, we can do that, etc. And I think, for me, you have to sometimes tie the result from what you're looking to achieve in respect to the amount of effort, because sometimes that result is lagged by 3-6 months. So everything I've understood in business is I do stuff now for the growth I want to see next year, or the growth I want to see in 3 months or 6 months. And just to frame it back into the question, when you look for the relationships that you want to create and have, either in business or personally, I think they're very similar. Do you look personally, or would you recommend people look personally at looking for people who can take self-accountability when things go wrong? Is the crux.
So just so I'm receiving that question, it's in business, when you're finding strategic relationships, is accountability an important
is
thing
it
that
an
you look
important
for?
element, do you think, moving forward?
I'll give you an example. Inside of my business, something happened in the past 4 or 5 days, and there was a mistake made. And I spoke to a team member about it, saying, can you help me understand what happened with XYZ? Now, they could have got defensive they could have deflected and they could have completely disowned the part that they had to play in that situation. But you know what this individual said? They said, I'm really sorry about this mistake. I truly own it. And here's what I'm going to do to ensure it doesn't happen again. And they provided a solution. Now, here's why I'm telling you this. That was the most beautiful response, which told me the story about the following story about this individual, that they have a character of intention. And it told me that moving forward, I can deeply trust them. And something I talk about in this book is that when it comes to trust, one way to establish it is through the 3 C's: connection, character, competence. In this imperfect moment, which is a gift, I got the opportunity to learn something about this individual that would have never happened if everything had gone perfectly. I learned that they're self-accountable, and I learned that they're open to owning their mistakes. And they showed up with a character of integrity. It was brilliant. Simultaneously, I had another challenge, or gift, shall I say, in the business that happened about 2 weeks ago with a third party. That didn't occur, which told me a different story about the individual in question. It told me a different story about that company. And it really has left a sour taste in my mouth. And I probably won't be partnering with them in a different season of my life once this project in question is over. So it's everything, man. Accountability in that sense is everything, because it leads to trust. And I don't know about you, but I don't have a meaningful relationship in my life that isn't built on trust.
Yeah. I think for me, of course, everyone's really happy when it goes well, right? But the reason I wanted to go there is because of what happens when it goes wrong.
Yeah.
And I think what someone does, what a person does, what you do, will tell you a lot about A, the person, or B, where they hold that relationship, right, with you, if it's someone else. And I think that's why I always look at, okay, let's look at what I could have done better, but then let's maybe look at where the other elements, because everything is a two-way dance, right? But I think in some ways, whenever we bridge that across in business as a whole or in personal, maybe we don't necessarily go into each relationship when it's a new business relationship or a new partnership, etc., without the, I don't want to use the word baggage, but the residue maybe from previous relationships. I mean, do you think that people don't give themselves the time to reset sometimes? Like when it comes to either like you had a long-term relationship with a client and maybe you've got some other clients, but in that sector that you don't step back and say, okay, well, kind of building off that accountability question, you think sometimes we need to take that time to step away?
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. So let's say, for example, I worked with a client for a year.
Okay.
And for whatever reason, our relationship has ended. And I could, and again, it's kind of a level of privilege, of course, that can come from it, because if you're in the position where you can step back, it means you've got enough financial resource to survive, at least for a period of time. So there's a nuance to the rule, of course, but if you can do that, do you think you'll show up better for the new clients in your next season, or the new business, or the new opportunities, or the new content, when you can kind of step back? Because I think I talk a lot about self-accountability, but it comes from a place of I can give myself that space to say, okay, this is where I went wrong. And maybe if it's because I'm trying to mend a relationship with a client, perhaps, or maybe it's actually a relationship has ended, or a new one is about to begin, and I want to look back and see how I don't. Maybe the issues were, okay, how can we set up this relationship so it's more likely to be successful by learning from the past?
The definition of reactive behavior, in accordance to the spiritual wisdom of Kabbalah, is engaging in any behavior that is grounded, and I'm paraphrasing, in fear, lack, or scarcity. So if we are operating consistently from a place of fear, lack, scarcity, we're engaging in reactive behavior. And I think, rather, I believe, a lot of our day to day, especially when we're flying through our day on autopilot, meeting to meeting, doing XYZ, we can unknowingly slip into reactive behavior. We can unknowingly and unconsciously end up having unconscious conversations, and we don't leave this space to look within. So, in your example, let's say if somebody has lost a client and they haven't really sat back and said, okay, let's look at the facts here and what part did I have to play in that, and truly owning it, then they're going to make the same mistake over and over again. And they won't have the opportunity to transform their identity into the person they need to become to achieve said desire. So your point about self-accountability is important, but it's all down to the fact that, if your calendar is just, there's zero white space in it, and you don't have a personal practice in the morning or whatever it is in the day to ground yourself, it can lead to this unconscious behavior, which is a problem in today's world. Because in our conversations, one of the biggest problems is engaging in short-term behavior that kills long-term reputation.
Do you think that people have too many busy things happening? They take too many meetings. They take too many opportunities. They don't know how to say no.
I can't speak for everyone. I can speak for the clients that I've worked with. I can speak for the people in my world and through my lens and expertise. And what I can see in today's world is the addiction to being busy is real. And often work can be a form of escapism to run away from something we're experiencing, something we're feeling, or whatever it could be. However, I believe we've confused being busy with being productive. I believe that often the inability to say no isn't just, oh, I just love working on several things at once. I just love just chasing all these different things. But what's behind it? Is it your inner people pleaser who's struggling to say no? Is it a story that you're telling yourself of I'm not enough, which is triggering, which is a launch pad for these behaviors? What's interesting is I heard a quote a little while ago, which is, stop setting yourself on fire to keep others warm. And in a different season of my life, that's what I did. I consistently set myself on fire to keep others warm. And what I mean by that is saying yes to people, projects, and opportunities that were misaligned with who I truly was and my desires, and then saying no to myself, which is a recipe for disaster. The question is, why does somebody struggle to say no? And when an opportunity does come up to say no, how can you do it with warmth? And I'm happy to give you an example of something that I had to do recently to actually say no with warmth. But actually, some people want to say no, but they feel guilty afterwards. What are they going to think of me? They don't want to be not liked. Am I missing out on this? But there is a way to say no with warmth.
Do you think that psychologically? Do you think we're naturally more likely to say yes because of that? We want people to like me. I'm going to say yes to you because I want you to like me.
If somebody is struggling to say no, on the face of it, people give advice that like, okay, well, what is it costing you by saying yes to this? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna focus on you figuring out what's aligned with you, so you can start saying yes to the right things and no to things which are misaligned. That's great. I mean, an exercise which Dr. Zoe Chance of Yale University does with a lot of her students, she's a senior lecturer over there, is she gets them to say no. She said this on my podcast many years ago. She goes, I get people to say no for 24 hours to everything, as long as it doesn't result in a divorce or anything crazy, right? But get them to say no to everything so they can start flexing that muscle, which is brilliant. And that's great on the face of it, looking at all those things. And then there's going slightly deeper is, okay, but why do I struggle to say no? What is the story that I'm telling myself? Is it true? How long have I told myself this story? How do I reframe this story? How do I find positive evidence to start stacking evidence for the new story I want to tell myself? How do I reinforce that story? And is that work, that messy inner work that often people don't want to do? But for me, when you commit to a journey of introspection, that's when the beautiful things happen. And that's when organically becoming no doesn't necessarily make it easier, but it feels aligned. And you start wanting to do the inner work because you know the fruits that come with it.
I think for me, it's a mindset, right? I see it as something I've tried to do is like, I have a certain window of time, let's say 3 months, and I'm only allowed to say yes to 1, maybe 2 things at maximum during that window. So is this really worth those 2 shots? Yes or no? You know, and I think it's not like something you can like if it's a job offer, etc. And I like look and go, okay, is that going to help? Am I the right fit for the client? And sometimes I'll go, I don't actually know. That's when you explore more, you have more conversations, etc. But the key for me is making sure that whenever you do work with a client, or whether you do a body of work, write a book, run a podcast, etc., that it sticks into what you were starting to talk about at the beginning of today's episode, which was, is it authentic? Is it connected? And it's kind of I hate using it because it's kind of become a buzzword now, right? Being authentic on social and being authentic in content, but only you know whether you are. And something I did want to talk to you about, and I know it's maybe something you're maybe trying to move away from, and I would love to hear if that is something you're moving away from, potentially why, but like, why do you think storytelling is important?
Well, actually, storytelling is the 4th habit in my book. So the 5 habits are, number 1 is transform your internal story. The 2nd is ask conscious questions. The 3rd is unearth your charisma. The 4th is tell stories that inspire change. And then the 5th is become the trusted guide. So to hit on your point, storytelling is 100% something I focus on. It's just a part of a larger puzzle now, or a larger body of work. But stories are important for so many reasons, man. But let's take it back to the work of Zoe Chance for a second, Dr. Zoe Chance. So in her body of work, she highlights that human beings all have a gator, an alligator, and a judge within. Now, behavioral economists will liken this to system 1 and system 2. And what she says is the gator is the fast, instinctive, and unconscious part of us, where our emotions live, that drives 95% of our decisions on a daily basis. The judge, like a judge in court, is slower, more deliberate. It requires conscious effort to make rational decisions. So the judge, or rather the gator, is automatic. The judge requires conscious effort, and the gator is more dominant. Interestingly, the gator is the first responder in Zoe's eyes. The gator is the first responder. And what it's doing a lot of the time is actually filtering what information we should pay attention to. And it's rationalizing, or rather, the judge is rationalizing the preferences of the gator. Here's why I'm telling you this, is that a lot of the time we lead with facts, we lead with figures, and we lead with data. And it's not about not using them, it's about understanding the context and when to lead with them. But for me, what we need to think about is how can we prioritize the needs of the gator so that we can then appeal to the judge. And one of the most potent ways somebody can do that is through impactful storytelling. But the $1 million question is how do you tell a good story? So from a lot of the work that I've done, whether it's training teams at Oracle NetSuite, T-Mobile, Sherwin-Williams, they all want to know, how do I tell a good story that inspires prospects, customers, and people to take action? And through my work, came up with a checklist. I call it the Acorn checklist of what really a good story in a business setting needs to have? There's several things. There's hundreds of things that it could have. But if I just had to pick 5, it would be these things. So A of the ACORN checklist is actively interrupting somebody's trail of thought. So that's through an effective hook at the start of the story. C is your story should contain a story. Contain a story arc. And the story arc that I traditionally teach is the 4 C's: context, conflict, change, conclusion. And we can talk more about that in a second. O stands for organically adding business value. Does your story organically add business value? Because this isn't this one time at Bandcamp and you're telling a story and it spirals off to Pluto and it adds no business value. It needs relevance. It needs relevance. And then R stands for, does your story revive a 2-way dialogue? Not just talking at somebody, but does it spark a 2-way conversation? And then N, which is very important, does your story naturally, noticeably make the main character the hero, not you? And when you embody these ingredients, it really paves the way for somebody to tell a great story, which moves people. And hey, what are we trying to do when it comes to our prospects, our team members, our customers, our partners, or shareholders? We're trying to inspire change, moving them from a current set of behaviors, series of behaviors, to a new series of behaviors. And change is hard and change is messy, but storytelling can start that process and make it stick.
Do you think, because something that I hear from people who are starting out on video a lot is, yeah, that's great, but my story is really boring. My origin story is really boring. My day-to-day is really boring. I'm an accountant. I spend my life looking at spreadsheets. I spend my life looking at tax returns. I spend my life looking at paperwork. Is that true?
It might be that person's truth in that specific moment. Is it, we gotta honor that that's their truth. That's their truth in this season of their life. However, is there validity in it? I don't know. I don't think so, right? I'm sure we'll be able to find cracks in the story that they're telling themselves. So I was recently speaking at an event called Atomicon. Incredible event, really cool business conference. And at the end of my keynote, this individual came up to me and they said, it's really interesting when you were telling stories about your kids and this and that or the other, there was humor in it. There was fun in it. It wasn't like, oh, I went through this immense pain and this happened and that happened. And that's what I struggle with. I was like, what do you mean? Tell me more. And they said, well, I'm struggling to craft my origin story because I don't have this huge moment in my life where, oh my God, I was down and out. I was at rock bottom and look where I am now. And for me, that's a recipe for disaster because it can leave you in analysis paralysis and forgetting that often the beauty is in the imperfect moments, the relatable small moments. When I came out on stage that day, I told a story about my daughter and how she was mimicking breath work that I was doing in some season of my life. And as a result, it made me realize that how I do whatever I do in my life, she's going to mimic it. And my job isn't to tell her what to do, it's to show her who to be. That was the crux of it. But that came from a seemingly insignificant moment in my day-to-day life. So I think what it boils down to is creating a story bank. And I have a process for that, but creating a story bank where you're collecting these insignificant moments, figuring out which one of them can be transformed into a story and testing them versus sitting there trying to think of that one story and then going, I don't have it, I'm going to wait for it. And then just doing nothing. So everybody has a story to tell. The question is do you have an intentional, going back to our question at the beginning, do you have an intentional approach to finding them, identifying them, and then delivering them in low stakes scenarios to test and tweak and iterate for high stakes scenarios? It's a real process.
I think it's something that you'll adapt as well. like as you move through the seasons, right? Like you might not talk about the current season or the season you just come out of, but you potentially will talk about maybe season 1, season 2, season 3, etc. And I think for me that allows you to tweak and adapt and show that you're a non-finished article as well. Building off that, like my level of success at 20 was very different to now and will be very different in 10 years. And I think that's the constant thing, and the thing that kind of goes through the core of that is, what's my improvement today? What's the 1% thing I can do? What's maybe the thing I heard from you today, or the thing I picked up whilst watching something, or the key takeaway from the book I just read, or etc. And I think sometimes we don't give ourselves that time. That's why I asked you about the kind of the busy schedule thing. And something that I've tried to do is book less, like put more barriers in the way of those meetings, put more barriers in the way of guests coming on the show, or etc., and then have more of a filter of who comes on, why, who am I having a conversation with, why, how can I be present in content, what content am I doing. And the reason why I do that is because then I can be more present and more focused on, and doing less work means I'm more present in the work I'm doing, and it means actually I'll be more transformational, so to speak, to that client, to that customer, to that guest, etc. I hope, I believe, anyway, in that respect. But for those who've really enjoyed this conversation, where's best to reach out to you? Where can they get the book? That kind of thing.
Yeah, so if you click the link in the description, I'm sure you'll put it in the description, but you can pre-order my book now, which is available on November 4th, and it's called Relationship Currency. And really what it's about at the core is teaching people in any conversation how to build trust, cultivate authentic relationships, and master the art of communication along the way. So, hey, if this conversation has aligned to you, then pre-order a copy and I'll see you on the other side. But otherwise, I'm on LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, all the places, just at the Ravi Rajani, and you can find me there.
Magic. Thank you so much for coming on. And if you were going to talk to either yourself 5-10 years ago, or someone who's your junior, what advice would you give them?
About life, about communication, because I could take this so many places.
Wherever you want.
Let's stick to communication. And I would say the following. I would say you can listen to podcasts like this. You can watch videos. You can absorb books, courses, and all that good stuff. But if you truly want to be able to communicate with influence and with intention, it doesn't begin with that. It first begins with a journey of introspection. And for some people, that can mean seeing a therapist. For some people, that could mean journaling, seeing a coach, or speaking with a friend where you can speak freely and remove the mask. But here's my truth. When you truly become comfortable in your own skin, that's when you become a more potent, authentic, and influential communicator. So start within, and then look at all the cool stuff, such as the podcast and the books. But hey, if you can't look within first, there's no hack, gimmick, or trick that will save you.
Thank you so much for the time, ladies and gents. I hope you took value from this episode, and thank you for coming and spending the time with us today. And I will see you very, very soon. If you did enjoy this conversation and would like to hear what's missing in marketing, probably tomorrow or today, then be sure to be subscribed. I'd love to hear what you think in the conversation down below. And I'll see you very, very soon.